Chapter 32 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cromwell in Ireland, 1650. In their published utterances, the bishops were careful to say nothing alarming to Protestants and to lay stress upon the royalism or loyalty of those for whom they spoke. In writing to Rome, they were silent about the king, but urged the necessity of union among Catholics. Ormonde, who had no illusions, thought it much that there had been no public demand for his own removal, but this too was to come later. He knew that Antrim had been intriguing to obtain such a declaration, and he begged the king to recall him before his position became quite untenable. Charles directed him to hold on as long as possible and to leave Ireland when he was finally convinced that nothing more could be done. The printed proceedings of the Clanricarde prelates reached Cromwell at Youghal, and he lost no time in answering it. The task of uniting clergy and laity, he said, was only necessary because the distinction had been invented by the anti-Christian Church of Rome and maintained by her priests as the foundation of their own power. Their royalism was a fig leaf of pretense, whereas they really fought for their own supremacy. Cromwell had a right to say that they began the war, but he much exaggerated the goodness of the terms on which English and Irish had lived before the outbreak. No doubt there were some friendships, but all competent observers had long realized that the Ulster settlement would be disturbed whenever the children of the dispossessed natives had the chance. As to liberty of conscience, he took his stand upon the purely English ground that the Mass had long been prohibited by law, and that he could not extirpate what had no root. He reiterated his statement to the governor of Ross, and said plainly, "I shall not, where I have power, and the Lord is pleased to bless me, suffer the exercise of the Mass where I can take notice of it. As for the people, what thoughts they have in matters of religion, in their own breasts I cannot reach, but think it my duty, if they walk honestly and peaceably, not to cause them in the least to suffer for the same." He defended the raising of money by mortgaging lands which rebels would forfeit, but denied there was any intention to extirpate the people. He defied anyone to give an instance, since his arrival in Ireland, of one man not in arms, massacred, destroyed, or banished with impunity. Those who had been exiled to the West Indies were all in fact liable to be put to the sword according to the laws of war. All who had not been actors in the rebellion should be spared and protected, and having said this, he concluded, and purposing honestly to perform it, if this people shall headily run on after the counsels of their prelates and clergy and other leaders, I hope to be free from the misery and desolation and blood and ruin that shall befall them, and shall rejoice to exercise utmost severity against them. Cromwell's ideas about toleration were in advance of his age, but his knowledge of Ireland before 1641 was derived from the published histories of May and Temple. When Lady Fanshawe joined her husband a few weeks before Cromwell's landing, she found Cork an agreeable place of residence enough, and so it remained for about 6 months. She lived in the old Augustinian friary called the Red Abbey, which then belonged to Michael Boyle, Dean of Cloyne, who vied with Inchiquin and Roscommon in civility to her. She calls the latter Lord Chancellor, but he is not generally included in the list. My Lord of Ormonde had a very good army, and the country was seemingly quiet, and so it continued outwardly for some time, though Inchiquin's power had been gradually wasting away since Rathmines. Suddenly, one night at the beginning of November, Lady Fanshawe was roused from her bed by the sound of cannon and by screams and cries outside. Opening the window, she saw a crowd, who informed her that they were all Irish, stripped and wounded and turned out of the town by Colonel Jeffreys. Hurrying off to the colonel, she reminded him of her husband's former civilities to him, which he handsomely acknowledged, and at once granted a free pass. She passed through thousands of naked swords with her family, 1,000 pounds in cash and other light property, and got to Kinsale, where she was safe for the moment. Cromwell was much annoyed at Fanshaw's papers having thus escaped him. The parliamentary managers were alarmed by the negotiations of Charles with the Scots. They knew, too, that Fairfax could hardly be trusted to lead an attack on the Presbyterian kingdom, and they resolved to recall Cromwell. The letter was written on January 8, but it did not reach him until he was already in the field again, and he thought proper to treat the reports of its coming as Nelson treated the signal at Copenhagen. On January 29, he set out from Youghal with 12 troops of horse, 3 troops of dragoons, and between 200 and 300 foot. Reynolds and Ireton, with about the same number of horse and dragoons and 2,000 foot, were sent to Carrick to threaten Ormonde's quarters at Kilkenny. Cromwell himself marched towards Mitchelstown, took Kilbenny Castle, Clogheen, and Rehill near Cahir, and went from there to Fethard. The last-named walled town surrendered after a night's discussion upon terms which we usually call honourable, which I was the willinger to give, because I had little above 200 foot, and neither ladders nor guns nor anything else to force them. The besiegers had not fired a single shot. The honourable terms were that the garrison should march away with arms and baggage, and that the inhabitants, including priests, should be fully protected. Some Ulster Roof at Cashel, hearing of Cromwell's arrival at Fethard, ran away in confusion, and he protected the townsfolk at their own request. He then went into Callan, which he found already in Reynolds' hands. The garrison of 2 castles refusing conditions seasonably offered were put all to the sword. Those in a larger castle surrendered and were allowed to march away without their arms. Among the prisoners taken in a skirmish was one of those who had betrayed Enniscorthy, and he was hanged. Some Irish gentlemen had feasted the garrison and sent in women to sell them spirits. When most of the soldiers were drunk, the enemy rushed in and killed all, except 4 who had been bribed to open the gates. Colonel Cook, the governor of Wexford, soon retook Enniscorthy by storm, and in his turn put all the garrison to the sword. Reynolds was dispatched to take Knocktofer, and after a fortnight in the field, Cromwell returned to Fethard, having good plenty of horse-meatmen and man's meat in that rich district. Ireton took Ardfinane, of which Henry II himself had chosen the site, and which was important to bring guns, ammunition, and other things from Youghal and Cappoquin. Cromwell came before Cahir, which was surrendered without costing a man. He was told that it had stood an 8 weeks' siege against Essex, but that most incompetent of heroes really took it in 2 days. Kildinan, Golden Bridge, and Dundrum were also taken, and the county of Tipperary submitted to a contribution of £1,500. The regicide John Hewson was governor of Dublin, with a numerous garrison consisting chiefly of sick and wounded. A division of these half-recovered invalids had won the fight at Glascarrig and joined Cromwell, and by the end of the year a good many more were fit for service, and some reinforcements had also arrived from England. Kildare, the hill of Mellon, Castle Martin, and other places were occupied, but Kilmeague was found too strong to attack without artillery. When his provisions were spent, Hewson returned to Dublin, where he received a curious proposition from the strong garrison of Ballysonan, or Ballyshannon, near Kilcullen. This he described as having double works and double moats full of water, one within another, and a mount with a fort upon it, most of the officers with me esteeming the taking of it to be unfeasible. After the rout of Rathmines, some of Ormonde's fugitive cavalry had summoned this formidable stronghold, which surrendered to them under the impression that Dublin was taken. The defenders now offered to join the Parliament on condition of being made a regiment with their own officers, liberty of religion, and 2 priests as chaplains. Their arrears since May were to be paid, Taff and Dillon to be excluded from any accommodation with the parliamentary party. In fact, they preferred Cromwell to Ormonde, which shows how desperate the latter's position had become. Such terms were of course unacceptable, and Hewson attacked Ballysonan with a force of 2,000 foot and 1,000 horse, with 2 guns and a mortar. An entrenched battery was erected, but the place capitulated before any breach had been made. Hewson was glad to give easy terms, as Castlehaven was at Athy and might make an attempt to raise the siege. The garrison marched out with the honours of war. Maryborough and Kilmeague were abandoned by the Irish, and all Kildare, except the extreme south, was in Hewson's power. After consulting the commissioners of trust, Ormonde allowed agents to meet at Kilkenny in January for the discussion of grievances affecting the different districts, but nothing was reduced to writing, and there were, as he expected, no results. The agents proposed an adjournment to Ennis, and to this he agreed. The approach of Cromwell's forces on the south and of Hewson's on the north had doubtless something to say to this, and the plague which began to rage in the town still more. Cromwell made a strong reconnaissance towards Kilkenny, where a Captain Tickle had been bribed or in some other way induced to undertake that one of the gates should be opened, but the plot was discovered and the captain hanged, so that Cromwell had to retire. In spite of the plague and of enemies within and without, Castlehaven used to go out fox hunting in the early morning. Ormonde met him in the field, told him that it was decided to withdraw into Clare, and appointed him, much to his disgust, General of Leinster. Ormonde himself went to Limerick during the first week in February, and was not destined to see Kilkenny again until after the Restoration. Cromwell, having failed in the plot with Tickle, waited patiently and let the plague do his work. Castlehaven had one success, surprising Athy and taking Hewson's garrison of 700 men, but he found the place untenable. Not knowing, he writes, what to do with my prisoners, I made a present of them to Cromwell, desiring him by letter to do the like to me. But he little valued my civility, for in a very few days after he besieged Gowran, where Colonel Hammond commanded, and the soldiers mutinying and giving up the place, he caused Hammond with some English officers to be shot to death. Cromwell's own account confirms this, and he adds that Hammond was a principal actor in the Kentish insurrection, and so not entitled to mercy more than Lucas or Liesel. A priest who acted as chaplain to the Roman Catholic soldiers was hanged. I trouble you with this the rather because this was the Lord of Ormonde's own regiment. At Gowran, Cromwell was joined by Hewson, who had taken Castle Dermot, Leah, Kilkea, and other castles in the meantime, he himself having taken Thomastown. Castlehaven did not find himself strong enough to meet Hewson in the field. Lord Dillon promised to join him with about 3,000 men, but they never came. And all he could do was to provision Kilkenny and leave it with a garrison of 1,000 foot and 200 horse. Soon afterwards an Ulster regiment, which was nearly half his army, deserted on account of the plague, saying that they were ready to fight against men but not against God. Having tried to relieve Kilkenny in vain, he gave orders to the governors of the town and castle to make the best terms they could, and not to attempt to hold the latter after the former had surrendered. Cromwell and Hewson corresponded about this time by letters enclosed in balls of wax, so that the messenger might swallow them if necessary. Some of these reached Castlehaven, but only served to show him that he was hopelessly overmatched. Cromwell approached Kilkenny by Bennett's Bridge, and sent in his summons on March 22. Sir Walter Butler, a cousin of Ormonde's, was governor of the town, and briefly replied that he held it for the king. A battery with 3 guns was accordingly planted at St. Patrick's Church, and on March 25 about 100 shot struck the wall near the castle. An attempt to carry the breach failed, with the loss of a captain and 20 or 30 men, the garrison having erected earthworks and palisades inside. At the same time 1,000 men were detached to attack the Irish town near the cathedral, where the wall was but weakly defended by the townsmen, and the Cromwellians entered with a loss of only 3 or 4 men. After this, the walled portion of the town on the other side of the Nore was easily taken, and the victors endeavoured to enter the main city over St. John's Bridge, but they were driven back with a loss of 40 or 50 men. In the meantime, fresh guns were brought up, and the mayor sent to represent the difficult positions of the citizens. No doubt, he wrote, Cromwell would be willing to grant them fair terms, but they were in the power of the garrison, and so in danger of ruin, as well from our own party as from that of your honours. And it was reasonable that the soldiers should be included. To avoid further loss, and perhaps to get away from the plague, Cromwell, after some discussion, acquiesced in this view, and on the next day Butler saw that further resistance would be useless. Considering that Kilkenny had been the very centre of the lately powerful confederacy, the terms granted were liberal enough. The garrison marched out with the honours of war, surrendering their arms 2 miles out of town, and then going where they pleased. The citizens submitted to a payment of £2,000 in 2 instalments, in consideration of which Cromwell had made it death for any man to plunder. Those who wished to remove themselves or their property might do so, none accepted, within 3 months. There was no armistice during the negotiations, and the garrison of Cantwell Castle, now called Sandford's Court, very strong, situated in a bog, well furnished with provisions of corn, surrendered, though specially ordered by Sir Walter Butler to abandon their post and strengthen the scanty garrison of Kilkenny. They were allowed to go beyond sea. Leaving the plague-stricken city with a small garrison, Cromwell went to Carrick. The goodness of God, says a contemporary news writer, was exceedingly manifested in preventing the plunder of the place, which must needs have hazarded the army by infection. None of the soldiers, in fact, suffered, which was the Lord's own doing, and marvellous in our eyes. The clergy were not in any way excepted from the terms granted to the citizens, and there is no evidence that violence was done to any priests. But the churches suffered terribly. Bishop Ledford's beautiful painted windows, which even Bale had spared, were broken in pieces, and Thomas Earl of Ormonde's splendid tomb was totally destroyed. A special interest attaches to the fate of the bishop, the learned David Roth, who had opposed Minuccini. There is nothing to show that he suffered from violence, but he was 78 years old, and it is not surprising that he died in great discomfort and in the concealment. Bishop Lynch, who wrote from Clonfert in August, says he was stripped and mocked by the soldiers, but allowed to enter the nearest house, where he died within 3 weeks of old age and disease. Archbishop Fleming, who was also in Ireland and who wrote in June, says much the same thing. In the meantime, Innisnag Castle was taken, where were gotten a company of rogues which had revolted from Colonel Jones. The soldiers capitulated for life, and their 2 officers were hanged for revolting. Adjutant General Sedgwick, with 2 guns, took all the castles in the Sewer Valley from Clonmel to Waterford without resistance except at Poole Lacarry, 5 miles below the former town. This was taken by assault, 30 or 40 being killed, and the rest remaining obstinate fired in the castle. On April 27, Cromwell came before Clonmel and offered favourable terms, which were promptly rejected by the governor. Hugh Boy O'Neill, a nephew of Owen Roe, who had about 1,500 Ulstermen with him. O'Neill, whom Cliff describes as an old surly Spanish soldier, had expected to be attacked as far back as February, and Ormonde had written from Ennis at the beginning of March to say that he would draw all the forces of the kingdom into a body for the town's relief. But he could do nothing, for the commissioners of trust were more anxious to thwart him than Cromwell, and would not allow a levy to be made in the county of Limerick. An attempt to send an expedition from the county of Cork was foiled by Broghill, and Clonmel was left to its fate. Preston had promised, but failed to send ammunition from Waterford, and with Carrick in the enemy's hand, it is not easy to see how he could have done so. O'Neill and the mayor, John White, made a last appeal to Ormonde. The long-threatened attack had come at last, and the preservation of the town was almost Ireland's last hope. It is, they wrote, our humble suit that the army, if in any reasonable condition, may march night and day to our succour. But no such army was available, and Cromwell planted his battery without hindrance. Reynolds and Theophilus Jones had a force in the field sufficient to prevent Castlehaven from giving any trouble. Approaches were made from the north side of the town, and there were many sallies and much fighting before the breach was practicable. A comparison of extant accounts, fortified by local tradition, seems to indicate that the spot was near a gate which stood a little to the eastward of St. Mary's Church. The assault was made about 8 in the morning of May 9, and the storming party entered without difficulty, but found that their work was still to do. O'Neill had manned the houses and erected 2 breastworks of dunghills, mortar, stones, and timber, making a lane about 80 yards inwards from the breach, with a masked battery at the end. The British officer, who got his facts not only from officers and soldiers of the besiegers, but also from the besieged, describes what followed. The stormers poured in and found themselves caught in a trap. Those in front cried, "Halt!" and those behind, "Advance!" till that pound or lane was full and could hold no more. 2 guns hailed chain shot upon this dense mass, while a continual fire was kept up from the houses and the breastworks. Volleys of stones were thrown, and great pieces of timber hurled from sides which O'Neill's ingenuity had provided, so that in less than an hour's time about 1,000 men were killed in that pound, being atop one another. Colonel Cullum, who led the stormers, and several other officers were among the slain, and the survivors were driven out again through the breach. Contemporary accounts estimate Cromwell's total loss at Clonmel at somewhere from 1,500 to 2,500. This repulse, said Ireton afterwards, was the heaviest we ever endured, either in England or here. His own regiment lost most of all. It is stated that Major Fennel, who commanded the few cavalry within the town, had plotted like Tickell at Kilkenny to open one of the gates. This was certainly believed at the time, but if there was such a plot, it came to nothing. O'Neill had not ammunition to continue the defence, and he knew that there was no hope of relief. About 9 o'clock the same night he slipped out quietly by the bridge and made his way to Waterford, advising the mayor to make the best terms he could, while accordingly capitulated both for the inhabitants and for the garrison. All arms and ammunition in the town were surrendered, the civil population being guaranteed protection for life and estate from all plunder and violence of the soldiery. Next morning the besiegers marched in, and though Cromwell was angry at being outwitted, the conditions were kept, the garrison were pursued, and stragglers cut off, amongst whom there were probably some women and at least one priest. On reaching Waterford, admission was denied by Preston to O'Neill's men. There was plague both in his camp and in the city, and after a time he ordered his foot soldiers to shift for themselves. He and Fennel, with the horse, made their way to Limerick. Inchiquin was in Kerry in January, whence he invaded Limerick with 3 regiments of cavalry, sweeping away the cattle and devastating most of the county. Broghill and Henry Cromwell fell upon his camp towards the end of March and drove him across the Shannon with more cows than horses. Inchiquin's men were chiefly English, and some of the officers were shot as deserters from the Parliament. After this Broghill joined Cromwell, who was then preparing to attack Clonmel, and was detached by him to deal with a force of 4,000 foot and 300 horse, which had been raised in Kerry, chiefly by the exertions of Boetius Egan, Bishop of Ross, an observant friar promoted by Rinuccini. The Irish, bent on relieving Clonmel, advanced to Macroom and garrisoned Carrigadrohid Castle on the Lee, which Broghill reached on April 8. He had 1,500 cavalry, and hurried on, leaving a like number of foot to guard his rear. He seems to have had no guns with him, but the Irish probably thought he had, for they burned Muskerry's castle at Macroom, and assembled in the park. They were raw levies, and probably badly armed, for they were routed in a very short time, though in a place, says Broghill, the worst for horse ever I saw, and where 100 musketeers might have kept off all the horse of Ireland. Several hundred were killed, and among the prisoners were the bishop and Lord Roche's son, the high sheriff of Kerry, who was in equal authority with him. Carrigadrohid was taken by parading pieces of timber with teams of oxen as if they were guns. I gave orders, says Broghill, that if the garrison in it delivered it not up, we should hang the bishop before it. The former not being done, the latter was. The bishop was wont to say there was no way to secure the English but by hanging them. That which was his cruelty became his justice. The castle was then surrendered on fair terms, and Broghill went back to the siege of Clonmel. Cromwell quitted Ireland on May 26, leaving Ireton at his deputy. His last extant letter before going was to Hewson in favour of young Lord Moore, son of the brave soldier who was killed at Port Leicester and grandson of Lord Chancellor Loftus. Moore had fought against Cromwell, who nevertheless ordered that he should be fairly and civilly treated, and that no incivility or abuse be offered unto him by any of the soldiery, either by restraining his liberty or otherwise. It being a thing which I altogether disapprove and dislike, that the soldiers should intermeddle in civil affairs farther than they are lawfully called upon. Necessity afterwards devised the major generals, but it was to civil justice, to a Matthew Hale rather than a Desborough, that Cromwell looked for real improvement. It was a crime, he said, to hang a man for 6 and 8 pence, and I know not what, to hang for a trifle and commit murder. In Ireland particularly, much might be done for the poor people by the cheap and impartial administration of justice. They had suffered more by the oppression of the great than any in that which we call Christendom, and indeed they are accounted the bribingest people that are, they having been inured thereto. And he rightly considered that the best guarantee for purity was to pay good fixed salaries to the judges and to get rid of the fees and perquisites, which had been a colour to covetous practices. Some papers which Bagwell thought important were found in Bishop Egan's possession. An anonymous correspondent of Hyde says one of them was a letter in which Inchiquin proposed during the latter part of 1649 to go over to Cromwell. Carte, without giving his authority, says that some such letter was forged by Antrim, who was perhaps tricky enough to do it, and the editor of the Clarendon State Papers adopted Carte's account. Probability seems against Inchiquin having made any such overtures, but his position after Rathmines was very uncomfortable, for his men left him, and he knew that the Irish would always hate him for his proceedings at Cork, Cashel, and elsewhere. He admitted that he had talked too freely to one of the enemy's trumpeters, and it may be that he had asked questions which gave rise to the idea that he was wavering. But in April 1650, when Kilkenny had fallen and Ormonde had no army in the field, Protestant royalists grew tired of the hopeless struggle, and Cromwell was ready enough to meet them halfway. Nor did Ormonde make any difficulties. Sir Robert Stirling, Colonel Daniel, and Michael Boyle, Dean of Cloyne, made the first advances on behalf of the Protestant party in Ireland, now under the command or obedience of the Lord Marquess of Ormonde. They were all, whether soldiers or civilians, allowed to go where they pleased on engaging not to act against the Parliament, taking all their movable property except horses, arms, and ammunition, and even these they might sell to the army or to English Protestants. Questions of land were reserved for the decision of Parliament, and until that was given were referred to the commissioners for revenue, and those who gave assurance of fidelity to the Parliament might enjoy their estates in the meantime. Colonel Wogan and the officer who helped him to escape from Cork were the only persons excepted. Lord Montgomery surrendered at Enniskillen, Sir Thomas Armstrong at Trim, and Colonel Daniel at Doneraile. Dean Boyle had strict orders not to make any overtures on behalf of Ormonde or Inchiquin, but Cromwell nevertheless sent him both passes to go beyond seas. Admiral Penn, whose squadron lay in the Shannon, was directed to make it easy for any of the Protestants who came in his way. Ormonde contemptuously rejected the safe conduct, which was civil enough in point of form, adding that if he ever had to return the compliment, he would not use it to debauch any that commanded under Cromwell. Inchiquin was angry, but his wife had already been allowed to depart with her family and servants under convoy to Middleburg. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ormonde's Last Struggles, 1650. The Anglo-Irish Catholics had been drawn into the war against their will in many cases, and in many others only in the hopes of obtaining religious toleration. They were genuine royalists, though the interests of the sovereign did not always seem to be theirs, but the Celts cared extremely little for the crown and a great deal for the church, even more perhaps for the land which they had lost. Rinuccini's whole influence went to widen the difference between the two sections. The dominant faction among the clergy were quite ready to submit to a foreign protector, and Ormonde's last struggles were with the bishops. The Clonmacnoise decrees having failed to secure union, he summoned 24 prelates along with the commissioners of trust to meet him at Limerick, whither he went after finally leaving Kilkenny. They met accordingly on March 8, and 5 days later presented him with a paper of advice. They suggested that a privy council should be appointed consisting of peers and others, natives of this kingdom, at once spiritual and temporal, to sit daily with the Lord Lieutenant and determine all weighty affairs. The answer to this was easy, that the appointment of privy councillors belonged to the king alone, and that in the actual condition of affairs the commissioners of trust were quite counsel enough. There were vague charges of preferring Protestants to Catholics, and suggestions made as to the rendering of accounts and the administration of justice, very suitable for peaceful times, but not at all applicable to the desperate state of affairs really existing. Ormonde's immediate object was to place a garrison in Limerick, and there always refused to him. Lord Kilmallock, Catholic though he was, being imprisoned by the citizens for quartering part of his own troop within the walls by the Marquess's orders. Some of the bishops made a faint attempt to reconcile the townsmen, but Ormonde went away to Lough on March 18, and the prelates and commissioners followed him thither next day. It had been represented to him by some of them that all would be right if he would only get rid of Inchiquin, while others told the latter that he, as a chief of the ancient Irish, was the proper person to command, if only he would separate from Ormonde. The two lords compared notes and easily perceived that the real object in view was to get rid of them both. By the fourth article of this agreement with Owen Roe O'Neill, Ormonde was bound to give the command in Ulster to the person nominated by the nobility and gentry of that province, who assembled for that purpose at Belturbet in March under the presidency of Eugene Swiney, who had been Bishop of Kilmore since 1628. Antrim, who had already been in communication with Cromwell and was soon to be in alliance with Ireton, was a candidate and had many supporters among the officers. It was thought that Sir George Munro and his Scots might follow him, though they would dislike an Irish and especially a clerical general. Hugh O'Neill, who would have been by far the fittest man, was absent in Munster, and Daniel O'Neill was practically disqualified by being a Protestant. The other candidates were Sir Phelim O'Neill, who had never shone as a soldier, Owen Roe's son Henry, General Farrell, and Bishop Macmahon of Clocher. The bishop professed no great anxiety for the post, but there seems little doubt that he left no stone unturned. These intrigues were successful, and Ormonde signed his commission on April 1. He was, says the British officer, a great politician, but no more a soldier fit to be a general than one of Rome's cardinals. Before the end of April, Munro surrendered Enniskillen to Coote for £500 and other trivial things. At the beginning of May, the bishop began his active campaign. Tuam, at the foot of Lough Neagh, was surprised, and though it was retaken not long after, this prevented Coote from besieging Charlemont, and the Irish army got between his garrison at Londonderry and that of Venables at Coleraine. A council of war was held at Longhogall in Armagh to decide whether the attacks could be on the Belfast district or on Londonderry. According to the British officer, the latter course was taken owing to the secret practices of Sir George Rawdon, who wished to keep the war away from his own country. Macmahon summoned Dungiven, which was defended by Colonel Beresford, with about 60 men, to whom he wrote, "If you shed one drop of my soldiers' blood, I will not spare to put man, woman, and child to the sword." The place was taken by assault, the soldiers mounting the ramparts by means of short sticks thrust into the sods, and all found in arms were killed except Beresford himself, who was sent wounded to Charlemont, where he recovered. The women, among whom, according to the British officer, were Lady Coote and Mrs. Beresford, were sent safely to Limavady, which was maintained by the successor of Sir Thomas Phillips. The bishop hoped that some Scots would join him on royalist grounds, but he got rid of all Englishmen, and a declaration was published by himself and the Bishop of Down, which was signed by 29 officers, every one of them with Celtic names. The Bishop of Clanricarde styled his followers the confident, victorious Catholic army of the north, but its career of success was not long. Ballycastle, on the northern shore of Antrim, was taken without resistance and garrisoned, but it could be of little use, and the army, amounting at this time to about 4,000 foot and 400 horse, returned through the mountains. The Foyle was crossed at a little frequented passage below Lifford, Coote being encamped higher up with a much inferior force. A smart skirmish took place in which the Irish had the best of it, Captains Taylor and Cathcart being killed. If the bishop had followed up this success, he might have gained a great victory, for Coote had to retire by a narrow causeway through bogs. The Scotch settlers were numerous between Lifford and Londonderry, and agreed to give some provisions to the bishop's army, but Coote persuaded them all to retire into Inishowen with their cattle, so that there was little left for the enemy to eat. MacMahon occupied Lifford, which Major Perkins surrendered as soon as he saw Ormonde's commission, and remained there for a week, when supplies began to run short. He then imprudently weakened his force by sending a large detachment to take the remote castle of Doe on Sheephaven, and smaller ones to forage about the country, so that when he took up a position at Scarifolis on the Swilly, some 2 miles above Letterkenny, he had not with him more than 3,000 foot and 400 horse. In the meantime, Coote was growing stronger. 1,000 foot under Colonel Fenwick came to him from Venables at Belfast, and every available man was drawn out of Enniskillen, so that he had a large force by the fatal 21st of June. The principal officers in the Irish army were for adhering to the Fabian tactics of their late chief, his only son among them. Their arguments were sound and based on experience, but we may be sure that the speech put into Henry O'Neill's mouth is very different from that uttered by him. The report occupies little more than a page, but in it are mentioned by name Mars, Ulysses, Ajax, Antiochus, Hannibal, Fabius, Cunctator, Scipio Africanus, Scanderbeg, Spinola, and Maurice of Nassau. The bishop retorted by actually accusing him of want of courage, and after that there was nothing left but to fight. They were, says Coote, posted on a mountainside, inaccessible to either horse or foot, but descended on the enemy's appearance into ground which was extreme bad, but yet possible to traverse. The infantry of both sides were perhaps nearly equal, but the English had a great superiority in cavalry, so that when the Irish broke after an hour's hard fighting, it was easy to pursue them in all directions. About 3,000 were killed, including a large part of the officers, and few unmounted men can have escaped. Sir Phelim O'Neill got away to Charlemont, and the bishop managed to keep some 200 horse together, with which he fled southwards. All his colours, arms, ammunition, and baggage fell into the victor's hands. Coote's casualties of all sorts were under 100, and only one officer was killed outright. Colonel Fenwick, who fell at the first fire, afterwards died of his wounds. Now the reader may observe, says the British officer, the sequel of making the bishop a general, that was nothing experienced in that lesson, nor becoming his coat to send men to spill Christian blood, and how that for want of conduct and prudency in martial affairs he lost himself in that army that never got a foil before he led them. One of the Maguires, who knew all the short-cuts, hurried off to Enniskillen as soon as he saw the result of the fight, and warned Major John King that the bishop was coming his way. King got out 100 fresh horsemen and fell upon the fugitives, who were in no condition to resist. MacMahon's leg was broken in the scuffle, and he was taken prisoner. During his captivity he made a good impression, bewailing his many shortcomings and foretelling the course of events. King tried to save his life, but he was hanged after some weeks, and his head fixed upon one of the gates of Londonderry. The responsibility for this must be shared between Ireton and Coote, but particulars are wanting. I do not know, says the historian Lynch, what the bishop foretold, but I am certain that our nation never experienced worse calamities than she has done since he was taken from our midst. Ormonde praised him long afterwards as a truthful man who kept to his agreements. Several officers of rank were put to death by Coote after the battle, some of them, if we accept O'Neill's journal, with circumstances of great brutality. Henry O'Neill was among them, who reminded Coote that his father had saved him when he was near having to surrender Londonderry. To this Sir Charles replied that those services had been paid for at the time, and that he owed him nothing. The Irish accounts say that these officers had all been received to quarter and should have been treated as prisoners of war, and it is remarkable that the English accounts say nothing about it, though Ludlow notes that there were few prisoners, being for the most part put to the sword. It is never possible to ascertain exactly what happened in a battle, but the probability is that immediate quarter for life given on the field was not supposed to cover acts of treason or rebellion, and all Coote's victims would have come within those qualifications of subsequent act of settlement which barred pardon for life and estate. Ormonde has been blamed by many Irish writers for not supporting the Bishop of Clogher, but he had no army with him and no means of raising one. Inchiquin's force had disappeared in the manner already described, and Castlehaven could do little with his small following. Meanwhile, the Shannon estuary was at the mercy of the parliamentary fleet. Kilrush and Tarbert were burned, and all country boats destroyed, so that Clare was cut off from the rest of Munster. The possession of Limerick was absolutely necessary to keep up the communications between Connaught and the other provinces, and Limerick was contumacious. To those who criticized him for keeping the few soldiers he had in scattered country quarters instead of concentrating them in important garrisons, the Lord Lieutenant sarcastically answered that the towns themselves were responsible, wherein we cannot yet prevail, nor ever could, till by the enemy's lying at one end of the town we were, not without articling and conditioning, permitted to put such men as we could then get in at the other end. He summoned a general assembly to meet at Lochria on April 27, enclosing a copy of the young king's letter, which permitted him to leave Ireland if he could not secure obedience. He had a vessel ready in Galway Bay, but the conciliatory attitude of the assembly, owing to the presence of a lay element, induced him to dismiss her and to stay on in Ireland a little longer. The Archbishop of Tuam and Sir Lucas Dillon went to Limerick with directions to settle matters between the town and Ormonde, who in consequence received a rather halting invitation from the mayor John Creagh. He came within 4 miles of Limerick and agreed to visit the city on condition that he should be received with the respect due to a Lord Lieutenant, that he should have military command within the walls, and that he should be attended by his own guard of 50 horse and 100 foot, all Roman Catholics and old soldiers of the Confederacy. The mayor would have agreed, but Dominic Fanning and a friar named Wolfe possessed themselves of the keys, collected a number of young men who had already distinguished themselves by plundering Ormonde's papers on board a ship, and admitted Colonel Murtoch O'Brien, with an Irish regiment consisting largely of recruits. Clanricarde, supported by the Commissioners of Trust, called upon the Bishop of Limerick to excommunicate Fanning and O'Brien, but of course this was not done. Ormonde offered to remain in Limerick during the coming siege and take his chance with the rest, provided he was allowed to put in a proper garrison and strengthen the works as he thought fit, but his efforts were all in vain, and Galway was equally determined not to admit Clanricarde. While Ormonde persevered in his hopeless task, Ireton was gradually reducing the few strongholds which held out to the east of the Shannon after Cromwell's departure. The first to fall was Techrogan, in the southwest corner of Meath, which capitulated on June 25, only 4 days after the disaster at Scarrifilis. The strong castle belonged to Sir Luke Fitzgerald, whose daughter married the ill-fated Henry O'Neill, and had been Ormonde's headquarters when Cromwell came to Drogheda. Reynolds besieged Techrogan about the middle of May, the garrison being commanded by Sir Robert Talbot, a kinsman of Lady Fitzgerald, under Ormonde's orders. This appointment displaced Major Luke Maguire, and the everlasting jealousy between the native Irish and the men of the Pale caused great dissension between the partisans of the late and present governor. In order to relieve the place, Clanricarde came to Tyrrell's Pass with 2,000 foot and 700 horse under Castlehaven's command. Several miles of bog had to be crossed, and a council of war was disinclined to move, but Castlehaven offered to march with the foot, leaving the cavalry to distract the enemy's attention if possible. The latter part of the advance was along a narrow causeway with deep ditches on either side, and the rear guard under Captain Fox was ordered to face about and protect the convoy. He turned to his men, says Castlehaven, and spake something in Irish that I did not know, and marching 200 or 300 paces in such a fashion that I could not tell whether he intended fighting or running away. At last he did run away, and all his party followed. The van marched on into Techrogan, but without the provisions and ammunition, and Castlehaven with difficulty got back. Fox was tried by court-martial and shot. No further attempt could be made to relieve Techrogan, which capitulated on honourable terms. The garrison marching out with the honours of war, and protection was given for the property of Lady Fitzgerald and some of her friends. By a special article, half the guns in the castle were to remain with Talbot, provided he took them within 8 weeks. Carte says this was not done, and calls it a shameful breach of faith, but it is very likely that the pieces were not claimed within the specified time. Ireton summoned Carlo on July 2, having already thrown a bridge over the Barrow. Major Bellew, who commanded a garrison of about 200 men, asked for 3 days' truce, which were granted to communicate with the Bishop of Dromore and with Preston at Waterford. Further negotiations then took place, and it seems evident that the news of Scarifolis had greatly damped the ardour of the defenders. Ireton took the bulk of the army with him to Waterford, leaving Sir Hardress Waller to take Carlo, which capitulated as soon as the tower near the bridge had been battered and carried by assault. The terms were as good as those granted to Techrogan, and Ireton, says Ludlow, caused them punctually to be executed, as his constant manner was. After the fall of Clonmel and the departure of Cromwell, Waterford was almost isolated, though Duncannon was still in Irish hands, and communication by the river could not be altogether prevented. But Ireton had control of all the county of Waterford and of Carrick, where was the lowest bridge over the Suir. It was therefore practically impossible to relieve the city, and a small force encamped at some distance was probably enough to stop the introduction of cattle or other provisions by land. When Carlo was once invested, Ireton could spare a larger force, and he left that place early in July to press the siege of Waterford, having first sent a summons to offer fair terms. The garrison were to march out and surrender their arms within 4 miles of the town, officers and gentlemen retaining their swords and pistols. Cannon were not to be removed. Private property of all kinds was protected, and 2 months given to carry it away. Civilians were to be disarmed, but not otherwise interfered with in any way, and the soldiers might go where they pleased, on promising not to serve against the Parliament in England or Ireland. No obstacle was placed in the way of taking service under any foreign government. These terms were rejected, and a further summons was sent after the surrender of Carlo. Preston, or his son Sir James, then made a sporting offer to admit Ireton's infantry and let them do what they could inside the town. There is a good deal of grim humour in the letters exchanged on this subject, Ireton suggesting that old General Preston must be dead. Of course this came to nothing. More importance attaches to the murder of a man named Murphy, who was going out of Waterford into the country with £80 in his pocket. A major and a cornet were implicated, and Ireton had them both shot. At last, after much correspondence, Sir James Preston and others came out upon safe conduct, dated the last of July. The place of meeting was then called New Cross, just outside the town, on the southeast side, and close to the Suir. It was probably the news of Carlo having fallen that decided Preston to surrender, for Ireton seems not to have been ready for an assault, though he could annoy the town with his artillery. The terms were virtually the same as those offered a month before, and on August 10, says Ireton, there marched out about 700 men, well armed, the townsmen more numerous than before, we believed, and the town better fortified in all parts, and more difficult to be attempted than our forces conceived, there being many private stores sufficient to have maintained them a long time. Duncannon, which it was now evidently useless to defend, capitulated 7 days later. Having taken a fortnight's rest after Scarifolis, Sir Charles Coote proceeded to besiege the strong fort at Charlemont, which had been in Sir Phelim O'Neill's hands since the first outbreak in 1641. As Sir Phelim had accepted the peace of 1649, it was reckoned as a royal fortress, and was the last to hold out for the king in Ulster. Venables joined Coote, and a hot fire was kept up with the guns and mortars, but it was still not till near the middle of August that a practicable breach was made. The garrison made a desperate resistance, assisted by many women, who more appeared like fighting Amazons than civilized Christians. The storming party were assailed not only with shot but with scalding slops and hot ashes, and were beaten back after 2 or 3 hours' fighting. Venables had a narrow escape, but Coote, who commanded in chief, remained a spectator, smoking of tobacco at distance. The total loss of the besiegers was not less than 500 men, but O'Neill's ammunition was running short, and only 30 men out of 140 were able to bear arms, and the rest being killed or wounded. He went out himself to confer with Coote, while Colonel Audley Mervyn, afterwards Speaker of the House of Commons, and Major King, afterwards Lord Kingston, were sent in as hostages. The garrison marched out with arms and baggage, Sir Phelim having leave to go beyond sea, and Coote undertaking to find him a vessel. Unfortunately for himself, O'Neill remained in Ireland, while Venables returned to Carrickfergus, and Coote to Londonderry. A parliamentary garrison was left in the fort which had been so dearly won. While the strong places of Leinster, Munster, and Ulster were being reduced, Ormonde was struggling to maintain the semblance of royal authority beyond the Shannon. The Lagrea conferences had led to no good result, and the bishops assembled on their own account at Jamestown in Leitrim on August 6. They announced their intentions to Ormonde through the archbishops of Dublin and Tuam, who reminded him of what he knew only too well, that there was no army and no money, and that the enemy were actually drawing large contributions from Irish and Catholics whose country was in their hands, so that we are in a fair way for losing our sacred religion, the king's authority, and Ireland. They invited the Lord Lieutenant to send a representative to Jamestown, but he answered with perfect truth that this would be useless after what had already happened. Ancient and late experience, he said, hath made evident what power those of your function have had to draw the people of this nation to what they thought fit. Yet they had been unable or unwilling to give him possession of Limerick, without which successful military operations east of the Shannon were quite impossible. But he wished the Jamestown Assembly all success, especially if the object of the prelates was, as they themselves admitted, to clear their own consciences. He had endeavoured to show that the spring of our past losses and approaching ruin arises from disobedience, and it will not be hard to show that the spring of these disobediences arises from the forgeries invented, the calumnies spread against government, and the incitements of the people to rebellion by very many of the clergy. The Jamestown congregation met as announced, and after 3 or 4 days' deliberation they dispatched Bishop Darcy of Dromore and Charles Kelly, Dean of Tuam, to Ormonde with full powers to explain their views. They had observed with grief and admiration that he threw some of the blame upon them, showed to their own satisfaction that they were not in fault, and left it to their emissaries to declare what they believed to be the only possible means of preserving the country. Ormonde prudently required the plenipotentiaries to put their messages upon paper, and the result was a peremptory notice to him to quit Ireland forthwith. The writers plainly said that he was of no use there, but that his great position and experience might avail something if he was by the king's side. In the meantime he was to leave the viceregal authority in the hands of someone trustee to the nation, and such as the affection and confidence of the people will follow. On the day before this message was delivered, the assembled prelates had actually excommunicated all who adhered to the Lord Lieutenant, so that there was little sincerity in sending the Bishop of Dromore and his colleagues at all. The excommunication, with the declaration prefixed, though dated August 12, was withheld from publication until September 15, so that Ormonde's answer might be first received. The commissioners of trust persuaded him to summon the bishops to another conference at Lagrea on August 26, and he went there himself, but they only sent the bishops of Cork and Clonfert, with no instructions except to demand an answer to their order for his leaving the kingdom. In giving this, Ormonde pointed out that he had returned to Ireland from a sense of duty, that he had been prepared in April last to make room for a Roman Catholic viceroy, but that many of the prelates themselves had then begged him to stay, and that he waited now because the king's position in Scotland was hopeful and orders might come which he would be sorry should arrive in his absence. We plainly observe, he added, that though the division is great in the nation under our government, yet it will be greater upon our removal, for which in a free conference we should have given such pregnant evidence as we hold not fit to this way to declare. The best chance of prevailing upon Charles to send supplies was to be able to tell him how obedient and dutiful the people were. A majority of the commissioners of trust, all Roman Catholics, wrote in much the same strain, urging that disloyalty on the part of the clergy would reflect upon the nation at large and could only result in general ruin. On August 16, 4 days after the decree of excommunication was passed at Jamestown, an event happened in Scotland which was alone sufficient to destroy all Ormonde's plans. It is less famous and was less important than the Glamorgan Treaty, but it shows that Charles was his father's son, and even contrived to better the instruction. At Dunfermline, on August 16, he was induced to sign a declaration in which he professed himself deeply humbled and afflicted in spirit before God for his father's sin in opposing the covenant, and for the idolatry of his mother, the toleration whereof in the king's house, as it was matter of great stumbling to all the Protestant churches, so could it not but be a high provocation against him who is a jealous God, visiting the sins of the father upon the children. He further declared his conscientious conviction of the exceeding great sinfulness and unlawfulness of that treaty and peace made with the bloody Irish rebels, who treacherously shed the blood of so many of his faithful and loyal subjects in Ireland. For the future he would prefer affliction to sin, and employ no one who had not taken the covenant, and he recalled all commissions given to any such persons. The baseness of this declaration can hardly be matched in our history, but George IV tried to emulate it when he authorized Mr. Fox to inform the House of Commons that he was not married to Mrs. Fitzherbert. Clarendon can only say that Charles was absolutely forced to consent, and other apologists take the same line, but Carte, with all his royalism, was not deceived by sophistry of this kind. He makes every allowance for Charles's youth and difficulties, but with the scathing reflection that if a man once gets over his natural magnanimity, he is afterwards fit for anything, and having done one mean thing is capable of doing 10,000. The articles of the peace had been brought by Lord Byron to the Hague early in March 1649, and Charles had written twice to confirm them, declaring himself extremely well satisfied. These letters were found by Carte among Ormonde's papers, as well as the latter's acknowledgment, so that their delivery is not doubtful. Charles did not deny the facts, and he sought for the means of neutralizing them as much as possible. The emissary chosen was Dr. John King, Dean of Tuam, who had taken refuge in Scotland, and we have his own account of the interview where he received his instructions. The Scots, said Charles, have dealt very ill with me, very ill. I understand you are willing to go into Ireland. My Lord of Ormonde is a person that I depend upon more than anyone living. I much fear that I have been forced to do some things which may much prejudice him. You have heard how a declaration was extorted from me, and how I should have been dealt withal if I had not signed it. Yet what concerns Ireland is no ways binding, for I can do nothing in the affairs of that kingdom without the advice of my council there. Nor hath that kingdom any dependence upon this, so that what I have done is nothing. It is only fair to say that after Dunbar had been fought, he took the opportunity of another trusty messenger to express his gratitude, begging Ormonde not to run any unavoidable personal risk, but to leave Ireland whenever he pleased. He had already advised him that Scotland was not safe, and that he should seek France or Holland. It took Dr. King about 2 months to get to Ormonde, and he at once undertook, through much hazard, to take the answer back to Scotland. The Dunfermline declaration was already known in Ireland through other channels, and Ormonde at first thought the report was a fabrication circulated by the Scots politicians for their own purposes, but the Dean of Tuam brought a printed copy with him, and there was no longer room for doubt. This was on October 13, and Ormonde at once summoned the Commissioners of Trust to meet him at Ennis on the 23rd, and by their advice convened an assembly to sit at Longria on November 15. To the commissioners he explained in writing that the Dunfermline declaration had been by some undue means obtained from His Majesty upon one-sided assertions of the peace being unlawful and without hearing the other parties. For himself he was determined by every means in his power to maintain the validity of the peace as binding the king and all his subjects until the authorized representatives of the Irish nation should have free and safe access unto His Majesty, provided always that the Jamestown Declaration forbidding obedience to him as Lord Lieutenant should be revoked, and that the bishops should acknowledge that they had invaded His Majesty's prerogative, and that he and the necessary forces under his command should be freely admitted into all garrisons. The Commissioners of Trust accepted the excuses made for Charles, whose declaration they had read with inexpressible grief, and for themselves agreed to the Lord Lieutenant's provisos. In order to prepare matters for the assembly of the nation, they asked and obtained leave to go to Galway and to confer with the standing committee of bishops there. 6 bishops met the commissioners accordingly, among them being Darcy of Dromore, French of Ferns, who was Ormonde's bitter enemy, and Lynch of Clonfert, who had protested even against the short delay interposed between the decree of excommunication and his publication. Bellings and his colleagues suggested that the peace and the maintenance of the royal authority were the only means of preserving union, and to this end they asked that the excommunication and declaration should be withdrawn with a promise not to renew them. It was understood by both parties that Clanricarde was Ormonde's only possible successor, but the bishops could and did not argue irresistibly that Charles had withdrawn his own authority and thrown away the nation from his protection as rebels. With less wisdom they declared in the baldest way that it was a scandal to have a Protestant governor over Catholics, and that in the abortive agreement between the Pope and Henrietta Maria this had been provided against. They positively refused to annul the excommunication or to promise not to renew it, and they reiterated the complaints of bad administration already so often made against Ormonde. In conclusion, they agreed that Clanricarde should govern with the consent of all parties and with the king's authority from the Lord Lieutenant, which he conceives is in him until a free and lawful assembly should otherwise order. If such a body decided to treat with the enemy, the Church would acquiesce, though she would be the heaviest loser. But they conjured the Catholics of Ireland to imitate the Maccabees, whose fears were greater for the temple than for their nearest and dearest kinsfolk. The result of this preliminary conference was not very hopeful, but the compromise was accepted by Darcy, who 2 months before had been authorized to demand that Ormonde should put the viceregal authority into commission, the commissioners being all Roman Catholics nominated by the bishops. This he had, of course, refused to do, and Clanricarde was the only alternative. The assembly began to meet at Longria on November 15, but did not constitute themselves until the 25th, when Sir Richard Blake was elected chairman. The lay element from the first asserted itself, and some bishops who in purely ecclesiastical manifestos considered themselves bound by the majority showed a certain amount of independence. On December 7, an agreement was rather unexpectedly arrived at, and probably this was hastened by the fact that Ormonde was on shipboard and might leave Ireland without delegating his authority. First, the prelates were induced to say that they had no intention at Jamestown of usurping the royal authority, and no aim but the preservation of the Catholic religion and people. The assembled lords, spiritual and temporal and gentry, then declared their conviction that the royal authority was the best bond of union, and that no body of men in Ireland had any power to impair it. It is to be observed, and no doubt Ormonde did observe, that the deposing power of the Pope is not referred to. They then besought the Lord Lieutenant to leave his authority in some person faithful to His Majesty and acceptable to the nation, to whom they promised ready obedience. And they fully acknowledged that the retiring viceroy had risked person and property for the royal cause, and that even when unsuccessful he had faithful intentions and hearty affections to advance His Majesty's interests and service. This manifesto reached Ormonde at Glenignac in Clare, where he had put in before taking his final departure. He wrote to say that he was not fully satisfied, but that he had sent a commission as deputy to Clanricarde, and he left it to him to give further explanations and to accept or reject the charge according to their tenor. This was his last act in Ireland until after the Restoration, and having refused Ireton's offer of a pass, he sailed on December 11 in a very fast vessel of 24 tons and 4 guns, which the Duke of York had provided for him in Jersey. He was accompanied by Inchiquin, Bellings, Daniel O'Neill, and many officers, and it was 3 weeks before they reached land at Paris Kirk in Brittany, 40 men in a boat of 24 tons in the open Atlantic, and in midwinter must have endured very great hardships. Ormonde made his way to Caen, where his wife and children were, and from thence to Paris. A second ship with Sir George Lane and others reached France, and a third with servants and baggage was lost at sea. The distinguished exiles were from the first in the direct distress. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34, Part 1 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clanricarde and Ireton, 1651. When Ludlow landed in Ireland a few weeks after Ormonde left, one of his first acts was to sign a proclamation prohibiting the slaughter of calves and lambs. The waste of the war had been so great that there was a danger of depleting the country of its stock. Starvation was imminent everywhere, and to this the plague was added, which first appeared in Galway and was supposed to be imported from Spain. The aphorismical discovery relates with something like glee that the first house visited was that of Sir Richard Blake, which had been cursed by Rinuccini, and that the contagion flowed thence as from a channel the divine vengeance of high power unto the respective provinces of Ireland, except Ulster, as not guilty of either censure, curse, or ejection of my Lord Nuncio. Ludlow says simply that it reached most parts, and Bishop O'Brien of Emly that it was in every corner. It was very bad in the south, Kilkenny, Waterford, and Limerick being severely scourged. Bishop Comerford of Waterford estimates the deaths in his own diocese at 5,000, and many priests were taken. Our sins, he adds, have provoked this scourge. At first the English soldiers were nearly exempt, but suffered equally afterwards, as a punishment, Ireton thought, for trusting in the carnal arm and not giving God the glory. The bishops and the clerical politicians generally do not show to advantage in their disputes, which Ormonde and the narrative of a poor friar is much better worth reading. Having visited in disguise Kilkenny, Ross, and many other places, he came to Waterford, where many were dying of the plague. Here have I been, he says, these 6 weeks ministering indifferently to poor and rich, and here I intend to stay until plague or gallows ends my life. I had no confessor until God sent an English priest to this city, who, coming lately out of Spain into England, was pressed for military service by the parliamentarians, who did not know he was a priest, and sent with others to Ireland, where he escaped and is now in hiding here. I go freely about the city as gardener of its chief heretic, and even work at carrying burdens with the porters. I am indifferent whether God continues thus to hide me or not, but if I can get away unrecognized, I will go to Dungarvan and Youghal, and so round Ireland until he pleases to take me to himself. Our Father Gregory is within 15 or 20 miles, but being known and unwieldy, he cannot come to me, nor can I go to him, on account of the scarcity of priests in these parts, all the native clergy being driven out. Ireton was Lord Deputy and commanded the army, but the Council of State found it necessary to give him help in the civil government. After some discussion, Edmund Ludlow, Miles Corbett, John Jones, and John Weaver were appointed to settle the affairs of Ireland, with the advice and approbation of General Cromwell, Lord Lieutenant thereof, and Henry Ireton, Esquire, his deputy, or either of them. Of these commissioners, the first three were regicides, while Weaver had been appointed one of the late king's judges, but had never acted. Ludlow was also general of the cavalry, and his friends suggested that Cromwell only wished to get him out of the way. But I, he says himself, could not think myself so considerable, and therefore could not concur with them in that opinion. He was not anxious to go, but Cromwell declared that he was the fittest man, and that private affairs must yield to those of the public. The commissioners were instructed to advance religion and to suppress idolatry, popery, superstition, and profaneness, executing the statutes against recusants, and taking care that papists should have no public employment, nor be allowed to practice as counsellors at law, attorneys, or solicitors, nor to keep schools for the training up of youth. They were to study the revenue and reduce expenses as soon as the progress of the war allowed, and to take especial pains as to the administration of justice. Ludlow and his colleagues were all at Waterford before the end of January, and Lady Ireton, who travelled with them, joined her husband there. After the surrender of Waterford, Galway, Limerick, and Athlone were the only walled towns still held by the Irish, and the next work awaiting Ireton was to find a passage over the Shannon. Vast quantities of cattle, some stolen, had been driven into the Wicklow Mountains, which were diligently searched by Ireton's parties. In Glen Imel, where the Royal Artillery now practised, a great herd was captured, and part of it was handed over to Sir Hardress Waller, who was detached at the beginning of September to summon Limerick and to blockade it as far as that could be done from the left bank of the Shannon. By his defence of Clonmel, Hugh O'Neill had earned the respect of his foes, and civilities passed between him and Waller, but he declared his resolution to maintain the city to the death for the use of his Majesty King Charles. The citizens were well disposed to resistance, but the unfortunate governor had no soldiers, and the corporation would admit none. He himself was not excommunication-proof, to use Preston's phrase, and he thought it best to keep quiet until circumstances changed. His personal safety even was doubtful, and he begged Ormonde's pardon for not going to bid him farewell, since he gloried in nothing more than to be esteemed a faithful observer of monarchical government. If Ireton had been a great commander, he would not have divided his army, and probably he could have taken Limerick by pressing it resolutely when no preparations had been made for resistance, and while dissensions were rife within the walls. Instead of this, he went to Athlone, where the garrison abandoned the town on the Leinster side. Sir Charles Coote established a camp among the half-burned houses, and Ireton occupied himself in reducing scattered garrisons, which may safely have been neglected. The most important was Birr, which was deserted by its garrison on the approach of the army, and occupied on September 28. Roscree, Thurles, Cashel, and Thomastown near Tipperary were visited, and on October 4, Ireton encamped near the old Desmond stronghold at Loch Gur, whence he approached Limerick on the western side. He asked for a passage through the city, which he would then protect, but of course this was refused, and on October 9 the deputy went to see what could be done about making a bridge at Castle Connell. Axtell left Kilkenny with 800 men on October 6 and marched towards Athlone, from which Coote had withdrawn northwards. While he was on his way, Clanricarde crossed the Shannon with over 3,000 men, took Furbain, and besieged Kilcoggan in King's County. In the face of a superior force, Axtell was unable to cross the Brosna and drew back to Roscrea. The Irish then summoned Birr, taking Streamstown and 2 other castles near it, but retired again before a fresh advance of Axtell, whose force was trebled in a few days by the arrival of contingents from Tipperary and Wexford. On October 25, the Parliamentarians advanced to the Shannon, where they found the enemy strongly posted in the island or peninsula of Meelick, near Banagher, which was then accessible only by one passage flanked with bogs and defended by 3 separate entrenchments. one behind the other. The two first were carried pretty easily, but at the third it came to a hand-to-hand fight. Axtel's men burst into the island, and the slaughter was very great, 500 being driven into the river and drowned in one body. Out of at least 3,000 men, only 300 escaped by swimming across. Clanricarde, who thought that there was no danger, was away, but his wagon and tent fell into the victors' hands. The lately captured castles were abandoned, and Axtel returned to Kilkenny, having sent a part of his force to help Ireton in besieging Greenock. The latter place surrendered on October 30, its garrison of 108 men marching out without arms, and the army soon afterwards went into winter quarters at Kilkenny. Charles IV, Duke of Lorraine, who, according to Voltaire, spent his life in losing his dominions, had been a lover of the open-hearted Duchess of Chevreuse, for whose sake his state was made the focus of intrigue against Richelieu. Louis XIII, when dying, ordered this mischievous lady to be kept out of France, and Mazarin afterwards noted how disaster had dogged her footsteps in Lorraine and everywhere else. Her sojourn in England preceded the rebellion there. Her voyage to Madrid was followed by the loss of Portugal and Catalonia, and her stay at Brussels coincided with the progress of French arms at the expense of Spain. Acknowledging the suzerainty of the emperor and repudiating that of the French king, the Duke of Lorraine had visions of an eighth electorate and of a commanding military position like that of Wallenstein. He lost his duchy, he did not gain his electorate, and the mercenaries whom he gathered from all sides and supported by plunder or by forced contributions were used by the emperor or the king of Spain with very little regard for the permanent interest of their leader, who, however, made money by the business-like and Italian condottieri of the 15th century. At the beginning of 1646 he gave a commission to Colonel Thomas Plunkett to raise an Irish regiment for service in Flanders, and sought the assistance of Ormonde in so doing. Plunkett brought letters to the Confederate Catholics, also with money enough for recruiting purposes, and with a gift of 4 field pieces, 30 barrels of powder, and some pikes and muskets. Through the Spanish ambassador in London he had also obtained a safe conduct for himself and a passage for his men through the places held for the Parliament, and he was allowed to carry some of his levies to Flanders. As the parliamentarians had command of the sea, it was easy for Ormonde to say that he countenanced nothing against the French court, and that there was little chance of Irish recruits being obtainable for the service of Louis XIV. At the beginning of 1646 the Duke proposed to send 10,000 men into England to help Charles I, but the plan was frustrated, if it was ever meant seriously, by the unwillingness of France and Holland to allow the embarkation in their respective territories. Interference in England would have had sentimental motives mainly, but Charles had other reasons for looking to Ireland. He was a bigamist, having children by a second wife during the lifetime of the first, and he was not of a rank to imitate Henry VIII. His object was to dissolve the first union and to legitimate the second, and assistance given to the Irish Catholics might gain him favour at Rome. The Irish officers in his service would naturally push him in the same direction, and the Irish clergy assembled at Clonmacnoise in December 1649, deputed Nicholas French, Bishop of Ferns, and William Burke, provincial of the Dominicans, to ask the Duke's help. French carried a secret commission signed by some bishops and others under their control, and without any regard to the viceroy. The strength of England had not yet been exerted, and the clergy fancied that Ireland could break off with some foreign help. Many regretted that they had not supported Rinogini better. Patrick Rochefort, recorder of Wexford, a partisan of the nuncio, went to Jersey about the same time to open communications with Charles II, but he had no authority from anyone holding power in Ireland. His main object seems to have been to intrigue for Ormonde's removal from the Irish government. The Duke of Lorraine's first idea was to deal with Ormonde as the King of England's unquestioned representative, and he sent over Colonel Oliver Sinnott, nominally to recruit soldiers in Ireland, as of old under Ormonde's authority, but also with letters relating to the more important negotiations. Rochefort, following Charles de Breda, and proposed to give Duncannon Fort to the Duke of Lorraine as security for an advance of £24,000. This negotiation was carried pretty far, but nothing actually came of it, and Duncannon was in Ireton's hands in the following August. Rochefort and Senate reached Ireland in May, declaring that they had thrown overboard their most secret and important dispatches for fear of their capture by a pursuing frigate. There seemed probability enough in their story to induce Ormonde to treat with them, and he gave a commission to Lord Taaffe, Lord Athelney, and George Geoffrey Brown to negotiate on his behalf. Galway was now the object instead of Duncannon, but there was mutual distrust between Ormonde and Senate, and they came to no agreement. While Senate's business hung fire, Ormonde sent Lord Taaffe to the king, and he sailed from Galway Bay on the last day of June, after the arrival of Charles in Scotland. The Duke of York, who was the next best authority, gave him a letter of credence to the Duke of Lorraine. At Brussels, Taaffe, whom Carte rightly calls a bold and forward undertaker, went first to Paris, which he found hard to leave, as Rinuccini had done before him, and as so many others have done since. Mazarin was much more anxious to keep on good terms with the Parliament than to promote an Irish crusade. Moreover, his enemy, de Retz, was, by Hyde's account, the best friend of Charles and in France, and he certainly gave him sound advice when he said that the profession of Catholicism, however desirable for his soul's good, would prevent him from regaining his kingdom. De Retz had befriended the Queen when he found her at the Louvre a few days before her husband's death, without funds or credit, and obliged to keep the future Duchess of Orleans in bed for lack of a fire. The coadjutor attributes this destitution to Mazarin, and exaggerated his own services, but it appears from later researches that the Queen's or Germaine's extravagance had much to do with it. The Duke of Lorraine had hesitated about embarking on an Irish adventure without knowing the King of England's views, but it was thought impossible to send a Catholic emissary to Scotland, and Henrietta Maria wrote twice to that effect, advising the Duke to place the fullest confidence in Taaffe. Later on she had not so good an opinion of him, for without consulting her he tried to negotiate a betrothal between the Duke of York and the Duke of Lorraine's infant daughter. After lingering 6 weeks in the French capital, Taaffe did not reach Brussels till the end of November, nearly 5 months after his departure from Ireland. Want of means may have been one cause of delay, for he says, "I was like to starve at Paris, though every person saluted me with votre très humble serviteur jusqu'à la mort." It became clear to him that nothing could be expected either from France or Spain, but there was some chance from Lorraine. Ormonde left Ireland in December 1650, and was destined not to return until 1662. Meanwhile, the Duke of Lorraine sent Stephen de Hennin, Abbot of St. Catherine's, a person much in his confidence, to Ireland with letters addressed generally to the men in authority there. Shortly afterwards he wrote to the Pope, claiming to be the Church's champion, and asking for Innocent's blessing and prayers. De Hennin was accompanied by George Dillon, a Franciscan who was Taaffe's uncle, and who brought £5,000 as an earnest of what might be expected from Lorraine. They landed at Galway on February 26, when Bishop French, who hated Ormonde above all created beings, had sailed for France with a private commission from some of the clergy. He stayed some time at Paris, went on to Brussels about the end of April, and speedily gained the Duke of Lorraine's ear. Madame de Chevreuse and the Duchess of Orleans gave what help they could, and de Hennin found the viceregal authority in Clanricarde's hands, and being, in Clarendon's words, a wise man and of phlegm enough, he refused to treat with anyone else. 4 of the commissioners of trust, of whom 2 had already been employed by Ormonde, summoned Clanricarde from Banagher, and he gave the Lorraine envoy a public audience at Tirelin. De Hennin handed him the Duke's letter, and Dillon, the 2 last, from Taaffe to Ormonde. Dillon, who had had opportunities of knowing the Lorrainers' plans, was called upon to submit proposals, and they were not such as Clanricarde could possibly agree to. It was suggested that the protectorate of Ireland should be handed over to the Duke, his heirs and successors, that Limerick and Galway should be given in pawn for his outlay, that he should be invited to come over in person, and that in the meantime Lord Taff should have as ample commission to treat and conclude with his Highness as his Highness's ambassador hath to this kingdom. Many of the commissioners of trust and several bishops had come to Galway on hearing of the stranger's arrival, and they drew up fresh proposals, less bold in form, but equally destructive of the vice-regal authority. In the long negotiations that followed, Clanricarde showed a good deal of diplomatic skill, had no difficulty in proving that neither the king alone nor any popular assembly without him could convey away Ireland as an estate of inheritance. In the end, Lord Deputy covenanted with de Hennan that the Duke of Lorraine should give £20,000, including what Dillon had already brought this on the security of Limerick and Galway, and of the whole nation collaterally, but without binding any man's separate estate. The Duke was to have the appointment of a commandant in each cautionary town, provided, nevertheless, that in case of pressing necessity for the public service of the kingdom, the Lord Deputy may make use of his power as hitherto accustomed. Ormonde and the rest of the exiled family's chief advisers, with Ide at the head of them, had little hope from the Duke of Lorraine, whom they considered fond of money, very cunning, and very much inclined to have his pound of flesh. Nicholas saw very clearly that Taff was no match for him, and that he was liar enough to deceive the Earl of Norwich, or any man living. The object was to make a diversion in Ireland, and to so give the king some chance in his Scotch venture. The Duke of Lorraine did actually give £20,000 for Ireland, but this was not enough seriously to affect the desperate situation there. If anything, the expectation of these shadowy succours had the effect of preventing the Irish from exerting themselves. Bad bargains were made in buying arms. There was a good deal of waste, and the discount on bills of exchange was so heavy that the sheer money, to quote Bellings, came far short of the first mouthful. Dean King reported that the £20,000 was thus reduced by £6,000. Rumours that more was coming were sedulously propagated, and great things were expected as far off as Madrid, and the farce was continued during the whole of 1651. This reliance upon a broken reed probably weakened the efforts of the Irish. The Duke proposed to send a small army, but neither Spain, France, nor Holland would allow it passage, and it was arms and money that were wanted, for of men there were already plenty in Ireland. It seems probable that the Duke had no intention of doing anything, and that his real object was to further his matrimonial suits at Rome. To that end he might be willing to outwit the Irish clergy as well as the Protestant royalists and the non-clerical deputy. In addressing the Pope, he took his stand upon a decree of the Lateran Council under Innocent III, where legates from England and all other states were present, which gave the pontiff power to appoint a protector if any state fell into heresy. Innocent X, however, was cautious, thought the Irish nation should be consulted, and that some more powerful prince might undertake the work. Bishop French told Taft and his colleagues that they derived their authority from the withered and accursed hand of one for several causes excommunicated a jure et homine, and at Rome accounted a great contemner of the authority and dignity of churchmen, and persecutor of my Lord Nuncio and some bishops and other churchmen, who never joined the Confederate Catholics until he found the opportunity of bearing down the Pope's Nuncio, comrade in arms with Lord Inchiquin, who not long before dyed his hands in the blood of priests and innocent souls in the church or rock of St. Patrick in Cashel. He urged the agents to ignore Clanricarde's commission and to go on cheerfully in the contract with this most Catholic prince. Taking advantage of Taft's absence from Brussels, Plunkett and Brown did accordingly make an agreement with the Duke of Lorraine without mentioning the Lord Deputy, and in the name of the kingdom and people of Ireland. There was an Irish agent at Paris named Tyrrell who intrigued with Madame de Chevreuse and the Duchess of Orleans, but even before the Battle of Worcester, Ormonde saw that the Duke would do nothing serious. He must, he wrote, sit down with the loss of £20,000, and they, the Irish, with the state of perfect slavery, the frequent lot of such as affect a moderate power upon weak foundations. The remaining consolation is that, if the king recover England, Ireland will soon follow, without which, if he had it again, so peopled as it was, it would be lost. The agreement was signed on July 2, but was not transmitted to Clanricarde until September, after the news of Worcester had reached Brussels. Taaffe, who had hitherto been so sanguine, now thought that the Duke of Lorraine would be unable to do anything, and indeed he had probably no further object but to gain credit at Rome by a show of strong clerical leanings. His proposals, Taaffe wrote, discovered more of self-interest than affection to his Majesty. As far as the agreement could do it, he was constituted the true royal protector of Ireland, and this to pass to his heirs and successors. The army and militia, present and future, were placed absolutely in his hands, with power in his absence to appoint a substitute professing Catholic religion, excluding all other whosoever. All heretics were to be expelled from Ireland. When these points had been granted, certain provisos making a show of preserving the royal authority were hardly worth the paper in which they were written. Ormonde, who might easily have been communicated with, never heard of the agreement until a copy was sent back by Clanricarde from Ireland. At the time of its dispatch, Limerick was closely besieged and within a few days of surrender, but the corporation of Galway received a direct letter from the Duke of Lorraine, in which he held out hope of further supplies, and claimed their help in carrying out the agreement made with Plunkett and Brown. Some powder was sent towards the end of 1651, but it was the basest ever seen, not worth 2 shillings a barrel. Yet the Irish were afraid to complain for fear of offending the Duke. In 1652, a very small further supply was sent to Innis-Boffin. They sent a favourable answer by special messenger, addressing the Duke as Royal Protector of Ireland, and when the Lord Deputy remonstrated, they practically refused to make any excuse. He reported fully to the Queen and to Ormonde, and he could do no more. The latter at least fully understood the matter. The object of the Irish clergy, he said, was to call in a Roman Catholic protector, from which office to absolute sovereignty the way is straight and easy, and they were so intent upon this that they allowed the country to fall into the power of the English rebels. Clanricarde plainly told the Duke of Lorraine that he had been duped by the counterfeit shrew of a private instrument, fraudulently procured and signed by some inconsiderable factious persons. He laid the chief blame on French as the violent and malicious enemy of royal authority in Ireland, and a fatal instrument in contriving and fomenting all those diversions and divisions that have rent asunder the kingdom. He bade Bishop Darcy of Dromore and the Archbishop of Tuam, who must have known all about it, to observe the efficacy of that prelate's powerful spirit in persuading and prevailing with the commissioner to break and betray their trust. Letters took a long time in transit, but in February 1652 Charles II wrote to Clanricarde, entirely approving of his conduct, expressing full confidence in him and allowing him to leave Ireland whenever he thought fit. This did not reach the Lord Deputy until August, and in the meantime all negotiations with the Duke of Lorraine had been broken off. De Hennon, says Clarendon, returned in the same ship that brought him, and gave the Duke such an account of his voyage and people that put an end to that negotiation which had been entered into and prosecuted with less wariness, circumspection, and good husbandry than that prince was accustomed to use. While still professing his anxiety to help the Irish Catholics, the Duke declined to have anything more to say to the commissioners, whose factiousness had spoiled all. Charles II had reminded him that Clanricarde was as zealous for the Catholic religion as anyone in Ireland, and that he knew the affections and interests of that people as well as any whatsoever others pretend. Of his dislike to Clanricarde he made no secret, calling him a traitor and base fellow whom he would do his best to injure if he came within reach, and when the Marchioness reached the Continent he regretted that her sex prevented him from satisfying his feelings of revenge. The remnant of the Irish in Innis-Boffin continued to hold the island for the Duke of Lorraine, and to hope against hope for his arrival until late in the year 1652. When the news of Worcester reached Ormonde, he knew that all was over for a very long time. A Scottish army in England under Charles in person, a still unsubdued Scotland behind that, and that at the same time enough resistance in Ireland to occupy a large parliamentary force, all these made a combination very unlikely to recur. The only chance, and that a remote one, was that the parties into which England was divided might fall out among themselves, and so the king come by his own. This he wrote to Clanricarde, who may never have got the letter. I take to be a remote, lazy speculation, and very near lying in the dirt and crying God help. God often blesses very improbable endeavours, but I find not where he promises or where he has given success to flat idleness, unless contempt or misery, which are the proper fruits of it, may be so called. He thought the only thing to do was to seek foreign help, and that the best chance was to try to make the Pope a mediator. Attempts to get money from Rome for the Irish war had already failed, but it was proposed to send Taft there a little later. The Pope would do nothing unless Charles would satisfy him that he had joined the Roman communion, and to let this be known would have alienated England irretrievably. When in due time the Treaty of Dover was signed, Ormonde was kept in the dark. Bishop French, who had reviled Taft for not signing the agreement with the Duke of Lorraine, did not return to Ireland, but he attacked Ormonde long after the Restoration for preferring Cromwell's protectorate to that of a distinguished Catholic prince. It was perhaps impossible for an Irish ultramontane to understand the position of an English royalist, but it is easy to see now that Ormonde and Clanricarde were essentially in the right. Neither they nor their master could help the usurpation, but they would have destroyed their chances altogether in placing the sovereignty of Ireland in the hands of a foreign adventurer who could not call a single seaport his own. 2 years later the Spaniards seized his person, and the French annexed his army. The parliamentary commissioners knew that the Irish in Connaught had received arms and money from the Duke of Lorraine, and that they had great hopes from de Hennen's mission, but Ludlow and the rest saw clearly that the subjugation of Ireland was only a matter of time. They did not advise any immediate reduction in the army, but a large part of the country was now contributing to its support, and they saw their way to diminishing the parliamentary grant for Ireland from £33,000 to £20,000 a month. They hoped that the area still to be occupied would on these terms be much narrowed by Michaelmas. Provisions and clothes were scarce, yet your poor naked soldiers, upon all commands, do go out most cheerfully, and they were seldom idle. The Irish were making great efforts to form a strong force out of the remnants of O'Neill's and Preston's armies in Westmeath, Cavan, and Longford. To prevent this coming to a head, Hewson left Trencrogan on March 14, marching by Tyrrell's Pass to Kilbride, which made some resistance, and through Mullingar to Donore, where Reynolds had stormed the castle with much corn and other plunder in it. The two officers here joined their forces to garrison and repaired Lord Netterville's castle at Ballamore, which had been partly dismantled by the Irish. Ballinalack, which commanded a passage into Longford, was taken without much trouble, but a strong stand was made between Louth's Canal and Sheelan, where Lord Westmeath had left a garrison in his castle of Fenia. He himself had retired with all portable property to a stronghold at Termonbury in Roscommon. Colonel Alexander MacDonald, Antrim's brother, and Philip MacHugh O'Reilly held the neighbouring village of Toker, where there was another castle. But there was little discipline, and whisky was easily obtainable, so that Hewson had an easy victory. O'Reilly, who had kept his own head clear, could do nothing, and was fain to gallop away, Sir Theophilus Jones being sent in pursuit of the demoralized crowd. Many were killed and about 400 prisoners taken, including the colonel, lieutenant colonel, and major, all MacDonald's, 12 captains and 28 subalterns. According to the Irish account, those who did not die in Dublin were transported to St. Christopher as slaves. The garrison of Fenia then surrendered on fair terms, the men marching away under safe conduct without arms, and Longford and Cavan were at the mercy of the Parliament. Many still remained in arms under Lord Westmeath's nominal orders, but they were little better than brigands, plundering the poor, and even depriving the fugitive friars of such cattle as they had preserved for their sustenance. End of chapter 34, part 1. Chapter 34, Part II of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2 by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clanricarde and Ireton, 1651. Leinster and Ulster being now pretty safe, Coote was directed to cross the Erne near its mouth and to turn the line of the Shannon. Reynolds was sent with a regiment of horse to help him, and there was no force in Connaught able to repel the invasion. Coote and Reynolds were at Athenry before the end of May, while Ireton himself advanced to the Shannon opposite Killaloe, and Hewson to Athlone. Castlehaven was at Killaloe with what were called 10 regiments, but nothing answerable in numbers, and there he received a long letter from Ireton setting forth the justice of the parliamentary cause, speaking slightingly of the king, and inviting him to retire to England, where he would be well received. He would thus save his property and be spared a hopeless struggle in company worthy of him. Peter Walsh was with Castlehaven, and by his advice Ireton's offers were spurned, after which all intercourse ceased between the two generals. Preparations for crossing at Killaloe, where the bridge was broken down, were openly made, and more quietly at O'Brien's Bridge, where there had been no bridge for generations. A few men were sent over in a boat at daybreak, and seized an old house on the Clare side, under cover of which, and of field guns on the Tipperary shore, 500 men were ferried over in 1 hour. The Irish were seized with panic and deserted their entrenchments, while Colonel Inglesby, with 300 horse, crossed the river unopposed at Castle Connell. Castlehaven came too late to rally the fugitives, and in his absence Colonel Fennel deserted his post at Killaloe and fled to Limerick. Ireton then crossed himself without trouble, while Castlehaven, whose force had dwindled to 300 horse, lost his plate and other property, and went northwards in hopes of joining Clanricarde and intercepting Coote and Reynolds, who had left Londonderry together on May 5, and who for the first time dragged 2 pieces into Donegal over Barnesmore Gap, till then thought impassable for the lightest carriages. When they drew near the Curlew Mountains, where Sir Conyers Clifford was overthrown in the Elizabethan days, their scouts reported that Clanricarde had occupied the passes, whereupon they turned westward and got by strange and unexpected ways undiscovered into the county of Mayo, near Ballaghaderreen, leaving Clanricarde 2 days' march in their rear. They were at Athenry on May 31, and outside Logria on June 2, where they lost no time, but pushed on towards Portumna without fighting. Clanricarde and Castlehaven were together at Longria, but too weak to do anything. They warned all the population to fly with their property, and retired beyond the Galway River, taking refuge in the town when Coote appeared on its eastern side. As soon as he heard of Coote's approach, Ireton sent 1,000 cavalry and dragoons to meet him, with whom Ludlow, who volunteered his services, started northwards through a desolate country. One craigh, or encampment of half a dozen families with their cattle, was sighted, and the soldiers would have killed these poor people as enemies had not Ludlow interfered. I took a share with them, he says, of a pot of sour milk, which seemed to me the most pleasant liquor that ever I drank. Having marched 40 miles in about 24 hours, Ludlow left the bulk of his men comfortably encamped, and hurried on with 60 troopers to Portumna, which, having repulsed one attack, surrendered next morning. Coote being safe, Reynolds joined Ludlow with 500 horse, and they pursued Clanricarde as far as Ballinasloe, which surrendered and was garrisoned. Reynolds then returned to Portumna, and Ludlow marched through Clare to Limerick. At Gort he found that Sir Dermot O'Shaughnessy had gone to Galway, leaving his tenants with some soldiers under an English lieutenant named Folliot to hold the castle. A countryman employed by Ludlow deserted and told the garrison that he had no artillery or other equipage for a siege, but faggots or fascines were made, and each soldier carried one to use as a shield first, and afterwards to fill up the ditch. Enraged by the fall of 2 comrades, the men climbed the 12-foot wall of the courtyard, helping each other to the top. Some ladders were found inside, which gave admission to more. A window was soon forced open, and the occupants of the room killed. Folliot fought desperately with a tuck in one hand and a stiletto in the other, but was soon run through the body. Faggots were piled against the gates and fired when the garrison, fearing to be burned alive, hung out a white flag and threw down their arms. Ludlow gave one of his men 20 shillings to fetch out 2 barrels of powder that were near the fire, which could not be put out, 80 men, besides many women and children, being rescued by skeins of match thrown up into the chambers. A few soldiers were put to death as defenders of an untenable post. Ludlow says he was pressed by his council of war to use this severity, but O'Shaughnessy's tenants were all dismissed unhurt to their homes, and the general went on to Ireton, driving before him 500 cattle, which his foragers had collected among the Burren hills. Ireton came before Limerick on June 3. On the Clare side of the Shannon, a large number of cattle had been collected at a place called Furbo, a little above the town, where there was a narrow pass, partly defended by an old castle. A stout resistance was made here, but Inglesby forced the passage with his cavalry and drove the Irish back to Thomond Bridge, about 150 being killed or drowned. The cattle formed a welcome addition commissariat, and Ireton marched on without further opposition. The estuary was in the hands of the Parliament, and the next few days were spent in landing cannon and mortars. The word bomb was perhaps the first applied to the mortar shells used during this siege. June 18 was set apart as a day of thanksgiving for the Lord's mercies in bringing us over the Shannon and other unexpected successes, and on the next day Ireton, having formally summoned Limerick, at once began the bombardment. A battery of 28 guns played upon the castle, defending Thomond Bridge. 2 mortars afterwards increased to 4 threw shells into the town, but the largest, carrying projectiles of 200 weight, burst, but without hurting anyone. Ludlow joined Ireton 3 days later, and found that a lodgment had already been effected on the great salmon weir above Limerick, where a castle still stands. 2 guns were brought to bear, and from one the first shot went in at a window and broke a soldier's leg. The garrison at once took to their boats, but the fire was so hot that they all rowed to shore and surrendered, some to Tothill on the Clare bank, and some to Inglesby on the Limerick bank. Ireton says Ludlow was so great a friend of justice, even where an enemy was concerned, that though Colonel Axtell was a person extraordinarily qualified, he suspended him from his employment. A court-martial had found that he killed prisoners who had been promised quarter by soldiers, though not by himself. This seems to have been in the attack on Meelick. Tothill was now charged with the same offence, and deprived of his regiment, his ensign being also cashiered. Tothill pleaded that he thought no one could grant quarter but the commanding officer, and that the Lord Deputy would be angry if he showed mercy. Ireton said the punishment was too little for the offence, and the excuses equally abominable, for the base and servile fear pretended in the latter part, as for the pride of spirit predominant in the former. He was somewhat consoled by the fact that Inglesby spared all lives on his side. On the same day that the castle on the weir was taken, the garrison of Limerick sent out a drum in answer to Ireton's summons. A truce was asked for, hostages to be given by the deputy during the time that the representatives of the besieged were in his camp. Both conditions were refused, but Ireton had no objection to treat for a capitulation, and 6 commissioners were sent out, 2 for the garrison, 2 for the citizens, and 2 for the clergy, a like number being named by the deputy. Among the former were Major General Purcell and Geoffrey Byron, one of the late Supreme Council; among the latter Ludlow, Waller, and Colonel Henry Cromwell. They met in a tent between town and camp, dined together every day, and discussed the terms in a leisurely way. But Limerick did not yet despair of relief, and the negotiations came to nothing. Meanwhile the bombardment continued, 2 bridges being thrown across the Shannon, one of wood at Castle Connell, and the other of boats or floats below the weir. O'Neill tried to reduce the number of useless mouths by driving non-combatants out of the town. On one occasion Ireton ordered that 4 of these poor wretches should be knocked on the head, but the order was wrongly given, and 40 were killed, an act much disgusted by His Excellency. The castle on Ormonde Bridge was stormed after many hand grenades had been thrown in, which, strange to say, failed to ignite some barrels of powder especially laid to blow up the assailants. An open arch under the drawbridge was filled up with rubbish and faggots, so that the captured work could be used against the town. But the garrison broke down other arches, and there appeared to be no chance of entering that way. As soon as the floating bridge was finished, Ireton fortified the Clare end of it, and transferred the bulk of his army to the County Limerick side. More than a dozen boats were laden with men, and an attempt was made to seize the upper end of King's Island, upon the lower end of which a large part of Limerick stands. But here the besiegers met with a serious reverse. 4 boats got over safely under Major Walker, who had been distinguished at O'Brien's Bridge, and 3 other officers. Finding no resistance at first, the men got out of hand and ran through the enemy's line up to a fort in the middle of the island. The garrison sallied out and drove them back to their boats and to a 5th which was just coming ashore, so that nearly all were either shot or drowned. We find missing, Ireton wrote, 86 or 87 men, besides the 4 commissioned officers aforementioned, and not more whatever may be reported. Abundant reinforcements were at hand, but before order was restored it was broad daylight, and nothing more could be done. A night attack is always risky, and Ireton acknowledges that there was mismanagement, but some of Tothill's men who had broken faith with the enemy were among those who perished, and on that account, he adds, the most justly the Lord hath rebuked us and cast reproach and confusion of face upon us. The next day was set apart as one of humiliation for the sins of the army, and on the following came the news that Coote had taken Athlone Castle. Great efforts were made to relieve Limerick. Muskerry had about 5,000 men in Kerry, with whom he intended to join Fitzpatrick, who collected what was left of the Leinster forces at Galbally, near the glen of Aherlow. Meanwhile, David Roche was active with some 3,000 men in Clare, and Ludlow was detached to look after him. Roche, who was besieging Carrigaholt, which had been but lately taken, drew off as soon as he heard that Ludlow had passed the Fergus, and Captain Lucas took the opportunity of slipping out with his men, whom he brought safe to the parliamentary camp. Roche then occupied the passage of the river at Inch Cronin, so as to prevent Ludlow from returning to Limerick, but his party were soon routed by a superior force of cavalry. Some skirmishing took place among woods and bogs, during which O'Connor, O'Brien, and Lee Manna, who commanded a regiment of horse, and was perhaps the most considerable person in Clare, was shot. The Irish were so light of foot that Ludlow could do but little execution, but Carrigaholt was burned or blown up, whether by him or by Roche does not seem quite certain. It was too remote to have much effect on military operations. Having dispersed the Clare gathering and made all safe on that side, Ludlow rejoined Ireton, and while the engineers were pushing on the siege works, accompanied him to Killaloe, where he repaired or rebuilt a bridge. The Lord Deputy rode so hard that he spoiled many horses and hazarded some of the men, but he was so diligent in the public service, and so careless of everything that belonged to himself, that he never regarded what clothes or food he used, what hour he went to rest, or what horse he mounted. As a cavalry leader, he might have done better by giving heed to Francesco Sforza, one of whose 3 leading principles was never to ride a horse that stumbled or cast its shoes. Lord Broghill thought his services had been insufficiently acknowledged, and when Cromwell left Ireland, he announced that he would obey no one but Ireton and Adjutant General Allen. Ludlow sympathized with his discontent, though he occupied in command of the cavalry the very post that Broghill coveted. This, he assured Ireton, he would never have accepted but as a matter of duty and in obedience to positive orders. He advised that something should be done to content Broghill, who, after much discussion, was appointed Lieutenant General of the Ordnance with the rank of a general officer. In July 1651 he was detached to intercept Muskerry with not more than 600 foot and 400 horse as a field force, but his own troop, consisting of reformados or unemployed commissioned officers, was particularly efficient. Muskerry collected nearly 3,000 men, of whom about one-third were cavalry or dragoons, in the woods near Drishane, where he had defeated Colonel Elsing in the previous winter, and he got over the Blackwater to Dromoch without fighting. At Castle Lyons, Broghill had a message from Ireton ordering him to use every exertion to intercept the Irish army. On the 21st he went to Mallow with this object, and next day followed them towards Castle Ishin, on the border of County Limerick, coming upon their outpost at midnight in a storm of rain and wind. Muskerry doubled back to Dromoch, but through a place and county that the very Teagues themselves could hardly march in, leaving Broghill to bar the road to Limerick. On the 24th the Irish were at Drishane again, whither Broghill followed next day, crossing the Blackwater, which had risen much from the great rain. Unable to bring them to action, he determined to return to Mallow for fresh provisions and take up a position at Courtstown, where he could watch the road to Fitzpatrick's position at Galbally. Before they had marched half a mile, the enemy suddenly appeared on the hills to his rear, and at last their whole force descended into the plain at Knockbrack, to the south of Bantir railway station. Broghill's men fought with great alacrity, and he thought better knocking had never been known in Ireland. One division of Irish pikemen particularly distinguished themselves, and all fought well, but though almost surrounded by superior numbers, the veterans had the best of it. Broghill narrowly escaped with his life, which was specially aimed at, the Irish soldiers calling to each other to kill the fellow with the gold-lace coat. He lost under 30 men killed, but there were 4 or 5 times as many wounded, and he admits that his force was extremely shattered. Having no means of keeping prisoners safely, he had given orders to make none, and at least 600 were killed, but a few officers were taken to Cork. The priests had exhorted the Irish to fight, and fortified their speech with holy water and charms, many of which were found quilted in the doublets of the dead, and there was also a large stock of spare ones. A specimen guaranteeing the wearer against war, water, fire, and pestilence was sent for parliamentary inspection. It claimed to have been approved by the Council of Trent, and it was supposed that the Virgin Mary would appear to the owner 14 days before his death. The fight at Knockbrack was the last in this war, which deserves the name of a battle. There was a prophecy current among the country people that there would be one on that spot, and that the English would get the day. Broghill noted that it was like Naseby fair weather at the beginning, then a thunderstorm, and then sunshine again. It made the relief of Limerick impossible, and Ireton was justified in firing salvos of artillery and musketry. But guerrilla warfare continued in many places, and the besiegers were always in danger of being attacked. At the end of August or beginning of September, Ireton and Ludlow were both in Clare, catching horses and cows, but seldom their masters, and placing a garrison of Clonroad to curb Clare Castle. Seizing the opportunity of their absence, 2,000 foot sallied out of Limerick and almost surprised the cavalry guard, but the latter immediately mounted, and being not accustomed to be beaten, drove them back into the town. Muskerry again collected some force, but Broghill easily dispersed them, and the Irish general soon retired to Galway. Occasionally the parliamentarians suffered small reverses. Meelick, for instance, was recaptured by Fitzpatrick at the beginning of August, the garrison being all asleep. Phelim MacHugh O'Reilly attacked Finea on August 5, but was beaten back with great loss, and there were other considerable bodies of the Irish still together in Leinster and Ulster. I found them unwilling to fight, says Hewson, though their numbers be great, but they sometimes surprised and routed all small bodies of troops, and they exhausted the country and made it impossible for the people to contribute towards the support of the army. The detached parliamentary garrisons could just hold their own, but were scarcely able to act on the offensive. Early in October, Venables made an attempt on Clanricarde, O'Reilly's chief stronghold in Cavan, but was foiled, the Irish retreating to a bog whenever he advanced, and watching to intercept provisions, so that he had to return to Dundalk it was evident that nothing of importance could be done as long as Limerick held out and kept the main strength of the army occupied. Even within a few miles of Dublin, Sherlock kept 2,000 men among the mountains, and there was no force to attack him. Meanwhile, the coast was but carelessly guarded, no government ships being seen between July and October. At Carrickfergus and at Wexford, rovers took many English vessels out of the harbours, and it was as hard to get in the customs as the assessments from the country. After the failure of the boat attack in June, Ireton had been content to rest his hopes mainly on famine and on the plague which raged within the walls of Limerick. The garrison sometimes made signals with fire, but without result, and spies had not much chance. One poor woman brought a message from Roche which might have caused a combined attack by the garrison and by his men in Clare, but she was caught and hanged for fear of giving further intelligence. All attempts to escape from the doomed city were ruthlessly repressed. No threats were strong enough to deter these poor wretches, and an example was made by hanging 2 or 3 and having the rest driven back with whips. One old man desired to be hanged instead of his daughter, but that, says Ludlow, was refused, and he with the rest driven back into the town. A gibbet was then raised in sight of the walls, upon which condemned criminals were hanged, and this stopped the exodus, but only for a time. Michaelmas came round without starving out the place, and Ireton, having greatly strengthened his battering train, resumed active operations, for the winter was approaching, and an Irish soldier boasted from the walls that no balls would beat bombshells, but heavy guns had been brought up from the ships, and the counsels of the defenders were divided. Overtures were made to Ireton early in October, but 3 weeks elapsed, and a fresh bombardment began before the scale turned in favour of the party of surrender. The news of Worcester had probably destroyed all hope, but an actual breach was made before the decisive step was taken. A weak spot had hitherto escaped notice, where there was no counterscarp in front and no mass of earth behind, and Ludlow thought it would soon have been untenable, but Ireton, who had no vanity, thought the sudden surrender a mercy most seasonable at the beginning of winter. The English and Irish accounts agree that there were 2 parties in the beleaguered city, and it is possible that the weak place was pointed out by a deserter or by one of the commissioners who had been going and coming between city and camp. The charter required a new mayor should be chosen on October 6, and the election resulted in the substitution of Peter Craigh, who was peacefully inclined, for Thomas Stretch, who had sworn that the city should be defended during his year of office. After more than 2 months of mere blockade, we began our approaches, says Ireton, in one night, and finished our batteries and planted our guns. The next morning began to batter. The articles offered to the besieged in June and July had been on the whole favourable, but an exception was made as to those who committed the murders and outrages in the first insurrection before the first General Assembly. The members of that first Assembly and the clergy generally were also denied all protection, so that the city contained many desperate men who naturally prolonged the siege as far as possible. This mistake was not now repeated, but 22 persons were excepted by name, who were all known or believed to have deceived or overawed the generality of the people into the obstinate holding out of the place. All spies and a single Welsh deserter were also excepted. Of those named, the most important were Hugh O'Neill, the governor, the bishops of Emly and Limerick, Major General Purcell, Ormonde's old enemy, Alderman Fanning, and Geoffrey Barron, amongst the others being a few priests and friars. The corporation and the military officers met and decided that the treaty should go on, and that they should not stick for any person exempted or to be exempted from quarter of life or goods. But when they met next morning to choose commissioners, the 2 bishops, accompanied by others of the clergy, appeared and threatened to excommunicate them all if they should deliver up the prelates to be slaughtered. But the danger was too pressing, and ecclesiastical censures had become too common, so that the commissioners were named nevertheless. The sentence of excommunication and a perpetual interdict of the city were posted on the church doors, whereupon Colonel Fennel and others were sent to seize St. John's Gate and the adjoining tower. O'Neill remonstrated, but Fennel said he had orders from the mayor and chief citizens. The governor, whose military authority at least had hitherto been unquestioned, then summoned a court-martial, but Fennel refused to appear. Lord Castleconnell took his part so that no sentence was passed, and Fennel, who had the keys and some powder from the mare, turned the guns upon the town, and said plainly that he would not leave his post until surrender was decided on. At last Ireton's preparations were complete, and 17 heavy shot were discharged with great effect against one spot in the wall, whereupon a drum was sent out and negotiations began in earnest. 200 redcoats were admitted by Fennel into the gate tower, and on October 27 the articles of capitulation were signed. According to one account, Fennel even threatened O'Neill with a pistol when that brave soldier rode out alone and delivered his sword to Ireton himself, who treated him honourably. Fennel was not among the 22 specially exempted from the benefit of the articles, but they did not protect him or others from prosecution to justice in a judicial way for any crimes they might be guilty of. There is perhaps no positive evidence against him, though he has always been considered a traitor by writers on the Irish side. He was accused of a plot to give up Clonmel at Castlehaven, who is not much given to calling names, accuses him of cowardice or treachery in quitting his post at Killaloe and flying to Limerick, after the fall of which Ireton, with more than his usual justice, hanged him. Some say he was carried to Cork, and there pleaded for his defence how he had betrayed me before Youghal, but his judges would not hear him on his merits, but bid him clear himself of the murders laid to his charge. Soldiers and citizens were allowed to go free, and time was given to remove personal property, but without any guarantee for lands or houses, and Ireton evidently contemplated a partial colonization. The garrison of 2,000 had been reduced to about 1,200, who marched out after giving up their arms, and the city contained about 4,000 other men capable of bearing arms, though about 5,000 persons had perished by the sword without and the famine and plague within. He was inclined to spare those who had not shown themselves irreconcilable, but there would still be plenty of room for settlers. In the meantime he had himself to deal with as many of the accepted persons as he could catch. Besides the governor, 10 of them voluntarily surrendered, and their fate was reserved for further consideration. Some of the others were not caught, among them the Bishop of Limerick, who escaped in a soldier's dress, joined Muskerry and Carey, and died at Brussels in 1654. Ireton did not regret this, as he found that he had not been one of the violent party. He had formerly been well disposed to Ormonde. The Bishop of Emly took refuge in the pest house, where he was quickly taken and hanged by order of the court-martial. He had been the soul of the defence all along, and has always been regarded as a martyr by those of his own faith. His head was placed over one of the gates, as were those of Stretch and of Purcell, who alone behaved in a pusillanimous manner. 5 or 6 others were executed, including a priest named Walsh, who served as a captain, Sir Geoffrey Galway, Geoffrey Barron, and Dr. Higgins, a physician who, according to the military diarist, was powder-maker and money-coiner to the besieged. Hugh O'Neill was the last of that great clan who played an important part in Irish history, and he bore himself worthily. Ireton seems to have treated him personally with courtesy, but he influenced the court-martial against him because of the blood shed through his defence of Clonmel. He pleaded that the war had gone on long before he came up upon the invitation of his countrymen, that he had always been a fair enemy, and that he had often advised the townsmen not to prolong a conflict which he had seen to be hopeless from the first, that he had carefully observed the capitulation by surrendering all stores without embezzlement and his own person to the deputy, and that he was entitled to the benefit of the articles. Many of the officers, including Ludlow, accepted his defence, and Ireton, who was now entirely freed from his former manner of adhering to his own opinion, which had been observed to be his greatest infirmity, allowed a third vote after sentence of death had been twice passed. He was acquitted, sent to England in the same ship that carried Ireton's embalmed body, and well treated in the Tower. After a few months he was released at the instance of the Spanish ambassador, on the ground that he was born in Flanders, a vassal of the King of Spain, that he was not concerned in the first outbreak in Ireland, nor in the excesses which were committed at that time, and that he would be very useful in managing the Irish soldiers whom the Commonwealth allowed to be recruited for the Spanish service, and in the end this was agreed to. After the Restoration he wrote to Charles II, pointing out that his cousin John's death had made him Earl of Tyrone, and asking the king to acknowledge him as such. The attainder was of course not reversed, and O'Neill, who was in bad health when he wrote, probably died not long after. The title of Earl of Tyrone was conferred on Lord Power in 1673. Geoffrey Baron had been sent early in 1642 to solicit Richelieu's help for the Confederacy, and he had remained throughout one of its most irreconcilable partisans. He now pleaded that he had fought for the liberties of his country just as the English Puritans professed to do. Ireton thought it answer enough to say that Ireland was a conquered country, that the Irish had been only too well treated under Charles I, notwithstanding which they had robbed and murdered the English wholesale, and that in the matter of religion the Puritans fought to preserve their natural rights, whereas the Roman Catholics would not be contented unless they might have power to compel all others to submit to their impositions upon pain of death. The two points of view were hopelessly opposed, and the court-martial were satisfied with the Lord Deputy's reasoning. During the short time that was left to him, Baron is said to have looked out a wedding suit of white taffety in which he was hanged, in the belief that his soul would straight enjoy the pleasures of heaven in the consummation of that eternal nuptial felicity. Starvation had not done its work as Ireton had expected, but no horses were found in Limerick at its surrender, and they had probably been eaten. The besiegers commanded the estuary, and were in no want of provisions, but the waste among the men must have been considerable, less by actual fighting than by hardship and sickness. Reinforcements had, however, been poured into Ireland during the summer, and Ireton makes no complaint of insufficient numbers. An act passed in April authorized the impressment of 10,000 men, and was not suffered to remain a dead letter. As early as June 25, nearly that number had been landed at Dublin or Waterford. They were of three classes: drafts from English garrisons, pressed men, and volunteer recruits. Some were too young for the work, and these were mainly among the volunteers. Money and ammunition was also ungrudgingly supplied, and no time was lost in following up the capture of Limerick. On November 1, Ludlow marched out to Inchigronan with 2,000 foot and 1,500 horse, and on the 4th, after some parleying, Clare Castle surrendered. Though very strong, it was evidently untenable now that the great siege was over. The guns lost in July were recovered, and about 230 men marched out with the honours of war, and with power to go where they pleased. Those who desired protection were to have it, except Romish, priests, Jesuits, and friars. Carrigaholt also surrendered and was garrisoned, after which the whole of Clare was at the mercy of Parliament. Ireton joined Ludlow, and they visited the barony of Burren, where there is not water to drown a man, wood enough to hang one, nor earth enough to bury him, but good pasture between the rocks. In riding through the Corofin district towards Ennis, most of the horses cast their shoes among the crags. They carried spare ones, yet a single shoe was sold for 5 shillings before night. Next morning came Lady Ornora O'Brien, youngest daughter of the late Earl of Thomond, and niece of his successor, who was accused of harbouring the enemy's goods and cattle, while herself enjoying the Lord Deputy's protection. Ireton rebuked her, whereupon she burst into tears, promising to mend her ways, and begging Ludlow's intercession, which was successful. "As much a cynic as I am," said Ireton, "the tears of this woman moved me." The weather was very bad during this journey in Clare, and both generals caught bad colds. Ludlow's constitution triumphed, and he lived till 1692, but Ireton succumbed. In spite of entreaties, he had neglected his health during the siege, not putting off his clothes all that time, except to change his linen, and never resting, though he was in a burning fever. Sir Robert King wondered that he was not as mad as a March hare, pen, tongue, head, or both, or all incessantly at work. Ludlow was not with him when he died, and we have few particulars. In announcing his loss to Cromwell, the commissioners call him an incomparable man, and it is certain that he had a high sense of duty, and that he was not a self-seeker. Clarendon and others have thought that his republicanism might have prevented Cromwell's rise to supreme power, but of this there is no evidence. There have been equally vain speculations as to whether Mirabeau had he lived, could have stopped the French Revolution. Ireton had signed the death warrant, and as a regicide was of course against restoring the Stuarts, but he was not a theoretical Republican, though he would have disliked the supremacy of the army. End of chapter 34, part 2. Chapter 35 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Last phase of the war, 1652. Ireton wished to press on to Galway, and Ludlow thought it could easily be brought to surrender, while the garrison were under a great consternation by the loss of Limerick. But there was much sickness in the army, and officers generally were unwilling to begin another troublesome campaign in November. Coote, who had been for some time blockading Galway on the east side, came to the camp and gave his opinion against immediate action. He did not believe the place could be taken without attacking it on both sides. A bridge had been prepared for the short river between Lough Corrib and the sea, but the right bank was strongly fortified, and it would be impossible to throw it across. It would be necessary to go all round by Cong, where Clanricarde lay with 3,000 men. Even if the passage were forced, many rivers lay in the way, none of which were fordable in case of heavy rain, while horses could only be led from Cong to Aghanuir near Oughterard, and from that on to Galway. They could not travel at all. There was no forage in the country, and food and ammunition would have to be carried on the men's backs. This reasoning prevailed, and Ireton wrote from before Clare Castle merely to offer the same terms as had been tendered to Limerick in July. "I will not," he said, alluding to what had happened to Waterford, "now do you the courtesy to summon you at such a distance, because your gravity once chid me for it as unadvisedly, but for the good men's sake of the city, who perhaps may not be so angry in the notion of a soldier's honour as to understand the quibbles of it, though men of your unhappy breeding think such glorious trifling worth the sacrificing or venturing of other men's lives." He desired him, therefore, on peril of his head, to communicate the offer made to the citizens. It was easy for Preston to answer that he fought in a good cause, and that Ireton was risking men's lives in a bad one, while his head and those of his friends were as unsettled on their shoulders as any in the town. The mayor and aldermen answered in the same strain, and Ireton died a fortnight after the date of their letter. Ludlow was in Dublin at the moment, and the commissioners made him commander-in-chief until the pleasure of Parliament should be further known. When Axtell left Ireland after his suspension by Ireton, he was captured by a rover at sea and carried to Scilly, then full of Irish soldiers who wished to kill him, the cause of his voyage having been made known by an intercepted letter from Weaver. Grenville, or those about him, knew that the islands could not be much longer in royalist hands, and they feared retaliation. Axtell was therefore spared, and was back in Ireland and governor of Kilkenny soon after Ireton's death. Blake occupied the little archipelago not many weeks later, Bishop Henry Leslie being among those whom he found there. By the articles the bishop wrote, "I am to have my pass to go unto the north of Ireland, that is to say, out of the frying pan into the fire, for there I shall be in more danger of the Scots than of the Parliament soldiers." In either company he was sure that his soul would be more vexed than Lot's was in Sodom. As to the Irish soldiers, it was agreed that they should be sent to Ireland, recruited up to 2,000, and disposed of as the king wished. Blake offered to take them all into Dunkirk and keep them all there till Grenville could arrange for France or Spain, he giving his word of honour never to employ them against the Parliament. This was refused, and Grenville remained in England, most of the Irish soldiers probably finding their way abroad. During the winter of 1651 and 1652, there was thought to be some danger that the Dutch would retaliate for the Navigation Act by landing foreign troops in Ireland, facilitating instead of opposing the embarkation of the Duke of Lorraine, who was still expected long after he had abandoned his scheme. A general meeting of officers was held at Kilkenny just before Christmas, Coote having already been authorized to give the same terms to Galway as had already been offered to Limerick, provided they were accepted by January 9. It was now evident that all the strong places must soon be taken, and the deliberations at Kilkenny were chiefly directed against the guerrilla warfare, which was still formidable. The nature of the problem is set forth with great clearness in a report by Ludlow and his 3 colleagues in the government to the Council of State. The great bogs were the chief difficulty. There are in these wastes many dry islands which were then generally wooded, and between them causeways along which horses could only go in single file. From such places the rebels could sally out at any time to harry the protected districts, thus depriving the army of its resources while it was easy for them to secure their plunder. They were used to living in cabins and wading among swamps where the English soldiers were a prey to dysentery from wet and cold. Ireton had successfully used rice to combat this disease, and large quantities were provided later by the London government. The soldiers were always ignorant of the designs and movements of the combatant Irish, for whom the country people acted as scouts, being possessed of an opinion that the Parliament intend them no terms of mercy, and therefore endeavouring to preserve them as those that stand between them and danger. It was estimated that 30,000 men were still in arms among the Irish, a few in garrisons, but for the most part lurking among woods and bogs. The plan adopted to subdue them was to make a pale from the Boyne to the Barrow, and to destroy the means of subsistence elsewhere. No smiths, harness makers, or armourers were allowed to ply their trade outside of garrisons. No beer, wine, or spirits might be sold, nor fairs and markets held beyond those limits. The county of Wicklow, with parts of Dublin, Kildare, and Carlow, was outside the new pale and excluded from protection. All who resided within the doomed area after February 28 were to be treated as enemies, but permitted to live and graze their stock upon such waste or untenanted lands as might be assigned to them in the protected region. As soon as the appointed day had passed, Ludlow himself went to Talbot's town to plant a garrison, and then carefully searched Wicklow with horse and foot. Few people were met with, for they had lookout men on every hill, but all the houses and stores of corn were burned. He was an idle soldier, wrote one officer, that had not either a fat lamb, veal, pig, poultry, or all of them every night to his supper. We have destroyed as much as would have served some thousands of them until next harvest. The day fixed for the surrender of Galway, with the benefit of the first articles offered to Limerick, was allowed to pass, and Clanricarde, on behalf of many of the nobility and clergy, with the corporation of Galway, made proposals for a general peace. He was fain to profess, though he could hardly believe, that succours would come from his Majesty and allies. If these failed, he and the assembly for whom he acted were prepared to sell their lives as dearly as possible. Ludlow answered from Dublin 10 days later that it belonged to Parliament to grant terms, that those who had already long since refused to hear reason could hardly be admitted at the 11th hour, and that they were relying upon vain and groundless expectations. He believed that moderate terms would still be granted in individual cases, but refused to grant a safe conduct for commissioners pretending to represent the general body in arms. Clanricarde did his best to prolong the resistance of Galway, but left the town when he saw that the inhabitants were not prepared to endure extremities. A sortie to gather cattle led to heavy loss, and of 2 corn ships which attempted to relieve the besieged, one was taken and the other forced upon the rocks of Ireton. The town was, however, not invested on the west, and there was always a chance that reinforcements or supplies might be introduced from that side. Coote thought the place very strong, and was inclined even to exceed his authority in granting comparatively easy terms. There were dissensions within the laws of Galway, as there had been at Limerick, and it is not easy to make out exactly what took place. The indefatigable Dean king left Charles as Stirling in June, just after Ireton had crossed the Shannon, and when Coote had been some time in Connaught. He landed near Londonderry on the 20th, and found his way to Galway by July 2. Bishop Lynch and others of the clergy tried to make out that he had not been with the king, and that his commission was a trick of Ormonde's. This was easily disproved, and clerical help was promised on condition that the chiefs of the old Irish in Connaught should be made colonels. 10 were so promoted, but not one of them could muster over 500 men, and every one thought of little but defending his own castle. These petty strongholds were daily taken with the pick of the Irish soldiers inside. The Ulster forces, for the most part, disregarded Clanricarde's summons, while those of Leinster, 3,000 foot and 500 horse, dwindled daily and lived upon the spoil of the country, as there was no money to pay them, so that he thought it better to let them go back to their own province under the nominal generalship of Lord Westmeath. The only force upon which the unfortunate deputy could rely was raised in his own county of Galway, and with these he kept an eye upon Coote's army. Dean King found that the clergy, generally headed by Bourke of Tuam and French of Ferns, were hostile to the king's government, and anxious only for an accommodation with the Parliament, in which they were supported by the Prestons, father and son, by the king's government, anxious only for an accommodation with the Parliament, in which they were supported by the Prestons, father and son, by Sir Nicholas Plunkett, and by Geoffrey Brown. The expectation of the Lorraine succours had paralyzed all the Irish parties, so that no one exerted himself. The little that had been sent by the ducal pretender had been wasted or embezzled, 20,000 pounds, whereof 6,000 pounds defalked for the charge of the negotiations, 1,000 stand-of-arms, 1,000 barrels of badly damaged rye, and 30 barrels of powder, at the worst in the world. To make confusion worse, confounded, some of the bishops were using Rinuccini's old excommunication to crush their opponents. There were nevertheless nearly 30,000 men, but under arms by no means of keeping them together, and there were many harbours still open in Connaught and Munster, through which money and stores might be introduced. Dean King left Ireland on February 16 and reported to Charles at Paris on April 1, but the Battle of Worcester had been fought and lost, and no help came. Clanricarde did what he could to prolong the defence of Galway, but the citizens could not see that there was anything to gain by it. He had agreed to approach Ludlow with proposals for a general pacification, but was determined to resist as long as he could. The town therefore acted without consulting him, though he was in the neighbourhood, and the articles of surrender contained no mention of king, lord lieutenant, or deputy. Fear of famine and of hard terms, when the inevitable end came, were sufficient inducements to surrender, and there is no reason to suppose that Galway was betrayed in the common sense of the words, though in 1656 some of the inhabitants claimed special indulgence on the ground that they had favoured the English interests throughout the war, and had thereby contracted a malice from those of their own nation among whom they had to live. Coote has a bad name on the score of severity, but he and many of those with him had estates in Ireland, and some of them in Connaught, and they did not see with the same eyes as those who were bent upon planting new settlers everywhere. The extreme independents called Coote and his men tame Tories, and there was jealousy of his position as president of Connaught. Ireton thought the provincial presidencies should be abolished as an unnecessary burden to state and country, and the commissioners in Dublin were of the same opinion. One hot-headed captain of the Munster army attached to the Connaught wrote to say that Ireland being almost reduced, there was little left to do but to fall on Sir Charles Coote and his tame rebels. The letter was intercepted, and Coote imprisoned the writer, whose curious defence was that many others agreed with him. Ludlow released him and blamed Coote for exercising authority over an officer not belonging to his province. From all this the Royalists had hopes, and no doubt Coote had never been a Republican, but they had to wait several years for their realization. In the meantime he was glad to get hold of Galway upon almost any terms. The conditions actually granted were not hard, and the commissioners in Dublin thought them too easy. quarter and freedom from pillage and military violence were granted to all, as long as they obeyed the Commonwealth of England and were not guilty of murder before March 19, 1642, when a state of war began to exist in Galway. The murderers of Captain Clark's crew were accepted by name. All who wished to depart were given 6 months to sell such property as they did not carry away. This extended to clergymen, provided their names were given in before the actual surrender, but in their case no protection was to be given after that time. Where property within the city and liberties was sold, 1/3 was to go to the state, and the rest to be freed from extraordinary taxation, and this principle was extended with qualifications to lands possessed by the townsmen elsewhere. The charter was maintained until Parliament should otherwise direct, and Coote promised to get a ratification within 20 days by the Dublin government and legislative confirmation in England as soon as possible. A ford on Mutton Island and another opposite Tyrellan were surrendered at once, and the town, after 1 week's delay, on April 12, when Coote took actual possession. The news reached Dublin on the 11th, and the commissioners there at once took exception to some of the articles. They objected, in so far we can sympathize with them, to any indemnity for murder committed by or upon any person not being in arms. They insisted on the power of compulsorily purchasing land or houses in the town when Parliament considered their owners unsafe persons to remain, in which case they would have to remove within 3 months. The protection as to outside property was considered too absolute and should be left for parliamentary decision, and some minor matters were also reserved. An express was at once sent to insist on the amendment of the articles, with orders that the capitulation should be suspended until this was done. But when the messenger reached Galway, he found the English garrison installed. The ratification of the articles was made dependent on the acceptance of the revised terms, but it can hardly be said that the condition was fulfilled. Only 8 heads of families could be found to sign the certificate of assent, while over 100 refused, and there were nearly 100 absentees. Coote apologized for his mistake, but maintained that he had nevertheless done the best thing for the state. If he had not closed with the besieged, there were great chances of the town being relieved, so that it might have kept all your forces this summer in those parts to attend that service. Clanricarde, on his part, announced that Galway, having basely and perfidiously yielded, he would resist while he could, and gave earnest of his determination by sending away Castlehaven in his only frigate, thus leaving himself no means of escape. He summoned Westmeath and O'Farrell from Leinster, Muskerry from Munster, and O'Reilly from Ulster to join him in Sligo or Leitrim, and unite in one clear score for God, our king and country. Galway Bay was full of parliamentary ships, so Castlehaven had to go first to Innisbofen and embark from there. He was chased and had a smart fight at sea, but was saved by thick weather. Arthur Magennis, Bishop of Down, a nephew of Owen O'Neill, died during the action by the wind of a bullet for fear, having no wound. Castlehaven got safely to Brest and thence to Paris or Saint-Germain's, where he saw the king and queen and Ormonde. As French affairs then stood, nothing could be done, and he joined Condé as a volunteer, after which he commanded an Irish brigade of about 5,000 men. As late as 1680 he published his memoirs, confessedly to show that he was always a good royalist, and not to be confounded with the Irish as a Confederate Catholic, which in plain English is a rebel. Lord Angsley, the son of Strafford's Mount Norris, who was a great gainer by the Restoration settlement, reviewed Castlehaven's pleasant little book, saying that by a providence from heaven to the English, the Marquesses of Ormonde and Clanricarde, his Majesty's chief governors, encouraged the Irish to keep up a war against the English, wherein they were so much hardened to their ruin that they were at length entirely subdued, without condition to any save for life, and left to be as miserable as they had made others in all respects. It has long been evident to Clanricarde, as well as to Ormonde and his friends abroad, that the power of the Parliament would establish itself in Ireland, but it was their policy to keep the flag of royalty flying as long as possible on the chance of some foreign complication. That this stubborn attitude increased the ultimate sufferings of the Irish masses is very probable. As early as the beginning of February, Charles, with many expressions of gratitude and confidence gave Clanricarde free leave to quit Ireland when he thought fit, but adding that the keeping up of the war there in any kind, either offensive or defensive, is of the highest importance to us, and our service that can be performed, as the contrary would be of the greatest prejudice to all our designs. 6 weeks later he wrote, holding out hopes of further help from the Duke of Lorraine, and directing that no declaration should be issued which might increase the friction with the clerical party. The two letters reached Clanricarde together in the following August, when they were too late to have any significance. Meanwhile, in May, a second letter was given to Castlehaven and forwarded by a sure hand, authorizing the deputy to leave his post at any time. This letter, though apparently not extant, probably reached its destination much sooner than the other two, and justified Clanricarde in making terms when she did. In the meantime he succeeded in getting a considerable force together, with which, after blowing up several castles, he swooped down upon the fort at Ballyshannon and took it by assault, dismissing the survivors unhurt and substituting his own garrison of 300 men. He took Donegal also, but the success was only transient, for he had no means of feeding his men but by seizing cattle, and thus involuntarily making the task of the parliamentarians easier. Venables came up from Down to join Coote, and they soon took Sligo, and retook the other two places, giving punctual quarter in their turn. At the end of June, and the Lord Deputy, who Ludlow says was practically surrounded in the island of Carrick, made terms for himself, but none for his vast estates. He was left free to go abroad where he pleased, with no more than 20 servants, to remain in Ireland for 3 months, and to enlist 3,000 men for foreign service. In the meantime he was to divest himself of his viceregal authority, and do no hostile act. 6 weeks later he was accepted by act of the English Parliament from pardon for life and estate, but was nevertheless left unmolested at his own place at Summerhill in Kent. His health had never been good, and was not improved by his campaigning, but he lived till 1657, and was buried in Tunbridge Church. He was not a great general, but to most people he appeared, and still appears, as a loyal and worthy man. To the ultramontane clergy of his own day he was as an independent Catholic who cared little for a nuncio's censures, more hateful even than the heretic Ormonde. Bishop French says that he put Caesar before God and Bishop Lynch, and that the Ulstermen refused to follow him because he disdained to receive absolution from Rinuccini's excommunication. The British officer so often quoted says on the contrary that the Irish were well satisfied with him, as true both to king and church, being a good Roman Catholic, and that he surrendered only because he could not fight Coote and Venables combined. Neither, indeed, was he ever practised in that trade, or, though a very fine, devout, liberal, hospitable gentleman, as any in Ireland in his time, as I have heard many ever. Before finally leaving Clanricarde and the Duke of Lorraine, something must be said of the case of Anthony Geohagan, which had no important results, but which shows how incompatible were the royalist and clerical ideals. Geohagan had been preferred by Rinuccini at the early age of 24 to the nominal dignity of the mitred abbacy of Canal. Towards the end of 1650 he was studying divinity and canon law at Paris, and in correspondence with Abbot Crelly, who was in London, hoping against hope that the Parliament would grant toleration to his church. He offered to go to Ireland if wanted, and Crelly reported this to Rome. Dean Massari, Rinuccini's old lieutenant, was Secretary of Propaganda, and gladly accepted the young priest's offer. He reached Galway on March 14, 1651, while Dehennan was there with instructions to further the appointment of a Catholic protector, and he stayed on after the Lorraine envoy's departure. Clanricarde suspected that he was working against him, and some of his letters were intercepted, and in one of which he said that if the service of God had been as deep in the hearts of our nation as the idol of Dagon, a foolish loyalty, a better course for their honour and preservation, had been taken in time. He had noticed that at Limerick those favourable to Ormonde had got better terms than others, and he thought the independents who professed liberty of conscience were likely to grant reasonable terms to the Irish than those who maintained the Church of England and the recusancy laws. Clanricarde would have tried Geohagan as a traitor, but the clergy took their stand upon the bull in Incana Domini, and maintained that no lay governor or judge could try a priest. They had their way, and Geohagan was of course exonerated from all blame. Even before the surrender of Galway, the Irish leaders began to make terms for themselves and their followers. Of these, the first was John Fitzpatrick, who had lately distinguished himself by taking and holding Meelick. On March 7 he agreed to transport 4,000 foot and 300 horse to a state in amity with the Commonwealth, pay being given to them in the meantime, and hopes were held out as to his property. He made no conditions for his father and mother, or for the Catholic religion, whereupon a declaration was published against him, and he was excommunicated. Some of his party say the parliamentary commissioners have been cut off by the enemy, who did also cut off ears of some whom they took prisoners. The men were not popular, having lived by plunder, and the government were glad to send them to Spain. Fitzpatrick and his father were both excluded by Act of Parliament from pardon for life or estate, but he afterwards married Ormonde's sister, and was restored in 1661 to broad lands in the Queen's County. His mother, says Ludlow, was found guilty of the murder of the English, with this aggravation, that she said she would make candles of their fat. She was condemned to be burned, and the sentence was executed accordingly. The next important chief to surrender was Colonel Edmund O'Dwyer, who commanded in Tipperary and Waterford. He and his men had quarter for life and personal property only, with liberty to serve any friendly foreign state. Murderers of the English members of the First General Assembly or Supreme Council, homicides after quarter given, deserters, and every priest or other of the Romish clergy and orders were excluded. By the end of June, when Clanricarde came to terms, the Parliament had not many enemies left in the field, though a few strongholds held out for some months longer. The articles of surrender, or authentic copies, are for the most part extant, and the terms granted generally amounted to little more than life and personal liberty to those who had not committed murder. Where priests are not specially excluded, they are generally left tacitly to the mercy of the victors. Landed property was to be distributed according to such qualifications as Parliament might determine. In one case, Sir Hardress Waller undertook industriously to solicit the authorities that priests who were not charged with any crime except officiating at such should be free to go beyond seas. There was a parliamentary garrison at Dingle, which Muskerry made some effort to take, but otherwise Kerry had for a long time been in Irish hands. Murtagh O'Brien, when driven out of Clare after the fall of Limerick, joined his forces to those of Lord Muskerry, and together they amounted to several thousands. Their chief stronghold was Ross Castle, in an island or peninsula on the lower lake of Killarney, only approachable, as any tourist may now witness, by a narrow causeway with a bog on either side. Muskerry had been chief among the anti-nuncianists, Catholics, and had never been forgiven by the priests of his own church, many of whom had taken refuge in Ross Castle. When a siege was imminent, the clerical party went out, and no doubt they acted prudently in this, but 1,000 well-armed men adhered to their general and resolved to hold out as long as possible. Ludlow, accompanied by Broghill and Walker, came to Killarney very early in June with 4,000 foot and 2,000 horse. Dromach had already surrendered, so that his rear was exposed to no attack. The woods on the other side of the lake were full of active enemies, who must have had boats of some sort to reach Innisfallen, and who supplied Ross with provisions. Ludlow's fellow commissioners were at Cork, and the mitred scoutmaster general at Kinsale, and they quickly provided him with the means of reducing Ross. Boats were brought to Castlemaine harbour under convoy of a frigate. Of these some were probably dragged up the lawn with the help of many men. The two largest, which were intended to carry guns, were sent from Kinsale in pieces, but so that they could be put together in 2 days. In order to make a safe way for them, it was necessary to disperse a strong force of the Irish about Killock-Abbey, near the mouth of the lawn, while another division scoured the woods and put those who occupied them to flight. This was on June 13. 5 days later, several of the boats had been brought to Ludlow's entrenchments near Ross, and by the 20th they were swimming on the lake. The whole flotilla was not wanted, for the garrison saw that resistance was hopeless, and there was an ancient prophecy that Ross would not be taken until strange ships sailed on Lough Lean. The fitting and the management of the boats was entrusted to Captain Chudleigh, who had been a ship carpenter, and many artificers went readily because he was with them. Even after the surrender of Galway, the and Leinster army under Westmeath's command has still an administrative existence, but its leaders saw no prospect of ultimate success and were ready to make such terms as might still be possible. The parliamentary commissioners were at Kilkenny on April 17 and had a conference with the chief officers of the army, where Dr. Jones, the Scoutmaster General, produced an abstract of the depositions taken as to murders committed in the early days of the rebellion. This document was forwarded to Parliament and read there on May 18, the commissioners and officers fearing lest others who are at a greater distance might be moved to the lenity which we have found no small temptation in ourselves, forget past abominations, and make too tender concessions. But very few of the English who had any personal knowledge of the original massacres were still living, and it would therefore be hard to bring the guilt home to individuals. The whole Irish nation had to some extent condoned them, and Parliament was bound to take order for punishment in duty towards God, the great avenger of such villainies, who hath from the beginning of the war to this present always in your appeal by war against them appeared most signally. Murderers are their aiders, and the betters were not led to expect clemency, but the commissioners declared that all persons living in Ireland should have the benefit of the act dated September 27, 1650, repealing the clauses in Elizabethan statutes which imposed penalties for not going to church. This was a step in the direction of toleration, but the act had been really intended for the relief of those who disliked the Book of Common Prayer, and provided also for the prosecution of those who did not attend some place of worship, and would be difficult to apply those who would have nothing but the forbidden Mass. After much discussion, it was agreed that 11 regiments of foot and 6 horse should lay down their arms by June 1 at Mullingar. Maryborough, Carlow, or Kildare, the military articles were liberal enough, officers retaining horses and arms, not commissioned officers, and men whose horses were taken receiving compensation. Officers were allowed to serve any foreign state in amity with the Commonwealth, and to carry 6,000 men with them, the commissioners undertaking to get leave for 6,000 more if they could. Life and personal estate were secured, and owners of land were promised equal benefit with the others in the like qualification with themselves, when Parliament had made up its mind. Murder and robbery of persons not in arms might still be questioned according to the due course of law, and the benefit of the articles was withheld from those who killed parliamentary soldiers, after quarter given. Priests or Jesuits or others in popish orders were to be dealt with as the Irish government thought fit. The commissioners were well satisfied with their work, which they had been obliged to do without positive orders from Parliament, for the Irish, being driven out of all forts, had nothing to do but range about the country, retiring as they saw advantage to their bogs and fastnesses. The parliamentary officers had now for the first time leisure to deal with Clanricarde and with Muskerry, who had 3,000 foot and 600 horse. Muskerry and his party accepted the substance of the Leinster articles, but there was a fortnight's debate on certain points. The Irish officers feared lest they should be all held liable for the murder of the English, which, says Ludlow, was an exception we never failed to make. An explanatory article was therefore granted, limiting the guilt to those who, during the first year of the war, have contrived, aided, assisted, acted, or abetted any murder or massacre upon any person or persons of the English, not in arms, but following their own occupation in their farms or freeholds, and to those who since that time had taken life, knowing that quarter had been given to or protection granted. As to religion, Ludlow and his colleagues would go no further than declare that it is not our intention, nor, as we conceive, the intention of those whom we serve, to force any to their worship and service contrary to their consciences. Questions as to real estate were, at the request of Muskerry and his friends, left to the pleasure of the Parliament, means being given them for pleading their own cause in London. They themselves asked for this in preference to the cause as to qualifications in the Leinster articles. In consideration of the above, 960 able men marched out of Cross Castle, and at least 3,000 more followed their example. Murtagh O'Brien, with about 200 men, kept at large in the Kerry Mountains until Waller made them untenable, and then escaped across the Shannon to give further trouble in Connaught. Colonel Richard Grace, whose property was in King's County, did not accept the Kilkenny articles, but remained at the head of a considerable force and burned Birr, which had been partly rebuilt. £300 was offered for his head in a proclamation dated May 22, but he managed to cross the Shannon and burn the towns of Potama and Logria. The country was laid under contribution, and for some days no enemy appeared. Grace had near 3,000 men, but they were but odds and ends from various quarters, and were easily surprised by Ingoldsby, who routed the Irish horse and drove the foot into a bog near Longria. Grace had to fly with a few men, after which many of his followers dispersed or made terms for themselves. This was on June 20. He managed to recross the river into Leinster, and again got some men together, with whom he at last took refuge in a strongly fortified island in Loch Curragh, near Birr. Sankey surrounded the lake and made preparations for starving out the party, and Grace, who saw there was no prospect of relief, sued for terms. To avoid a long siege, and also perhaps out of admiration for a brave enemy, Sankey granted the substance of the Kilkenny articles and some further indulgence for the clergy, submitting with Grace, who is much praised by the aphorismical Discovery for insisting on the latter. The priests concerned had leave and 4 months' time to go beyond sea, with protection in the interval and a further respite in case of sickness or want of shipping. In other cases they had been left at the disposition of the Lord Deputy or Commissioners. Grace had had nothing to do with the original Irish rebellion, but had fought for the king in England until the surrender of Oxford, so that there was some personal reason for favouring him. He carried 1,200 men to Spain, but the government there broke all their agreements with him, and he lost half his regiment by starvation, desertion, and disease. He attached himself to the Duke of York, and died at Athlone, fighting against William III in 1691. After the surrender of Muskerry, Ludlow turned his attention to Wicklow and Wexford, where Phelim, MacHugh, O'Byrne, and others still had a considerable force and under arms. He placed garrisons in suitable places, who reduced the Irish by destroying their means of subsistence. The green corn was cut and burned, and in a few months the soldiers knew every hiding place as well as the mountaineers themselves. Early in August Ludlow turned northwards and garrisoned Carrickmacross. Between that place and Dundalk he came to a cave where a number of men had taken refuge. The soldiers tried to smoke them out, and entered when they supposed them smothered, but the leader was killed by a pistol from inside. It turned out that the cave was ventilated by a hole some way off, and Ludlow ordered this to be stopped. After a time groans were heard, which soon grew fainter, and the man who had fired the shot was drawn out dead. The passage being cleared, the soldiers entered, and having put about 15 to the sword, brought 4 or 5 out alive, with the priest's robes, a crucifix, chalice, and other furniture of that kind. Those within preserved themselves by laying their heads close to the water that ran through the rock. We found 2 rooms in the place, one of which was large enough to turn a pike. This is not a nice story, but Ludlow, who wrote in cold blood long afterwards, does not offer any apology, nor show that he thought any necessary. Nearly 200 years later, the French in Algiers did the same thing on a much larger scale, but they knew that public opinion would be against them, and it was. Saint Arnaud did not even venture to tell his own men that 500 enemies of both sexes and all ages lay suffocated in the cave. After filling the mouth of the cave with large stones, Ludlow established posts at Castle Bliney and Dagger, where he found one of the O'Neills living with his wife, whom he described as the Duchess of Artois' niece, and some children. They wandered about with the cattle as creeks, seeking for grass and water, and at each halt building a house in an hour or 2. Steps were soon afterwards taken to abolish this system as one whereby the enemy comes to be relieved and sustained, and the contribution oft damaged. It was impossible to catch people who had no fixed abode, and who might even commit murder with every chance of impunity. Lisnaskea was fortified, and small holds of the Irish at Belturbet and in one of the Loch Erne Islands were taken. Reynolds, who had reduced Leitrim, joined Ludlow at Lisnaskea, and the news of Fleetwood's arrival reached them there. Ludlow says he was glad to be superseded, his exertions for the public having been recompensed only with envy and hatred, and he hastened to join the new commander-in-chief at Kilkenny. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. End of the war and its price. The historian Cox says that he could find nothing that looked like war during the year 1653, though the rebellion was not officially declared at an end until September 26. The early part of the year cannot, however, be considered as peaceful. There was still some resistance in Ulster, and the Irish also possessed a fortified post in the island of Innisbofin. To that remote stronghold Murtagh O'Brien had repaired after Muskerry's surrender, and with the help of some arms and ammunition from the Duke of Lorraine, he continued to give trouble on the mainland. The fort of Ireton on the great island of Arran had been surprised through the supine carelessness and negligence of Captain Dias shortly before Fleetwood's arrival, and the Irish garrison under Colonel Oliver Sinnott did not surrender until the middle of January. Among those who took refuge in Innisbofin were Roger O'More, the original contriver of the rebellion, Bishop Lynch of Clanricarde, Brian McPhellum O'Byrne, and Colonel Dudley Costello. The governor was Colonel George Cusack, whose family had property in the Pale, and he soon came to terms with Reynolds. The islands of Bofin, Turk, and Clare were surrendered, and facilities were given for transporting 1,000 men into the Spanish service. The officers retained their arms, prelates and clergymen being allowed to go with the rest. Some of the articles were more indulgent than usual, but Colonel Jones thought them suitable to the difficulty of gaining that place by force. Only a few days before, near the neighboring castle of Renville on the mainland, 270 men who were on their way to attack Bofin fell into an ambuscade of 800 Irish and only got through with the loss of 4 officers and 46 men. According to the aphorismical discovery, O'More, who could expect no mercy if captured, was basely deserted by Cusack and the Bishop of Clonfert. Donogh O'Flaherty, who was also left behind, was shot by the soldiers, but O'More, after enduring great hardships, got away to Ulster and lived for some time as a fisherman. In the same month of February, fighting continued in West Cork and Kerry among the O'Sullivans and O'Driscolls, some of whom took up arms after their inclusion in the Muskerry Articles, and there were still a few desperate men for the garrisons of Cork and Limerick to hunt. But the last stronghold was the island of Locke, Outer, where Bedell, who had died in the first year of the war. In February, Colonel Barrow came to the lake, burned some of the defenders' boats and with a fiery float and their corn with incendiary missiles, but had the ill luck to be captured himself and held to ransom. This was probably the work of some loose band which remained in arms after the capitulation of the garrison at the end of April. The articles concluded were between Sir Theophilus Jones and Philip O'Reilly on behalf of himself and the other Ulster chiefs still remaining under arms. The terms were much the same as had been granted in other recent cases, and included liberty to make terms with the Spanish recruiting agents. Priests and others in Roman orders were given a month to leave the country on condition that they did not exercise their function during the interval. Those guilty of murder, whether lay or cleric, were as usual excluded, and a murderer was especially defined as one who had actually a hand in a particular murder, or did command the same, or was present when a particular murder was committed by persons under his command by his order. It was no murder to have killed a man in fight in the open field at any time since the beginning of the war. Mountjoy had long since proved that the way to subdue Ireland was to destroy the means of subsistence. As one of the commissioners of Parliament, Colonel Jones was of opinion that no lasting peace could be made but by removing all heads of septs and priests and men of knowledge in arms or otherwise in repute out of this land, and breaking all kinds of interest among them, and by laying waste all fast countries in Ireland, and suffer no mankind to live there but within garrisons, adding that declarations were about to issue for laying waste all Kerry and Wicklow and portions, in some instances the greater part, of 17 other counties. This was written shortly before the surrender of Clonfalter, and after that the guerrilla warfare degenerated into mere brigandage. We are not to suppose that the whole ruthless programme was carried out, but no doubt the facts were bad enough. Ludlow was Jones's colleague, and he speaks of the poor wasted country of Ireland, adding that the Irish had always exhausted the land by bad cultivation, and of late, worse than ever, being in daily apprehensions of being removed. Not long afterwards Petty found the people living on potatoes, and the cultivation of that dangerous root must have been stimulated by the confusion of the past 12 years. It was then, and for many years later, the practice to dig out the tubers just as they were wanted. Such a crop could not well be carried away or destroyed, and if the sowers escaped the sword they would find something to eat for 9 months out of the 12. Well, corn could be easily cut or burned, and cattle still more easily driven off. The famine caused by war and by the destruction of food in districts not under protection was accompanied by the plague, which was rife in Galway and many other places. It fearfully broke out in Cashel, says Jones, the people being taken suddenly with madness, whereof they die instantly. 20 died in that manner in 3 days in that little town. Dublin did not escape. About the years 1652 and 1653, says Colonel Lawrence, who had every opportunity of judging, the plague and famine had swept away whole countries, that a man might travel 20 or 30 miles and not see a living creature, either man, beast, or bird, they being either all dead or had quit those desolate places. He had himself seen starving wretches picked carried out of a ditch, and had heard of cases in which human flesh was eaten. Wolves increased enormously, and rewards were given for their heads. While the war still raged, Roman Catholic priests were for the most part either not mentioned in capitulations or specially excluded from the benefit of them. At Limerick some were expected by name, and all were refused protection, but later the terms were not quite so rigorous. At Galway they were allowed 6 months to leave the country. At Roscommon the chaplain was allowed to go out with the garrison. When the Clare Brigade surrendered to Waller, all persons in Roman orders were accepted, but he covenanted industriously to solicit the commissioners of Parliament that such of the clergy in orders having no other act or crime laid to their charge than officiating their functions as priests, not being suffered to live in quarters or protection, shall have passes and liberty to go beyond the seas. Reynolds did much the same in Ulster. A large number of the clergy fled to Innisbofin, and when it was surrendered they were all given protection for life and goods, with leave to accompany the garrison abroad. At Clonfalter, which was the last fortified place, they were given a month to go, provided they did not officiate in the meanwhile. Out of a great many extant letters from fugitive priests, that of a Dominican friar named O'Connor may be singled out. The brethren of his order had, he says, continually roused Catholics by preaching to the soldiers and inciting the nobles to take up arms, living constantly among them in the woods and mountains, and opposing every proposal for surrender or capitulation. He himself had been prior of Kilkenny, where he strenuously supported Rinuccini, and was therefore thrice condemned to banishment by the Supreme Council, having excited the anger of all heretics and bad Catholics. After the fall of Kilkenny, he became prior of Burrishoole in Mayo, where his convent was for 3 years the refuge of religious persons. 2 attacks were beaten off, but at last the place was taken by storm. The soldiers were killed and some of the friars. Others fled to the mountains. Accompanied by one boy, he took a skiff made out of a single log and went 6 leagues into the open ocean, almost miraculously making his way to Innisbofin. After a short time 7 parliamentary ships with 22 boats hove in sight, and it became necessary to surrender the island. He was transported with the rest on pain of death if he revisited Ireland, where an edict had been published exiling all ecclesiastics on the same terms, with severe penalties against all who helped them. The edict mentioned by Father O'Connor and by many other clerical writers of the same time was an order signed by Fleetwood, Ludlow, Corbett, and Jones, setting forth the experience of many years that Jesuits, seminary priests, and persons in popish orders in Ireland estrange the people from due obedience to the English Commonwealth, and under pretense of religion excite them to rebellion, which gave rise to the barbarous murders of 1641 and the destructive war which followed. They were all to leave Ireland within 20 days or incur the penalties of the English Act 27. Elizabeth had never been the law of Ireland, and which made the priests traitors and their abettors felons. Chichester strove to get the swordsmen of Ulster into the Swedish service, where they might help the Protestant cause almost without knowing it. After the disbanding of Strafford's army, the English Parliament had very naturally been very unwisely prevented the men from going to Spain, thus aggravating, if not actually causing, the outbreak in 1641. Cromwell profited by experience and saw that even in the service of the Catholic king, the survivors of the Irish War would be much less dangerous than in their own country. At the beginning of 1653, the commissioners reported that 13,000 had already gone, but that there were still left many desperate rogues who know not how to live but by robbing and stealing out of bogs and fastnesses. By July, the number had risen to 27,000. There were, says Petty, who was in Ireland at the time, and whose estimate is rather under that of his friend Guggen, transported of them into Spain, Flanders, France, 34,000 soldiers, and of boys, women, and priests, etc., no less than 6,000 more, of whom not half had returned in 1672. The Spanish government broke all their promises and treated the Irish officers and soldiers very badly, so that whole regiments passed over from time to time into the service of France. In both services, the dissensions which had been so fatal in Ireland continued between Celts and Anglo-Irish, and between Ormondists and Nuncianists. Hyde, who knew Spain and had suffered many things there, excuses the desertions in Catalonia, which were stimulated by Inchiquin and the ill conduct of the Irish at Bordeaux, which caused the loss of that city by the extreme ill usage which they had received from the Spanish authorities. There were many needy Irish officers in London who were glad to contract with Cardenas for the transport of men. Philip found money enough to make this remunerative, but when the Irish were once landed in his country, no further trouble was taken. The soldiers, who were crowded more together into one ship than was fit for so long voyages, had contracted many diseases, and many were dead and thrown overboard. As soon as they came upon the coast, the officers made haste to land, how far soever from the place at which they stood bound to deliver their men, by which in those places which could make resistance they were not suffered to land, and in others no provision was made for their reception on march. But very great numbers were starved or knocked in the head by the country people. All this, Clarendon adds, manifested how loose the government was. Mazarin managed much better. The passage to France was shorter, and he took care that there should be no want of shipping and better accommodation on landing, so that at least 20,000 Irishmen came into the French service, though from old associations they would have preferred that of Spain. And the historian notes that Cromwell had been able to send abroad 40,000 men who would have been enough to drive them out of England, while the king's lieutenant, notwithstanding all the promises, obligations, and contracts which the Confederate Roman Catholics had made to and with him, could not draw together a body of 5,000 men. On June 8, Fleetwood married Ireton's widow, and on July 10 his father-in-law made him commander-in-chief in Ireland. In the following month he was appointed by Parliament a commissioner for the civil government, along with the regicides Ludlow, Corbett, and Jones, and John Weaver, the member for Stamford. Fleetwood was in Ireland by the beginning of September, but there was not much left for a general to do except to superintend the reduction of the army. The dregs of the war had to be dealt with first, but the commissioners were given great powers in the domain of law and justice, and their first care was for the punishment of those to whom murder could be brought home. Dr. Jones had already received orders to collect evidence. A high court was erected in Dublin under Chief Justice Lowther, who issued commissions to find and examine witnesses in the country. Local courts were also established, the first of which consisting of Justices Donnellan and Cook and Commissary General Reynolds sat on October 4 at Kilkenny in the room where the Supreme Council had been used to meet. Notwithstanding the difficulty of getting evidence, 11 years after the first outbreak, 16 persons were found guilty at Kilkenny, 6 at Clonmel, and 32 at Cork, and we are told that most of these were very considerable men, heads of septs or otherwise important. The High Court in Dublin did not sit until January. It was considered murder to kill persons not in arms or who had been received to quarter, and this was the general principle on which prosecutions were based. The record is imperfect, but Cox estimated that not above 200 died by the hands of the common executioner, though many murderers had perished by the sword or by disease. Hearsay evidence was probably admitted to an extent which would not be dreamed of in our days, but trials were carefully conducted, and there were a great many acquittals. Of the original insurgents surviving, by far the most important were Sir Phelim O'Neill, who had lurked in Tyrone since the surrender of Ormonde, where his wife remained. Early in 1653 he ventured, with a view of communicating with her, to take up his abode in an old house on an island in Rogan Locke, near Coles Island, accompanied by Turlough, Goom, Aquin, and a score of soldiers. His messenger was a follower named O'Hugh, who was under protection at Charlemont, and Lord Caulfield's attention was thus roused. The little lake was surrounded, and boats were launched upon it, and the island, which was very near the shore, was quite indefensible even against musketry. Sir Phelim surrendered, and was taken to Carrickfergus, where he was very civilly treated by Venables, who had found him a gallant enemy. He was sent off to Dublin and tried there upon the last day of February, his companions, with the exception of O'Quinn, being released. O'Neill was sentenced to death for high treason and for 4 murders proved against him, according to the judge's notes. That he had levied war against the king is obvious, and the question is not worth discussing. He was not accused of murdering anyone with his own hand, but as an accessory before the fact, or by giving orders to the actual assassins. In the case of Lord Caulfield, the fragments of evidence which we possess do not make the facts absolutely clear. The original capture was treacherous in the highest degree, and the murder was committed by Sir Phelim's foster brother. The young lord had been over 5 months O'Neill's prisoner and near Charlemont, and according to one witness he directed the escort to take him to the Cloughalter in Cavan. Sir Phelim Owen's house at Kinnaird was the first halting place, and there the deed was done, 15 or 16 of Caulfield's Scotch and English dependents being slaughtered at the same time. O'Neill was not present, but he had used very suspicious language shortly before, and the assassin was allowed to escape in his jailer's company, and was not caught. Of 3 warders, one who was an Irishman was not punished, while the other 2, being English and Scotch, were duly hanged by Sir Phelim's orders. The jailer was restored to his post at Armagh. In all the cases, much of the evidence is hearsay, but the murders, charged with many others, were committed within a few miles of Charlemont, and Sir Phelim, who commanded in chief, never punished anybody. Michael Harrison swore that in December 1641, and he heard O'Neill say with great ostentation that he would never leave off the work he had begun until Mass should be sung or said in every church in Ireland, and that a Protestant should not live in Ireland, be he of what nation he would. O'Neill was hanged, drawn, and quartered, 1 quarter being impaled at Lisburn, which he had burned, another at Dundalk, which he had taken, a 3rd at Drogheda, which he had vainly besieged, and a 4th with the head at Dublin, which he had plotted to surprise. Turlough, Groom, O'Quinn, who was captured with him, and who had been his close associate in the early days of the rebellion, was executed later, and his head set upon the west gate of Carrickfergus. There had been much discussion as to the exact relation of Sir Phelim and the other original conspirators to Charles I, and the declaration of Dean Kerr in 1681 was long accepted as evidence. Attempts have been made to set aside Kerr's statement on the ground that he wanted to be a bishop, and that he spoke 28 years after the fact, and that it was impossible that things which happened in open court should have remained doubtful for so long. It is certain that he never became a bishop, and there is nothing to prove that he wished to be one. By his own showing he had often mentioned the matter to his friend or patron, Lord Lanesborough, who at last persuaded him to write it down. There is never anything extraordinary in London. Being ignorant of what happens in Dublin, and after the Restoration no one had any interest in recalling the proceedings of the Cromwellian High Court there. The late king's position as a saint and martyr was then undisputed, and the Church of England was not on her defence. A more important difficulty is that the Dean says that he heard Michael Harrison, who only saved his life by acting as secretary to Sir Phelim, confess in open court that he attached the Great Seal to a sham commission, and that O'Neill, when pressed by the judges, answered that no man could blame him to promote that cause he had so far engaged in. In his sworn deposition, Harrison says Sir Phelim had often spoken of a commission from the king, but he had never been able to get a sight of it, though it was generally believed to exist. It seems certain that a sham commission of some sort was shown not only in Ulster but in Munster, and there is no difficulty about believing that O'Neill should not have wished to die with a lie in his mouth, or that hopes of mercy should have been held out to him if he would implicate Charles. If the commission were forged, it matters little whether the seal was that of England or Scotland. Either would do to exhibit at a distance. We know from the judge's notes that O'Neill was believed to have altered a genuine document, and that the copy was produced in court. It is not impossible that Harrison may have been employed to affix a seal to some instrument which he had not been allowed to read. The memory of Charles I has much to bear, but he could not have given a commission authorizing a general insurrection. He had been angling for Roman Catholic help before the outbreak of the rebellion, and many may have been persuaded that they were doing his will by rising against the Lords Justices, but it is not at all likely that any of the leaders were of this opinion. Lord Muskerry was not one of the first conspirators, but he joined the movement soon after it had spread to Munster. After the surrender of Ross Castle, he went to Spain, but he had been a determined opponent of Rinuccini, and he found the clergy so hostile that his life was not safe. At Lisbon his reception was little better, and he gave up his plan of raising troops for the peninsula, returned to Cork, and threw himself upon the mercy of Parliament. This was in February 1653, and he remained a prisoner in Dublin until his trial in December. In the meantime, Lady Ormonde had arrived there, and naturally interested herself in his behalf. If Carte was rightly informed, Lowther did what he could by privately informing her of the line which the prosecution would take, and so enabling the prisoner to be prepared for his defence at all points. He was not tried for treason, but as accessory to the murder of Mrs. Hussey and others in 1642, and this resulted in an acquittal. There was another charge for the murder of William Dean and others also in 1642, and it was held that the prosecutors had proved the facts, but that the prisoner had no real share in what was done, and was in any case protected by the Ross Articles. It was moreover shown that he often acted a humane and merciful part. A separate count for the murder of Roger Skinner also resulted in an acquittal. Muskerry was not finally discharged for some months, and this delay may have been caused by the discovery that a printed copy of the Ross Articles produced on the trial differed from the original which had been retained by Ludlow. He was charged in May 1654 with the murder of a man and woman unknown, but there was a verdict of not guilty. Muskerry's speech after his acquittal on the Hussey and Dean charges has been preserved. He admitted that he had had a fair trial, and that if there had been any leaning it was in his favour. I met, he said, many crosses in Spain and Portugal. I could get no rest till I came hither, and the crosses I met here are much affliction to me. But when I consider that in this court I come clear out of that blackness of blood by being so sifted, it is more to me than my estate. I can live without my estate, but not without my credit. He raised men for the Venetian service, and went later to Poland, and regained most of his property after the Restoration. Another remarkable case was that of Edmund O'Reilly, then or later Vice-Vicar General of Dublin, and afterwards Primate, for the murder of John Joyce and others at Wicklow in December 1642. They appeared to have been burned in Wicklow Castle in cold blood. Most of the evidence was hearsay, and does not perhaps amount to much more than that O'Reilly made rather light of what had been done. Luke Byrne indeed swore that in a conversation when Joyce was mentioned, O'Reilly had advised him to kill all the English about him, and had afterwards excommunicated him for favouring them. The prisoner answered that this Byrne was his enemy, and that he had excommunicated him for living in adultery. Perhaps the strongest point against O'Reilly was made by Peter Wickham, who had been High Sheriff of Wicklow, and who stated that Edward Byrne was put off the jury because he, as foreman, was prepared to say that Joyce and the rest were murdered. Edward Byrne himself corroborated this. On the other hand, a witness bearing the English name of Pemberton swore that O'Reilly had done many acts of kindness and preserved many English lives, including those of 5 Protestant clergymen. These cases were all a good deal later than Joyce's murder, and it is not improbable that, while favouring the rebellion at first, he became afterwards disgusted at the outrages that attended it. He was found guilty, but received a pardon. Peter Walsh, who was bitterly opposed to O'Reilly, speaks of him as rather a good-natured and merciful man, but adds that he escaped owing to his former services to the Parliament, especially that of betraying the royal camp at Rathmines to Jones. He was certainly engaged in secret negotiations between Jones and Owen Roe O'Neill in 1648, and it may well be that there was no wish to deal hardly with him. Walsh says he was under protection within the Parliament lines, and in that unsafe position was rash enough to appear in Dublin as a witness for the prosecution in a criminal trial. He was recognized and named by a person in court who called him upon the judge to arrest him as priest and vicar general and chief author of seizing and burning in cessation time the Black Castle of Wicklow, and consequently of murdering all those within it. Now whether this accusation was in itself true or false I know not. Sir Theodore Bourke, 3rd Viscount Mayo, submitted on July 14, 1652, and was one of the 7 who signed on behalf of a large number. Those guilty of robbery or murder during the first year of the war were excluded from any benefit by the Articles. Lord Mayo was tried at Galway as accessory to the Shrule massacre by a commission consisting of Sir Charles Coote and 10 others. He was undoubtedly present at the murders, and he rode away without fighting for the victims who were supposed to be under his protection. But there was evidence to show that he did make some effort to save them, and that he fled only to secure his own life. 4 of the commissioners were for an acquittal, but he was condemned by a majority and shot. War is a costly business. First, there is the blood tax, withdrawing thousands of young men from remunerative work. Then there is the expenditure on war materials and the destruction of property, which may take long to replace. In modern times, soldiers are paid punctually, but some part of the waste has to be met by loans, and so the expensive war goes on when its causes are half forgotten. In the case of the Irish Rebellion, it was seen at once that the work could not be paid for out of revenue, except for a moment under Strafford. Ireland had never been self-supporting, and Parliament, upon whom the King at once cast the responsibility, as yet commanded no regular income, and could not pledge the national credit. The City of London was willing enough to give money, but security for repayment was required, and 2,500 acres of Irish land were hypothecated for this purpose. It was assumed, judging by the great area affected and by the experience of former rebellions, that a very much larger amount would be forfeited. Those who subscribed would have something to sell as soon as their money had done its work. In addition to this, it proved, just as in Elizabeth's time, that there was never any ready cash enough to pay the soldiers in full, and their arrears also were made a charge upon the Irish forfeitures. There were also many miscellaneous creditors who expected to be paid out of the same fund. It is unnecessary to set out in detail the negotiations which led to the passing of the Act for the speedy reduction of the rebels in Ireland, but it received the royal assent and was therefore a legal statute forming the basis of what is known as the Cromwellian settlement. Charles II was bound by it, for the original contract could not be denied. 625,000 acres were pledged in each province, and the money advanced was to be repaid with land distributed by lot at the rate of 1,000 acres in Ulster for every £200, in Connaught for every £300, in Munster for every £450, and in Leinster for every £600. Profitable land only was counted, bogs, loughs, and barren mountains with the woods growing on them being thrown in without measurement. a quid rent was reserved to the crown of 1 penny per acre in Ulster, 3 halfpence in Connaught, 2pence farthing in Munster, and 3pence in Leinster. Patents and pardons before attainder since the fatal October 23, 1641, were declared void, and so were assignments made by after March 1st in that year. A special cause of forfeiture was entering after the said March 1 into any compact, bond, covenant, or oath, promise, or agreement to introduce or bring into the said realm of Ireland the authority of the See of Rome in any case whatsoever, or to maintain or defend the same. The money subscribed was all to be paid in London, and it was specially provided that no part of it was to be devoted to any purpose except the reduction of the Irish rebels until Parliament should declare that the thing was done. But it very soon became evident that there would be war nearer home, and long before the time limited for closing the collection. £100,000 was borrowed by the House of Commons for their own purposes upon the public faith. Charles protested, as he had every right to do, but he set up his standard at Nottingham only 9 days later, having already proclaimed Essex a traitor. The Irish difficulty could not be effectively dealt with until it was decided who was to be master in England. 3 acts to explain or extend the original one were passed soon afterwards. By the first, special arrangements were made for admitting Scotch adventurers and Dutch Protestants on or before May 10, 1642. By the second, subscribers who paid all their money before July 20, 1642, were to have Irish acres based upon a perch of 21 feet, new contributors and those who were not so prompt being still confined to English measure with a perch of 16.5 feet. By the third, corporations and companies were admitted to contribute as well as individuals. A permanent committee sat in London to watch the interests of the adventurers. Ordinances affecting them were made from time to time, of which one of the most important was that of July 14, 1643, doubling the amount of land to be given in Irish acres for an additional 1/4 to be original subscription, and encouraging merchants and manufacturers to advance money on the security of the towns and neighbourhoods of Limerick, Waterford, Galway, and Wexford. All chantry lands given unto superstitious uses for maintenance of popish priests and idolatrous masses were thrown in, and also all lands given for maintenance of lasers and lazarous people, and concealed in possession and occupation of such who are now or shall be rebels, and have been by their ancestors enjoyed by many descents. Some months before this, at the beginning of October 1642, the House of Commons sent a committee to Ireland consisting of Robert Goodwin and Robert Reynolds, adventurers and members of Parliament, and of Captain William Tucker, who was associated with them by the City of London. They disagreed among themselves, and effected nothing for the adventurers, but their pretensions gave the king an opportunity of interfering. Dublin was secured in Ormonde's hands, and so it remained until Charles was overthrown in England, but civil government was in abeyance long after that, and it was not until August 1652, when the Irish War seemed to be nearly over, that Parliament was able to declare how Irish land should be dealt with. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37, Part 1, of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Peace, Settlement, and Transplantation, 1652 to 1654. At the beginning of 1652, the commissioners in Ireland could see that the war was near its end, but there were still about 30,000 men in arms against them. Their first object was to get these fighting men out of Ireland, in which they succeeded, and after that to begin the scheme of colonization which had been contemplated from the first. They adhered to the original idea of the Act of March 1642, by which forfeited lands were to be assigned to the adventurers in each of the 4 provinces, the counties earmarked for the purpose being Kilkenny, Wexford, Carlow, Westmeath, and Longford in Leinster, Limerick and Kerry in Munster, Cavan, Monaghan, Fermanagh and Donegal in Ulster, Clare, Galway, Leitrim, and Sligo in Connacht, as the divisions then ran, others being held in reserve in case the above named should be insufficient. By this means the settlers would be near one another and afford mutual protection. It was also proposed to make a permanent pale between the Boyne and the Barrow, with a strong garrison in Wicklow, and another between the Suir and the southern Blackwater. The territory within those rivers could be easily and cheaply protected, and would soon be well inhabited, and the soldiers who held it were to be fixed in Roman fashion, with reduced pay and farms instead of arrears, provided that such of them as marry with Irish women shall lose their commands, forfeit their arrears, and be made incapable to inhabit lands in Ireland. After the receipt of the commissioners' dispatch, the committee of adventurers were called upon to make proposals for a speedy plantation. They accordingly claimed £281,812 for original advances, £12,283 under the Ordinance of 1643, involving grants of 1,038,234 acres. They objected to the suggested arrangements and demanded contiguous lands in Leinster and Munster, including the city of Waterford. The war was not yet over, and Tories were numerous, so that there would be no safety otherwise, and English labourers were scarce on account of the disafforestations at home. They therefore refused to be bound to time or to pay taxes until the country was really settled, lest they should be ruined while their highly paid servants grew rich, as had happened in New England. Weaver was sent over in April to represent the Irish government, but the adventurers stood their ground. 3 years from September 29, 1652, had been proposed as the limit of time to be occupied in planting, but it would be impossible within it to provide dwellings for 40,000 men and their families. Less than that number would not do, nor could the work begin until the counties assigned were cleared of Tories or of other Irish, which by the propositions may not be admitted to be in the plantation, though Protestants. They only wanted till the country was made safe, and till they knew more accurately what lands they had to escheat, and that all men's estates not forfeited should be cleared and known. Otherwise they might be involved in hopeless litigation with Lord Cork and many others who were not at all implicated in the rebellion. On April 17, 1 month before this answer was given, the general and field officers in Ireland, including Ludlow, Corbett, and Jones, met at Kilkenny, where they heard Dr. Jones's abstract of the depositions taken concerning murders committed during the rebellion. They were already inclined to think that some of the capitulations had been too lenient, and the reading of this terrible paper confirmed them. To many the facts were new. Others, who had been in Ireland since 1641, had never known them in so concrete a form, and they feared that men at a distance might be moved through ignorance to lenity, which we have found no small temptation in ourselves. And considering that so many murders have been committed that few of the former English were left undestroyed, especially men who had any particular knowledge of the massacre, and of those the greater part are since deceased, so that few of the rebels can be particularly discriminated by any evidence now to be produced, as the usual course of justice doth require, yet those barbarous cruel murders having been so generally joined in and since justified by the whole nation, etc., and they suggested to Parliament that in duty towards God, the great avenger of such villainies, they should not delay to decide upon the qualifications and exceptions desirable. The abstract of evidence, which had so greatly impressed the officers, accompanied their dispatch, which was read in Parliament on May 18, and we may well believe that its effect was considerable in moulding legislation. In the interval between May and August, the idea of transplantation took shape, and Connaught was left out of the area within which adventurers and soldiers might seek their reward. The Act of Settlement, upon which all subsequent proceedings were founded, declared that it was not the intention of the Parliament to extirpate the whole nation, pardon might be extended to the inferior sort of people on condition of submission and peaceable behavior. Those of higher rank, according to the respective demerits and considerations under which they fell, were divided into 10 classes or qualifications, of which the first 5 were excepted from pardon for life and estate. The first comprised of all who before November 10, 1642, when the Kilkenny Assembly first met, had anything to say to the rebellion, murders, or massacre. The second clause included all ecclesiastical persons in Roman orders who had been so concerned, the penalty in their cases extending to violences less than murder or open insurrection. The third consisted of 104 persons, excepted by name, including Ormonde, Castlehaven, Clanricarde, Inchiquin, Muskerry, and 17 other temporal peers. Bishop Bramhall came next, and among the rest were Sir Phelim O'Neill, General Preston, and Roger O'More. The fourth qualification covered those who at any time after October 1, 1641, had a hand in killing anyone except soldiers, and all Irishmen who, not being soldiers themselves, had killed Englishmen who were. The fifth clause condemned all who did not lay down their arms within 28 days of the act being published by authority in Ireland. The sixth clause provided for the banishment of all superior military officers and for the forfeiture of 2/3 of their estates, the value of the remaining third to be enjoyed by their wives and children in such places in Ireland as the Parliament, in order to the more effectual settlement of the peace of this nation, shall think fit to appoint for that purpose. The seventh clause empowered the commissioners to pardon others who had fought and submitted, and they also were deprived of 2/3 of their property, but might continue in Ireland upon the equivalent of 1/3 wherever the Parliament might assign it. The eighth applied to papists who had lived in Ireland since October 23, 1641, and had not manifested their constant good affection to the interest of the Commonwealth of England. They were to forfeit 1/3, and other persons who might have helped the Parliament and failed to do so were deprived of only 1/5. The ninth clause granted pardon for life and estate to those who had no land and not more than £10 personalty, provided they laid down their arms within the prescribed time. The 10th clause swept into the net all estates, tail, and trusts created after March 25, 1639, but English Protestants who purchased for value before the beginning of the rebellion were protected. There was a final proviso granting to all the benefit of any articles granted, provided they had observed them on their part, but the commissioners had nevertheless power to transplant them to any such place in Ireland as should be judged most consistent with public safety, where they were to have land equivalent to what they would have enjoyed had they not been so removed. At the end of January 1652, a little more than 2 months after Ireton's death, Lambert was named by Parliament as deputy to Cromwell, who was still Lord Lieutenant, and he made preparations for filling the place brilliantly. Mrs. Hutchinson says he laid out £5,000 on his outfit and gave himself airs of superiority, looking upon all the Parliament men who had conferred this honour on him as underlings and scarcely worth the great man's nod. Weaver's influence was cast against him, and before Cromwell's commission had actually expired, the House resolved to abolish the Lord Lieutenancy and to appoint no deputy. Lambert was told he might command the army as Ludlow had been doing, sharing the civil power with the other commissioners, but he refused this offer, and Cromwell, who became Captain General, appointed Fleetwood. Ludlow says this was a deep-laid plot on the part of Cromwell, who was jealous of his steadfast republicanism, and that he was thus able to secure a useful servant in his son-in-law, and at the same time to set such a dangerous rival as Lambert against the Parliament. On the other hand, there is evidence that Cromwell thought him badly treated, and he requested that £2,000 of arrears due to himself as Lord Lieutenant might be paid to Lambert. Ludlow, Corbett, and Jones remained in Ireland as Fleetwood's colleagues, but Weaver, though reappointed, became obnoxious to the military party and never returned thither. Fresh instructions were issued as soon as the Act of Settlement had passed, and Fleetwood landed at Waterford in September 1652. The commissioners were ordered to publish and circulate the Act, and to put it in force in Ireland, as well as all ordinances affecting the estates of delinquents and papists and of the bishops and chapters. They were to raise a revenue not exceeding £40,000 a month upon lands and goods in Ireland, and to watch the financial interests of the state in every way. And they were given power to send into England or such other places as you shall think fit any persons whose residence in those parts from which they are so to be removed you shall judge dangerous to this commonwealth. The Act of Settlement only laid foundations, and further legislation was required before the work of colonization could be actually undertaken. At the end of 1652, although the war was not quite over, the commissioners urged upon Parliament the necessity of expedition. The two great businesses, they wrote a few weeks later, which now lie before us, are how to lessen your charge and how to plant the country. But neither of these can be done to any effect till we do hear your pleasure about the bill before you, for giving satisfaction to the adventurers, and also to satisfy the arrears of the soldiers. The dilatoriness of the Sovereign Assembly was at least one of the reasons why Cromwell turned it out of doors. The Lord General and his new council in their declaration make no reference to Ireland, except that it had pleased God to reduce the country. It was published a week later in Dublin, the commissioners reminding all in positions of trust that notwithstanding the present alteration, they were bound to use great diligence, and that they would be held to strict account. May 4 and 11 were fixed for solemn seeking the grace of the Lord by all his people in Ireland. Oliver Cromwell was virtually dictator during the few weeks that intervened between his dismissal of the much-purged House of Commons and the meeting of that curious assembly, sometimes called the Little and sometimes the Nominated Parliament, but which will always be remembered in connection with Praise God Barebone. It was intended to legislate for the British Islands, and representatives of Scotland and Ireland were accordingly added. The 140 members were named by the new Council of State without any pretence of election, and summoned by Oliver as Lord General. The English members were assigned to various parts of the kingdom, but Scotch and Irish to their respective countries at large. 5 of the Irish members were colonels: Sir Robert King, who was born in Ireland; Hewson, the regicide, who became a councillor of state; John Clark, Daniel Hutchinson, and Henry Cromwell. The only civilian associated with them was Vincent Gookin, whose father had fallen foul of Strafford's Parliament. The speaker chosen by the Assembly was Francis Rouse, author of a metrical version of the Psalms, which still retains some reputation in Scotland. The House, which had been partly composed, according to Harrison's idea, of a Sanhedrin, took care to appoint no officer or servant, but such as they were first well satisfied of their real godliness. The new Council of State was reappointed with some alterations, and included Cromwell and Fleetwood. After these preliminaries were settled, the House spent a summer's day until 4 o'clock in seeking the Lord in a special manner for counsel and a blessing on the proceedings, some 12 members speaking and praying. The Lord General was present, and it was a comfortable day. His long speech of the opening contains no special reference to Irish policy. Cromwell handed over the supreme authority to the new Assembly, which by a majority voted itself a Parliament, but he and his Council of State had already begun to take action on the Act of Settlement. Methuselah Turner, linen draper of London, and 8 other persons were appointed to meet at Grocers' Hall on June 20 at 8 o'clock in the morning, and there hold a lottery to decide upon the adventurers' claims. No one lot was to exceed £10,000. Connaught was excluded, and the total to be provided for in the other 3 provinces was £360,000. 1 penny in the pound was to be deducted for expenses. 2 days after the lottery began, a commission was given to Fleetwood, Ludlow, Corbett, and Jones, declaring the war ended and empowering them to administer the acts and ordinances concerning the adventurers, and to make a survey for the purpose of all forfeited lands in Ireland. They were instructed first to take in hand 10 counties, namely Limerick, Tipperary, and Waterford in Munster, King's and Queen's counties, Meath and Westmeath in Leinster, Down, Antrim, and Armagh in Ulster, and to divide all the forfeited lands, meadow, arable, and profitable pasture, with the woods and bogs and barren mountains thereunto respectively belonging, into 2 equal moieties. of which one was intended for the adventurers and the other for the soldiers' arrears. Louth was then to be surveyed separately. The counties of Dublin, Cork, Kildare, and Carlow were specially reserved, and the commissioners were authorized to assign any 5 counties not hitherto named to pay arrears accrued since June 5, 1649, of soldiers to be disbanded. All grants made by any act, ordinance, or order of Parliament since November 1, 1641, were excluded from survey, and the manor of Blarney was specially excepted. Blarney, which was part of Muskerry's great estate, fell to Broghill's share, and we may infer that his advice was much followed in all matters connected with the settlement. When the commission and instructions reached Dublin, the commissioners there had begun to negotiate with the officers as to who should be disbanded and how their arrears should be satisfied until the supreme authority of the Commonwealth were convened. The army were not pleased when they heard that their satisfaction was to be limited to 5 counties and to those who had served since June 1649. Those who had been longest in the parliamentary service seemed to have greater claims, and they had certainly greater arrears due. It became necessary to issue further instructions as to the transplantation contemplated by the Act of Settlement. The commissioners in Ireland were to announce publicly that parts of Ireland would be planted with English and Protestants for their security, and to the end that all persons who have right to articles or to any favour and mercy held forth by any of the qualifications in said act may enjoy the benefit intended unto them and every of them respectively. These words at once excluded all who were excepted from pardon for life and estate by the first 5 clauses. Their lives might, for the most part, not be in much danger, but their property was gone. All who had claims were ordered to transplant into Connaught and Clare before May 1, 1654, there to receive such portions of land as their qualifications entitled them to. All who were found east of the Shannon after that day without license from the government were to be reputed spies and enemies, and for the same offence suffer death. But a little later it was ordered that the capital penalty should not be inflicted without special order from the Lord Deputy and Council. All who removed in time were to be pardoned, and for every offence except murder, but they were not to possess arms nor to reside in any town without license, on penalty of death by martial law. Ecclesiastical persons and Roman orders were not to be pardoned, tolerated, or admitted. The obligation to transplant was not extended to Protestants who did not adhere to or join the rebels before September 15, 1643, nor to any woman married to an English Protestant before December 2, 1650, on condition of renouncing popery and professing Protestantism. Boys under 14 and girls under 12 were allowed to remain among the English as servants, their masters undertaking to train them in the true Protestant religion. Protestants, whether English or Irish, who had land in Connaught or Clare, and had constantly adhered to the English against the rebels, might on application receive an equivalent in one of the English counties. All transplantable persons were to be gone before May 1, 1654, and within 2 months of receiving their allotments, which were only provisional, pending a regular survey. On September 12, 1653, these instructions were transmitted by the commissioners to their officers in every part of Ireland, with directions to make them public. From the Commissioner's letter of April 22, 1653, quoted above, it is evident that the bill for satisfaction of adventurers and soldiers was before the Long Parliament for some time. The changes consequent upon its expulsion caused further delay, and it was not till just before Michaelmas that the action of the Lord General and Council was legalized, so far as any legal force could attach to the new Parliament's sanction. The Act confirmed what had been done and further empowered the commissioners to shorten proceedings by transplanting the Irish at once, although their claims be not first determined or their qualifications distinguished, and to give them lands in occupation proportionable to the estate by them claimed or competent to such stock as each of the said persons shall have. Adventurers and soldiers receiving lands were relieved for 5 years from the payment of quit rents imposed by the Act of 1642, and taxation for the same period was not to exceed 1/4 of the annual value. When the commissioners in Ireland received the Act with its final directions, they published a declaration for enforcing it. all who took part in or abetted the rebellions, murders, or massacres during the first year, all who at any time were in actual arms as rebels, and all who had any land entitling them to compensation by the Act of Settlement, were to remove across the Shannon by May 1, 1654. Protestants who had not joined the rebels before the first cessation on September 15, 1643, were accepted, and so was any woman who married an English Protestant before December 2, 1650, on condition of openly renouncing popery. All persons not accepted or without special license found east of the Shannon after the appointed day were to be treated as hostile spies, tried by martial law, and suffer death. All transplantable persons were to report themselves to the Commissioners of Revenue in the precinct where they lived, giving the names of their families, particulars as to tenants and others who would accompany them voluntarily, with their ages, color, and height, and an account of the cattle and tillage for which they pay contribution in the places from whence they remove. After satisfying themselves that the information was true, the commissioners were to issue certificates, and regulations were made as to how these documents might be converted into land in Connaught or Clare. Whatever may be the exact meaning of this declaration, or however it may be reconciled with the acts of settlement and of satisfaction, it soon became quite clear that the transplantation could not be effected by May 1, 1654. As a matter of fact, the procedure was applied only to landowners and their families, and to such tenants as might choose to go with them. A few did go early in the day, but the vast majority clung to their homes. Licenses to remain were freely granted to the aged and infirm, and to those who could show that they had befriended the English, even in cases where the service was too slight to deserve permanent exemption. Colonel Lawrence assures us that indulgence was shown for considerable periods, that a cup of cold water might not go unrequited. The time was extended generally first to December, so that seed time and harvest might be included, and afterwards to March 1655, the doomed proprietors remaining on their old property as tenants at will to the state. When March arrived, most of the work was still to be done, for the officers and soldiers and other faithful Protestants of Leinster petitioned the Irish government to execute the further instructions of July 2, 1653, and to transplant all the Irish into Connaught, excepting males of 14 years of age and females of 12. The first reason was lest the settlers should become idolaters from intermarriage with the natives, many who came over in Queen Elizabeth's time having thus fallen away and been concerned in the late murders and massacres. Among many Old Testament texts, the petitioners gave precedence to the verses of Ezra, where the Israelites were forbidden to take Gentile wives, that they might be strong and eat the good of the land, and leave it for an inheritance to their children forever. If this principle was neglected, even the parliamentary soldiers might join with the natives to attack the colonists, having first learned the vices that reigned in the land, such as swearing, drunkenness, dissembling, and deceiving. The second argument was grounded on the law of nature, which teacheth self-preservation. Experience showed that the priests would go to any lengths to advance their church, and that the people would follow them. And Edmund Campion, the Jesuit, is quoted as to the perfidiousness of the Irish. The great thing was to get rid of the Tories out of 3 provinces, and thus encourage honest men to come from England and strengthen those who were already committed to Ireland. As things actually stood, the English were confined to garrisons and forced to fold their cattle, while the Irish occupied the best land, keeping their flocks and herds in the fields by day and night. When it was a question of paying taxes, they hid their stock in the woods, which the English cannot do, who by that means will be liable to bear a greater proportion of contribution than the Irish. Cromwell became Protector in December 1653, and Fleetwood was one of the Council of State. Ludlow takes credit to himself for delaying the ascent of Ireland, but Oliver was nevertheless proclaimed on January 30, the Secretary's name only appearing. The other commissioners effaced their signatures when Ludlow refused to add his, and they seem to have disliked the change. Ludlow rested his case upon the engagement of January 1650, which he and his colleagues had taken to support the Commonwealth of England as it is now established without a king or House of Lords. Afterwards he refused to have any share in the civil government, while retaining his military command, and this was attributed by Henry Cromwell and others to his love for pay and allowances. There is nevertheless a real distinction between acting as a minister and serving one's country as a soldier, even under a usurped government. The Anabaptist party, who were hostile to the Protectorate, showed signs of adopting the discontented general as their leader. Cromwell sent over his son Henry to report, and he remained about a month in Ireland, being received with as much honour as if he were indeed a prince. He found Jones, as well as Ludlow, discontented, but made rather light of their opposition, which indeed came to nothing, William Kiffin and others advising their Baptist friends to accept the new government. Henry nevertheless suggested that Fleetwood was not a satisfactory representative, and advised his father to replace him at least for a time. We have no means of knowing what passed between father and son after the latter's return, but the result was to soften the effect of the transplantation policy. Vincent Gookin was in England, and if he was consulted, as is at least probable, his influence would have worked in that direction. Fleetwood became Lord Deputy in August 1654, when the term of the commissioners came to an end. Ludlow and Jones were not reappointed to the Irish Council, and the latter went to England, but Corbett was retained, and others were sent over. Among the latter were Colonel Robert Hammond of Isle of Wight, celebrity, Richard Pepys and William Steele, eminent lawyers, Robert Goodwin, who had been over 12 years before, and Colonel Matthew Tomlinson, who had been appointed one of Charles I's judges, but had declined to act. A perfectly regular statute provided that the Long Parliament should not be dissolved without its own consent, and the usurping House of Commons, which had killed the king and abolished the monarchy and House of Lords, was thus able to make some pretence of legality. In the Parliament elected under the instrument of government, 30 members were assigned to Ireland, and Cromwell left it to those on the spot to decide whether elections were possible in the state of the country. Fleetwood, Jones, and Corbett replied that several counties were waste and others very unsettled, and that they did not see how the business was to be done. The writs were, however, sent over, and Ludlow persuaded them that even the shadow of representation would be better than nothing. He says the influence of the clergy secured a few results not pleasing to the government, but all the chief officers were chosen, Broghill being returned for the county of Cork, and Gookin, whose interests also lay there, for Bandon and Kinsale. Henry Cromwell was chosen for Cambridge University, and Fleetwood both of Oxfordshire, and for Marlborough. The new Parliament met on Cromwell's lucky September 3, but before that day he had given Fleetwood and his council power to dispense with the orders and instructions made and given by the late Parliament or Council of State for the transplantation of the Irish, and also with the penalties upon those who neglected or refused to go. A clause to the same effect had been rejected when the Act of Satisfaction was passed 12 months before. End of Chapter 37, Part 1. Chapter 37, Part 2 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2 by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Peace, Settlement, and Transplantation, 1652 to 1654. The dispensing power remained with the Irish government, who exercised it, but Fleetwood was not inclined to make indulgence a matter of course, and the military party were always pressing him in the direction of severity. On November 30, 1654, a declaration was issued repeating the order in the Act of Settlement for the transplantation of landed proprietors of those in arms against the Commonwealth since October 21, 1641, and of those who aided the rebellion during the first year of the war. They were ordered to be gone with their wives and families by March 1 following, or to incur the penalties already declared. How far Oliver was influenced by Vincent Gookin must be a matter of conjecture, but he certainly liked him, and the latter would scarcely have appeared in print against the Protector's known wishes. At the very beginning of 1655, Gookin published a pamphlet against general transplantation and sent a copy to every member of Parliament. He was impressed with the idea that the Irish generally might be converted to Protestantism, and that this was much more likely if they were left intermixed with the English. The country had been conquered, and there were garrisons everywhere, but no ministers, as if our business in Ireland was only to set up our own interest and not Christ's. Another difficulty lay in the divisions among Protestants, who were so bitter against each other that the papist sees not where to fix if he should come to us. If the Irish remained among the English, they would enjoy the labours of godly, able ministers, the encouragement of Protestant professors, and the catechizing of private Christians, all which influences would be wanting if they were crowded together beyond the Shannon. It is hardly worth while to inquire what might have happened if there had been no restoration, but Gookin declares that the priests had universally departed as well as the most dangerous of the soldiers. And it is possible for people with a great deal of imagination to argue that Ireland might have become Protestant if they had all been kept out forever. What really prevented the transplantation from being fully carried out was the impossibility of cultivating the land without the help of the natives, who might be spared under the first clause of the Act of Settlement. The Irish, says Gookin, lived on the roots and fruits of their gardens, that is, mainly on potatoes, and sold their corn to the English to pay the taxes. The country, moreover, was not generally suited to corn on account of the uncertain climate and the amount of labour required. And if the Irish all left, no contribution could be made out of lands east of the Shannon. The women, too, were for the most part able to spin and weave flax and wool, and there were plenty of masons, more handy and ready in building ordinary houses, and much more prudent in supplying the defects of instruments and materials than English artificers. Gookin reckoned that a capital of £1,500 or £2,000 would be required for each 1,000 Irish acres, and that it would be impossible to bring over English labour in sufficient quantity. The Irish might refuse to go into Connaught. Indeed, many had already done so, saying that their position was hopeless, and that they might as well face ruin where they were as travel to look for it. And he adds, there is one thing more which wise men will consider, and that is the impossibility of this transplanting. Can it be imagined that a whole nation will drive like geese at the wagging of a hat upon a stick? Whatever may be the etymology of the name Tory, it was officially applied in 1647 to masterless men living a life of brigandage and preying upon all who had anything to lose. No doubt it was in popular use before that date. Gookin says the English dreaded the Tories more than armies, and woods and bogs than camps, and he believed that transplantation would make matters worse. The Irish proprietors would be unable to support their followers. Beyond Shannon, the river would be no barrier, and they would become Tories against their will. They had already been forced into such courses by the intolerable taxation necessary to support the Parliament's army, and by the violence and oppression of some soldiers which often went unpunished. Most of the really active rebels were dead or exiled, and it was unwise as well as unjust to assume universal guilt. The Irish nation, indeed, were generally engaged in the rebellion, either through ignorance of the design and apprehending they acted by the king's commission and for his and God's service, or through infirmity, partly fearing their priests' threats, partly their landlords' frowns, partly the violence of others, of the English who at the beginning reckoned an Irishman and a rebel tantamount, and on that score forced many into war who desired peace with the Irish in arms, who accounted and declared all enemies that joined not, at least seemingly, with them, and proceeded with more severity against dissenting natives than the English. A month after its publication, Gookin's pamphlet was denounced by Fleetwood as a very strange, scandalous book, and Colonel Lawrence, at the request of several persons in eminent place in Ireland, undertook to refute it. He was able to show that former settlements had succeeded only where the colonists were placed near one another, as for instance the barony of Ards in the county of Down and province of Ulster, which being entirely planted by British people, did preserve themselves by keeping guards upon their frontiers when all the country besides was totally ruined. He gives many horrible details of the rebellion, wherein neither age nor sex were spared. English cattle and houses were destroyed for their being of an English kind, and all this without the least provocation. Yet this bloody, inhuman act, with all its aggravations, were espoused by this people as a national quarrel and a war waged thereupon. But admits that some of the Irish gentry, whose kindness I hope either hath been or will be rewarded both by God and man, did really help the English, so that a few escaped like Job's messengers to bring the bad news. Lawrence points out that in all official declarations only landed proprietors and men in arms were marked for transplantation, and that nothing further was intended, but he maintains that it was quite possible to extend it greatly without danger. Gookin's rejoinder is dedicated to Fleetwood, whom he praises for his kindness to all, whereby the necessary hardships were much diminished. He shows how very few exceptions there would be among the Irish if the declaration of October 14, 1653 were strictly acted upon, acknowledges the authorship of the first pamphlet, and maintains his position. Let no poor sufferer by the Irish betray his reason or religion to his passion here, to think no evils can be too great to be brought on the Irish. It was their being cruel makes us hate them so much. To punish them, do not run into their sin, lest God punish thee. Do not think that he that writes this and the case of transplantation pleads for them, but thy cause. 'Tis safe and profitable for thee that some be removed, not all. This Colonel Lawrence says shall be done, and this I desired might be done. Where is my offence against authority more than his, my love to the Irish more than his, or my care of thee less than his? After all, there is not much difference between the two writers. That the English did not think Gookin's ideas hostile to the settlement may be inferred from their electing him to Parliament, and proposing to pay his expenses there, an offer which he refused. There can be little doubt that the sufferings of the Waldenses reacted upon Ireland, the rather that many Irish refugees were concerned in the massacres. At the end of 1653 it was reported that Irish troops had passed the mountains from Spain and appeared at Nimes, where there was a strong body of Protestants. The priests secured them a good reception, though they boasted that they would tear in pieces and crucify quick any Protestants they found there. Some of them were induced to settle and take wives, so that they may in a manner in this town augment and renew the race of that execrable and murdering nation. 2 months later another detachment were refused admission to Nimes, because some of them boasted that they had massacred the English in Ireland, and they went on to Piedmont. Later on it was said that the Waldensian valleys were to be given up to the Irish. It is not therefore surprising that the officers in Ireland, with Fleetwood at their head, should have expressed their horror at the proceedings in Piedmont, and cautioned the Protector against too great leniency in Ireland. Let the blood of Ireland be fresh in your view, and their treachery cry aloud in your ears, that the frequent solicitations with which you are encompassed may not slack your hand to an unsafe pity of those whose principles in all ages carry them forth to such brutish and inhuman practices, which consist not with human society. And let not such be left untransplanted here, or unminded in England, whose continuance among us do palpably hazard the very being of Protestants' interest in these nations. And Cromwell himself told the Dutch ambassador that the example of Ireland was fresh in his memory, where above 200,000 had been massacred. So strong was the feeling in Ireland that the officers contributed a fortnight's pay and the soldiers a week's pay for the relief of the persecuted mountaineers. A large sum was also subscribed privately. The process of transplantation went on slowly and was never carried to its extreme lengths, for very few would have escaped if the Act of Settlement had been carried out to the letter. But vast numbers did remove during the year 1654, and it would probably be difficult to exaggerate the hardships they underwent. In some cases, at least, whole districts were depopulated, for it was officially reported that no inhabitant of the Irish nation that knows the country was left in the barony of Ely O'Garty in Tipperary, which contains the town of Thurles, and orders were given for the return of 4 families who might live near their old homes and assist the surveyors. Those who crossed the Shannon were provided with land in a temporary way, and 2 commissions were appointed to consider claims with a view to more permanent arrangements. In October 1653, the transplanted were ordered to go to Galway and inform the commissioners of revenue there as to their families and the nature of their claims. Afterwards these commissioners sat at Longria, and it became their duty to distribute land in accordance with the findings of another commission at Athlone. The latter were appointed on December 28, 1654, as the Court of Claims and Qualifications of the Irish, and were generally known as the Athlone Commissioners. Their business was to find under which qualification or degree of guilt each Irish claimant fell, and to give him lands proportionate to those which he had enjoyed east of the Shannon. The Longria commissioners used the maps and registers made for Strafford's intended plantation in Connaught and in the northern half of Tipperary. For the rest of Ireland it was necessary to make a new survey. Meanwhile, transplantation proceeded very slowly, and in March 1656 there were 1,000 men under restraint who had borne arms during the rebellion but refused to cross the Shannon. Benjamin Worsley, who had been a surgeon or apothecary in Strafford's army, came over again in 1652 and was appointed Surveyor General. He had been an unsuccessful projector, and according to Petty had tried his hand at universal medicine, gold-making, saltpetre sowing, and other mountain-bellied conceptions which ended only in abortive mice. He and his friend Sankey being stigmatized as a multiloquial pair of Monty Parteris, he began to make a survey at which he expected to be employed for many years, but Petty soon began to criticize his proceedings and to suggest that he could do the work a great deal better in as many months. Dispatch was of the essence of the business, for both adventurers and soldiers were clamoring for possession of the promised lands. Petty had come over at the same time as Worsley, and the Irish government very soon found that he was a man of extraordinary ability and very likely to carry anything he undertook to a successful issue. Ireton made him physician general to the army, and he claimed to have so reformed the drug department as to get rid of all abuses and at the same time save the state £500 a year. Worsley's plan was to survey the forfeited lands without any regard to the established divisions into baronies, parishes, and town lands, or to the physical features of the country. He was to be paid only for the profitable lands, and thus there was a constant tendency to include worthless tracts. Moreover, the subdivision would still have to be done, either at a great charge to the state or at the expense of the grantees. In the latter case no authentic record would remain, and there would be no unity of action. Nobody was satisfied at the prospect, and Petty declared that Worsley's great object was so to frame committees of conceited, scurrilous persons, intermixing some of credit and bulk amongst them, as whereby he might screen himself in case of miscarriage. He made proposals of his own, and the rival schemes were submitted to the judgment of a committee consisting of Sir Hardress Waller, Colonels Lawrence and Hewson, and 9 others, including Petty and Worsley. Petty's plan was approved, though Worsley's worked hard against him, and had at first the help of Sir Charles Coote and some other officers. Afterwards Coote and Reynolds were added to the committee, and the final result was a complete victory for Petty. Worsley remained Surveyor General, and it was with him that his rival contracted to do the work. Petty engaged to make in 13 months a general map of 22 counties, ascertaining and defining the bounds of baronies so that there should be no future doubt. He undertook within the same counties accurately to set out all forfeited lands as well as all crown lands and the property of bishops, deans, and chapters, or any other officer belonging to that hierarchy, showing their quality and physical character, and all civil subdivisions. He was to receive £7 2 shillings 4 pence for every 1,000 acres of forfeitable profitable land that shall be measured and actually sent out to the soldiery by him, and £3 for every 1,000 acres of unprofitable land. One of the conditions made by Petty was that those whom he employed in the survey should be protected from Tories, and this was no superfluous precaution. 8 surveyors were actually captured near Timelin in Kildare, carried off to the Wicklow Mountains, and there murdered. In spite of such drawbacks, the survey was completed, or very nearly so, within the specified time, and the distribution of land to the disbanded soldiers went on in the meantime. Henry Cromwell visited Kilkenny, Waterford, and Wexford in September and October 1655 and reported that good progress had been made in the work. Petty claimed to have made lineal measurements to the extent of more than 5 times the earth's circumference. The forfeited lands were indicated to him by what was called the Civil Survey, which was merely a register of forfeited lands made independently by commissioners and for the most part before the old proprietors had actually departed. This made the measuring business dangerous as well as troublesome, and Petty employed soldiers such as were able to endure travail, ill lodging, and died, as also heats and colds, being also men of activity that could leap hedge and ditch, and could also ruffle with the several rude persons in the country, from whom they might expect often to be crossed and opposed. He had no difficulty in finding men who, having been bred to trades, could write and read sufficiently for the purpose. The more delicate instruments were obtained from the best London makers, and skilled artificers were found to make the rest. The soldiers had received debentures for their arrears, and the idea was to set them down by regiments and companies alongside of the adventurers. But it soon became evident that the amount of forfeited land was insufficient to meet the liabilities of the state. Land had to be distributed on account, and debentures, including many fabricated ones, were bought and sold. Very few old soldiers cared to settle down upon small farms, and there were always speculative officers found to buy up the claims of their men and so carve out estates for themselves. Irish tenants and labourers being accepted because the hoped-for English immigration did not take place. The Act of Satisfaction forbade officers to buy the privates' debentures, but a class of brokers sprang up, and the traffic continued till the Restoration. Great numbers were sold before any distribution of land had been attempted. Petty himself tells us that debentures were freely and openly sold at 4 or 5 shillings in the pound, and that a pound so laid out purchased on an average 2 acres of land. Later on there was a regulation against selling at less than 8 shillings in the pound, but of course this was easily evaded. As a transfer of property from Irish to English hands, the Cromwellian settlement had some measure of success, but as a scheme of colonization it totally failed. It was at first supposed that the 10 counties originally named in the Act of Satisfaction would provide for both soldiers and adventurers, but this soon had to be altered, and in the end distribution was made to the soldiers in 24 counties out of 32. Galway, Mayo, Roscommon, and Clare were given to the transplanted Irish, and Louth was set aside for the adventurers. Dublin, Kildare, Carlow, and Cork were retained by the government, but about half the latter was afterwards given up to disbanded soldiers. Nevertheless, all arrears were not paid in full, and some never received more than about 12 shillings in the pound. Petty's detailed survey did not extend to the adventurers' portions, and their committee at Grocers' Hall made separate arrangements, which led to a good deal of confusion. Petty was called in to disentangle the knot, and he and Worsley were commissioned in September 1656 to measure the forfeited lands hitherto omitted. The adventurers, though numerous, were far fewer than the soldiers, and they gave less trouble. Most of them probably had no idea of settling in Ireland, and only wanted something to sell or let on lease. Some debentures were given out to soldiers or their representatives as late as the summer of 1658, and perhaps later. Many, no doubt, were thoroughly dissatisfied with what they got, but working arrangements had been made, and Clarendon's testimony is conclusive as to the general feeling of security among the English inhabitants. Ireland, he says, was the great capital, out of which all debts were paid, all services rewarded, and all acts of bounty performed. Buildings, enclosures, and plantations were everywhere made, private purchases concluded at very valuable rates, and jointures made upon marriages, and all other conveyances and settlements executed as in a kingdom at peace within itself, and where no doubt could be made of the validity of titles. And yet in all this quiet there were very few persons pleased or contented. It was originally meant to give all the forfeited lands in Connaught and Clare to the transplanted, reserving the towns and garrisons with some space about them, and a strip 4 miles wide all along the coast. In the end, Sligo and Leitrim were withdrawn, and the coast reserve was narrowed to 1 mile. The amount of land was insufficient, and there must have been great hardship, for the government had no machinery for giving quiet possession if there was any opposition from neighbouring proprietors or rival claimants. It was a tradition of Irish government to apprehend a Spanish invasion, and it was for that reason that a belt of English settlers round the coast was contemplated, but nothing seems to have come of it. Innisbofen was, however, strengthened and garrisoned, and the Papist inhabitants ordered to leave the town of Galway, where it was proposed to plant a colony from Gloucester as a reward for its resistance to Charles I, and from Liverpool to compensate it for losses during the war. But the inhabitants of those towns were not tempted any more than those of Bristol and had been in the case of Waterford. Poor Galway, wrote a clergyman in 1657, sitteth in the dust, and no eye pitieth her. Her merchants were princes and great among the nations, but now the city, which was full of people, is solitary and very desolate. There was talk, but only talk, of introducing a colony of Protestant Dutch. The old citizens were to receive full value for their property, and the settlers to give 10 years' purchase. As the latter did not come, probably the compensation was not paid, and so the people lingered on or returned after a brief absence. In November 1655, Henry Cromwell reported that all the Irish had been cleared out of Galway. Yet, as late as August 1659, after he had left Ireland, a fresh order was made to expel all the Irish Papists. The old trade with Spain, which had been interrupted by the long war, did not return, and Galway never recovered its old prosperity. In 1650, a householder had welcomed Lady Fanshawe to this desolate city, where you now see the street grown over with grass, once the finest little city in the world, and so it remained for years. By the ordinance of July 14, 1643, with a view to encourage merchants, Galway, with 10,000 acres of land round it, had been offered for a price of £7,500 and a rent of £520, but the town did not come into the power of Parliament for many years, and nothing was done. Similar offers, with the same result, were made in the cases of Limerick, Waterford, and Wexford. As the towns were gradually won, frequent orders were given for the expulsion of the old inhabitants who adhered to Rome, and who came within the scope of the active settlement. But here, as in the country, it was found impossible really to carry out the clearance effectually. Artificers and workmen could not be done without, since none came from England, and many of them remained, though no doubt the houses of a better class were left empty. When Inchiquin expelled the Roman Catholics from Cork in 1644, 3,000 houses were without tenants, and as many in Youghal. The soldiers, who were short of fuel, warmed themselves with everything that would burn, and Ormonde, about the same time, had to forbid the practice in Dublin on pain of death. In March 1657, it is clear that the work of depopulation had not been done, for an order was then made that all popish recusants, as well as proprietors as others, whose habitation is in any port towns, walled towns, or garrisons, who had not professed Protestantism before the cessation of 1643, and ever since, should remove their families at least 2 miles from any such place. In 1650, some ministers and others in New England proposed to colonize, being tempted by the offer of houses and land at Wexford at 1/10 of their value before the war. Thousands were ready to come if encouraged, being exiles through the tyranny of episcopacy for no other offence, but professing that truth which, though through mercy, is now acknowledged. This apparently came to nothing. Those English who were attracted to Irish towns by the prospect of getting houses rent-free were often without capital, and in no condition to establish a flourishing commerce. But all the Protestant settlers were not of this class, for Charles II's declaration in 1660 set forth that they had made improvements at their own charge, and brought trade and manufacture into that our kingdom, and by their settlement there do not a little contribute to the peace and settlement of that country. In any case, much of the work was probably done by the old inhabitants, for if they had not remained in considerable numbers, priests and friars would not daily have risked their lives in Irish towns. Besides the great transplantation of Roman Catholics to Connacht, Fleetwood and the sectaries contemplated the removal of Presbyterian Royalists from Down and Antrim, whose proximity to the Scotch Highlands was thought dangerous. 5 commissioners, of whom Dr. Henry Jones and Colonel Venables were sent to Carrickfergus to tender the engagement of 1650, which bound men to support a government without king or House of Lords. There were then but 7 Presbyterian ministers in the district, one of them being Patrick Adair, whose narrative we possess. The commissioners sent parties of soldiers, one of which seized all Adair's papers indiscriminately, there being none among 16 soldiers and a sergeant who could read. The most important papers were restored to Adair by a maidservant, who stole them when the sergeant was asleep. None of the 7 clergymen would take the engagement, and they had much support among the people. The expulsion of the Long Parliament delayed, but did not stop the proceedings, and the commissioners issued a proclamation against 260 persons, including Lord Clandeboy and Lord Montgomery of Ards, whom they proposed to transplant to Kilkenny, Tipperary, and the sea coast of Waterford. They were to receive the full value of the estates which they had lost, with a liberal price for way-going crops, and their ministers might accompany them and receive salaries, provided they were peaceable-minded and not scandalous. Sir Robert Adair and other leading Presbyterians were sent to Tipperary, but the whole scheme came to nothing, for Oliver, coming to the supreme order of affairs, used other methods and took other measures than the rabble-rump Parliament. He did not force any engagement or promise upon people contrary to their conscience, knowing that forced obligations of that kind will bind no man. Orders for this transplantation were given, but nothing was actually done. End of chapter 37, part 2. Chapter 38 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Henry Cromwell, 1655 to 1659. Though the Protector had not adopted his son's advice by at once recalling Fleetwood, it soon became evident that he wished for a stronger man. Before the end of 1654, the Lord Deputy gently complained that he was kept in the dark about matters of policy, and doubted whether this was for His Highness's service. A few days later, Henry Cromwell was appointed to the council in Ireland, having already for some months held a commission as Major General of the forces there. But he did not come over until July 1655. Fleetwood returned to England some weeks later, but retained the office of deputy and continued to give advice, while Henry became virtual head of the Irish government. Fleetwood had come very much under the influence of the Anabaptist officers, and his suppression marks the decline of their reputation with the now all-powerful Protector. When Fleetwood left Ireland, Henry Cromwell became president of the council. The other members were William Steele, Recorder of London, who did not come over till the next year, Richard Pepys, who became Chief Justice, Corbett, Goodwin, and Tomlinson. Hammond had died in 1654, and 5 being a quorum, it was necessary that all should be present. To avoid this, William Barry of Grantham was added in August 1656. The Anabaptist party were very sorry to lose Fleetwood, and rejoiced in a rumour of his probable return, but many superior officers, including Sir Theophilus Jones, Sir Hardress Waller, and Commissary General Reynolds, circulated a petition to the Protector suggesting that his son should be Lord Lieutenant. Ludlow had given all the trouble he could, refusing to surrender his commission to any but the Parliament who gave it, and circulating pamphlets against the Protectorate, much to the disgust of Fleetwood. He, however, allowed his commission to be taken from him in an informal way, giving his parole to do nothing, much to the disgust of Fleetwood. He, however, allowed his commission to be taken from him in an informal way, giving his parole to do nothing against the government until he came into the Protector's presence. He then proposed to go to England on urgent private affairs, and gave a second engagement to remain quiet until he had surrendered to the Protector or the Lord Deputy. On this undertaking, Fleetwood gave him leave to go, and it was one of his last acts in Ireland. When the deputy was gone, Henry Cromwell opposed Ludlow's departure, while declining to restrain him forcibly. but he took steps to have him intercepted at Beaumaris until the Protector's wishes were known, and he was under arrest there for 6 weeks. Cromwell saw him after his arrival in London, and there was much not altogether unfriendly argument, but Ludlow stoutly refused to acknowledge the government or to give any security. As a matter of fact, he remained quiet while Protectorate lasted, and he was not molested. The infant settlement in Jamaica suffered much from a scarcity of women, and the English government suggested that Irish girls might be sent out. Concerning the young women who wrote Henry Cromwell in reply, "Though we must use force in taking them up, yet it being so much for their own good, and likely to be so great advantage to the public, it is not in the least doubted that you may have such numbers of them as you think fit." The Committee of Council in England voted that 1,000 girls and as many boys should be sent, but there is no evidence that anything was actually done, and the probabilities are the other way. The difficulties in Jamaica were great, and perhaps Cromwell thought that the time for importing settlers had not yet come. Considerable numbers were, however, sent from Ireland to the West Indies. They were not slaves, but were forced to work for wages, and could not leave the islands, to which they were sent in the character of masterless men, vagrants, rogues, and vagabonds. This system began in 1653 and continued until the Restoration or later. It was not confined to Ireland, many seditious persons in England having been treated in the same way. James II continued the practice after Sedgemoor. For white men the climate alone was a terrible punishment. A large number of prisoners were thus treated after Paradox Rising. After Dunbar and Worcester, English and Scotch captives were sent to New England, and others were ordered to Bermuda. At the beginning of 1655, the governor of Waterford was ordered to ship Maurice clear by the first vessel bound for the Barbados, there to work for his living. About the same time it was ordered that when a peaceable person was murdered by any Tory or other Irish in rebellion, 3 or 4 of the chief Irish neighbours were to be shipped to Barbados and other American plantations, unless they could show that they had done their best to apprehend the guilty parties. An Irish priest who visited the West Indies in 1669 enlarges on the state of the Irish sent by Cromwell and other fierce enemies of the Catholic Church and faith. They had been forced to work in the fields and treated cruelly and miserably in temporal and much more in spiritual things, being entirely precluded from Catholic worship and from the ministration of their priests. There were 8,000 in Barbados and about 4,000 in other settlements. In the French island of Guadeloupe there were 800 who were even worse off than in the English possessions, for they lived in the worst parts of it, and though the island was Catholic, they had little advantage by that on account of the distance, difficult access, and scarcity of priests. Oliver Cromwell became Chancellor of Oxford, and it was natural that the University of Dublin should confer a like honour upon his son, Ormonde being outlawed by the Act of 1652. Almost immediately after his landing, Henry was received in state and entertained at dinner by the Vice-Chancellor, Provost, and others, who with many doctors were all robed in scarlet. The Vice-Chancellor was Dr. Henry Jones, who kept his bishopric of Clocker in the background, his services as Scout-Master-General of the Parliamentary Army having secured him in his place. The provost was Dr. Samuel Winter, who ranked as an independent, but was inclined to maintain friendly relations with Episcopalians and Presbyterians. Very probably his influence was great in determining Henry Cromwell's tolerant policy towards Protestants of all sorts, but this did not secure general goodwill, for the Anabaptists were much offended with him for coming every Lord's Day to parochial and public congregations, and with his chaplains for preaching against dipping. Winter himself preached and wrote in favor of infant baptism, and for adhering to him a godly man was solemnly excommunicated by the Dublin Anabaptists, and had no alternative but to join the Independents. Henry Cromwell's letters are full of complaints about the Anabaptists, and their opposition in the government and army was formidable, for they could count 12 governors of cities or towns, 24 field officers, many captains, 2 salaried preachers, and 23 officials in civil pay. A clergyman at Galway complained of oppression by Colonel Sadley, the governor of Galway, his offence being that he had baptized children and prevented dipping in his church. He recalled the tyranny of John of Leyden and Knipperdoling, and lamented that so notable a town should be abandoned to a few mechanic barbers and tailors. Fleetwood had encouraged the sectaries more from weakness than from actual sympathy. Military adventurers who had enjoyed despotic power during the war were disgusted at having to share it with moderate men, especially at the re-establishment of regular courts of law. Henry Cromwell was all for promoting the ancient Protestant inhabitants who had been dispersed and were now trying to return to their old occupations. Vincent Gookin and his friend Petty were thoroughly in favor of this moderate policy. Of the discontented people, not 1 in 100 had any property before the war, the rest having gained possession of what they could in payment for service or by buying out adventurers and soldiers. And the confiscation of land in Ireland, adds Gookin prophetically, is so general, the settlers and sellers so many, the buyers and takers so few, except them, that it is certain within a year or two all these men will have too great interest in forfeited lands to give them up to Charles Stuart or any from him. The reduction of the army in Ireland was a gradual and difficult operation. In 1652 its total strength was about 34,000 men, which were reduced to about 24,000 in the following year. In 1655 about 5,000 more were disbanded without any disorder, and Fleetwood estimated that this would reduce the monthly cost to £28,000, a saving of some £17,000. As much haste as possible was made to provide the disbanded men with land, but they showed no disposition to settle upon it. Cavalier plots and military discontents induced the Protector to seek reinforcements in Ireland, and both Fleetwood and Henry Cromwell feared lest their garrisons might be unduly weakened, for disturbances in Great Britain always had their echo beyond the Channel. In January 1655 2,300 men were sent to Liverpool, but they embarked very unwillingly, saying that they had been engaged to fight Irish rebels, whereas in England they might be employed against their best friends. One company was cashiered by a court-martial, and one man was hanged at the masthead. Later on, troops were sent from Ireland to Jamaica. It may be doubted whether Oliver Cromwell really had any dream of founding a dynasty. We have his own statement that he wished his sons to live privately in the country, and that he was only induced to promote Henry by the earnest persuasion of others. Having placed him in authority in Ireland, he supported him steadily, but in a tentative way, and without doing anything to estrange others. He was civil to Hewson and others who were inclined to give trouble, and refused to believe that Fleetwood was in any way disloyal. Take care, he wrote to his son, of making it a business to be too hard for the men who contest with you. Being over-concerned may train you into a snare. I have to do with these men, and am not without my exercise. I know they are weak because they are so peremptory in judging others. The Anabaptists were chiefly in his mind, but Henry had troubles with the Quakers also, and here too the Protector might sympathize. The danger always was that the army would become ill-affected. One of the most troublesome officers was Hewson, who took the lead in petitioning the Protector to send back our present precious Lord Deputy, whose appointment had been a refreshment to all the godly in this nation. Oliver answered civilly, but without granting the request, cautioning his son against believing anything discreditable to Fleetwood. Henry Cromwell also objected to having John Jones sent back to Ireland, as likely to be dangerous and prejudicial to the public by nourishing factions, but drew back rather penitently when he found that Jones was to become his uncle by marrying the Protector's sister. Hewson was not really dangerous. He made terms for himself, was knighted by Oliver, and accepted a seat in his House of Lords. But Axtell, Vernon, Barrow, and Allen laid down their commissions because the Anabaptists ceased to be the ruling sect, Thurlow attributing their action merely to disappointed greed or ambition. The army nevertheless remained faithful, and Henry Cromwell did his best to get the soldiers regularly paid. In the summer of 1656, Henry Cromwell had become so weary of calumny and so disheartened for want of effectual support that he wished to retire. But Thurlow assured him that the talebearers were not believed in England, and that he might go on with his work. It was at this time that the Protector resolved to try a second Parliament, and writs for the Irish elections were sent over. The major generals and the decimation tax were very unpopular in England, but in Ireland the army was so completely master that there was not much difficulty about getting 30 suitable members. Broghill, who, as president of the council in Scotland, managed the elections there, was returned to his absence for the county of Cork, Sir Charles Coote for Galway and Mayo, and Vincent Gokin for Cork and Kinsale. Broghill voted for the title of king, but Henry Cromwell was against it, thinking little of the constitutional argument which had such weight with men like Whitelocke, and esteeming it a gaudy feather in the hat of authority. The Protector refused the crown, and it would have been well for his fame if he had also insisted on altering the 11th article of the petition and advice, which secured religious liberty, provided it should not be extended to popery or prelacy. This having been admitted as a principle of government, the logical consequence was to pass an act which obliged all suspected persons over 16 to take an oath abjuring the distinctive doctrines of the Roman communion, on pain of having 2/3 of their property, real and personal, sequestered. Those who afterwards became Protestants might be restored upon taking the oath, but not unless they have given frequent attendance for the previous 6 months at some authorized place of worship, being subject to renewed sequestration if they relapsed. The same penalty is applied to any Protestant who married a popish recusant. The oath of abjuration, Henry Cromwell wrote, begets much disturbance here, for the Irish, upon apprehension thereof, sell off their cattle to buy horses to put themselves into a shifting condition, either for force or flight. I wish His Highness were made sensible hereof in time. Dr. Jones said the same thing, adding that the oath was the great engine by which the popish clergy stir up the people, and whereby they move foreign states to their assistance. Cromwell allowed his oppressive law to pass, though it was at a retrograde measure, and one which he cannot really have approved. The unfortunate people affected by it in Ireland were in no condition to give serious trouble, but it must have led to the multiplication of Tories. The Cavaliers abroad were constantly plotting against the English government and the Protector's life, but these intrigues had scarcely any direct effect on Ireland. Richard and Peter Talbot were among the most active conspirators, and the landing of Irish troops was always regarded as part of the scheme. The exiles were discussing Sexby's plans at the beginning of 1656, and the Protector, who was always well informed, thought it possible that some attempt might be made in Ireland. He directed his son, and the order was promptly obeyed, to reduce garrisons as much as possible, and to keep a field army in 2 or 3 divisions ready for any alarm. John Davies, who had been elected for Carrickfergus and Belfast, was known to be an underhand royalist worker, and he was not allowed to go to England. It was in the north that trouble was expected, but nothing happened. 5,000 foot and nearly half as many horse were held in readiness, and Henry Cromwell was after this averse to a reduction of the army, at least until an efficient Protestant militia could be provided. Helpless and decadent Spain was the enemy whose still remaining force was overrated by Cromwell. Nevertheless, he failed in Hispaniola, and dared not attempt Gibraltar, so that his naval strength was mainly useful to hold Jamaica by occupying the Spaniards near home. The end of 1656 was marked by Stayner's capture of the galleons, but also by a disaster on the Irish coast. A fleet carrying reinforcements for Jamaica was dispersed by a gale, and one ship, the Two Brothers, having sprung a leak, drifted towards the lee shore to the westward of the old head of Kinsale. 4 men were detached on a raft with a letter in a pitch box, and they reached land too much bruised to move further. The letter was taken to the governor of Kinsale, but the ship's cable parted in the meantime, and she was driven upon a rock. There were saved only about 40 soldiers out of some 250, and 16 seamen out of 29. The Reverend Edward Worth, whose parsonage was at Ringgroan, not far off, thanked God that the wreck was in the barony of Courcelles, for the greater part inhabited by English, and such Irish as were never in rebellion. Divers of the English and many more of the Irish attended all that evening on the coast, not to get plunder, but to preserve the men whom it should please God to bring to shore. It was ebb tide, and as each poor wretch was thrown up by the sea, the hardy natives ran down and helped him to escape before the next wave. Worth and his neighbours provided shelter, and the people of Kinsale vied with each other in providing for the castaways, for the natural sentiments of humanity had survived the war and were extended to the soldiers of the Commonwealth. Another transport, the Sapphire, from Carrickfergus was driven into Cork harbour in an almost sinking state, and 260 soldiers, forming her cargo, were quartered in the great island, where they could be prevented from deserting. Both these ships were the property of contractors, and supposed to be in good trim. When the paint was off, they proved to be very unsound and rotten, and I think, says Henry Cromwell, that those who were employed to contract for those ships were deeply guilty of the loss of those poor men. After some hesitation and confusion, Henry Cromwell was appointed deputy in November 1657, with a new council of 5, of whom Chancellor Steele was the chief. Cinder Cum had already put an end to himself, and Sexby was safe in the Tower, where he died mad a few weeks later. Royalist plots with Spanish support had ceased to be formidable, and some reduction of the army in Ireland was possible, if only money could be had to pay off the soldiers who were 8 months in arrear before the end of 1657. The deputy maintained that nothing like an equilibrium could be established unless £180,000 were transmitted from England. The regular revenue of Ireland was only about £72,000, which was absorbed by the ordinary charges of government, and the extraordinary taxation for the army weighed upon the country. Bagwell reported that some who had been returned to Parliament could not possibly attend the second session, being impoverished by the expenses of the first and by heavy taxes. The usual remittances from England were slow in coming, and there was also extreme trouble and confusion about Spanish and bad coins, which made the soldiers apt to grow licentious in abusing the country when they levied their contribution. They naturally decided questions of exchange in their own favour, partly of necessity, and partly presuming 'twill seem unreasonable to punish severely and pay negligently. £20,000 were assessed upon Ireland for war purposes during the 3 months ending June 24, 1657, and £9,000 a month for the 3 years then beginning. The monthly contribution from England and Wales was £35,000, and £6,000 from Scotland, and many thought Ireland disproportionately burdened. Indeed, Henry Cromwell says in one letter that she paid 6 times, in another 10 times as many thought Ireland proportionately burdened. Indeed, Henry Cromwell says in one letter that she paid 6 times, and in another 10 times too much. The difficulty about money continued to the end of the Protectorate, for Oliver had not time to summon a third Parliament, and Richard's was short-lived. Without parliamentary authority, it was impossible to make the state self-supporting on either side of St. George's Channel. It was almost customary for a viceroy to be on ill terms with a Lord Chancellor, and Henry Cromwell thought that Steele was plotting to make a separate interest among the independents. Henry was by many years the younger man, and he allowed his senior to lecture him, supposing that if I got nothing else I should get his measure. But Thurlow did not believe his suspicions well-founded, and Steele, who had only accidentally missed being a regicide, had really no course open to him but to support the Protector. After Oliver dissolved his second Parliament, calling upon God to judge between him and them, most of the officers in England and Scotland agreed to an address of confidence in him. The same course was taken in Ireland, but Major Lowe, an Anabaptist, refused to express a wish that government should be settled on such a basis as should be most suitable to the constitution of these nations, saying that it implied a return to kingship. Sankey and others of the same sect said that if kingship were really the most suitable, they would desire it. The deputy must have seen the writing on the wall. Ormonde's courageous visit to London in January and the abortive gathering at Ostend caused some momentary alarm, but there was no disturbance, and a little later the capture of Dunkirk raised Cromwell to his highest pinnacle of fame. The army remained faithful, and as long as life lasted, it was evident to all that his power would last also. Oliver Cromwell died, and Richard succeeded as quietly as if he had been the legitimate king. The news reached Dublin on October 10, and on the same day the new Protector was proclaimed. Having been signed by the Lord Deputy and such privy councillors, judges, and chief officers as were on the spot, the proclamation was printed and dispersed over the country next day. There was no opposition, Bagwell among others announcing his adhesion. A dispatch was sent to Monk promising him the unanimous support of the Irish army in any difficulty. The machinery of government went on as usual, but on October 6 Richard made his brother Lord Lieutenant, and Petty carried the commission over to Ireland. Lord Harry, as he was called, was not anxious for the higher title, but having been appointed he kept the same state as Strafford had done, which caused some amusement. An address from the army in Ireland to the new protector was agreed to, the officers being quite or very nearly unanimous, but Henry was almost afraid to write, knowing that his letter would be opened, and Falkenberg kept him informed of the plots against his brother. He dared not leave his post, though much in want of a holiday. "I'm afraid," he wrote to Richard as early as October 20, "to come to your Highness, lest I should be kept there, and so your Highness lose this army, which, for aught I know, is the only stay you have. The flood is so strong, you can either stem it or not come to an anchor, but must be content to go adrift and expect the ebb." Henry Cromwell was ill and despondent during the months following his father's death. He knew in his heart that the system could not long outlive the man, and Thurlow, whose judgment was not warped by fanaticism, could give him little comfort. The funeral, he wrote, of his late Highness was solemnized this day with very great honour. But alas, it was his funeral. When the Lord Lieutenant's commission came over, it was found to contain no clause authorizing him to leave Ireland or to appoint a deputy, and as if he felt restoration in the air, he looked to Charles I for a precedent, and sent over his letter to Strafford as a model. He had, he wrote, been sentenced by his enemies to an honourable banishment. Thurlow professed that the omission was a mere oversight, but Falkenberg said bluntly that his brother-in-law's presence in London was desired by no one. "They that hate you fear you too, and therefore oppose it. They that love you have apprehensions. Neither Ireland nor Henry Cromwell are secure if separated." And Richard was of the same opinion. Moreover, he could hardly be spared until the elections were over, and writs for the new Parliament arrived about the middle of December. It had been decided that 30 members should be sent from Ireland, and the same from Scotland, by constituencies grouped upon Oliver's plan. The English members were to be returned by the old counties and boroughs, giving up the late Protector's attempt at parliamentary reform, but the upper house was left as he had devised it, and separate writs for it were sent to the Lord Lieutenant, to Lord Chancellor Steele, and to Lord Broghill. Petty was returned for West Loo, Coote for Galway and Mayo, and Vincigucan for Bandon and Kinsale. Broghill thought a parliamentary necessary, but was not sanguine, and foresaw opposition from the army. The notice for the elections was so short that many or most of the Irish members could not reach London in time for the opening of Parliament, but this made little difference, for the House of Commons was occupied at first in the discussion of the Protector's title, the constitution of the House, and the status of the Scotch members. Parliament met on January 27, and it was not till March 23 that it was debated whether the members for Ireland should continue to serve. In the meantime they were allowed to speak and apparently to vote. Major Ashton, who represented Meath and Louth, preferred a separate legislature, partly on the ground that Ireland should have no share in governing England. Arthur Annesley, who sat for the city of Dublin, was of the same opinion, mainly because Ireland would be overtaxed by an assembly where she was always in a minority. At the moment, he said, Ireland very unfairly paid £9,000 a month, while Scotland paid only £6,000, and his prayer was that they might have some to hear their grievances in their own nation, seeing they cannot have them heard here. Sir Thomas Stanley, member for Tipperary and Waterford, said he spoke not for Ireland, but for the English in Ireland. Language, habit, laws, interests being in every respect the same in kind, he was in favour of the Union, for free-born Englishmen beyond the Channel had a natural right to representation in the sovereign Parliament. 156 voted for the retention of the Irish members, and 106 against, Thurlow being one of the tellers for the majority. After this the Parliament had but one short month of life, during which Irish affairs seem to have been but little discussed, except in the matter of Petty and his proceedings. Petty's great enemy was Sir Hiram Sankey, who had had a varied career. At Cambridge, where he was a candidate for holy orders, he was more noted for proficiency in athletic games than for study, and soon rose in the army when he took the parliamentary side at the beginning of the Civil War. He became, in turns, a Presbyterian and Independent, and at last an Anabaptist. He migrated to Oxford, where he became Fellow of All Souls, and was one of the proctors when Fairfax and Cromwell were made Doctors of Civil Law in 1649. He sat in the Parliament of 1654 for Tipperary and Waterford, and in that of 1656 for Marlborough. Henry Cromwell knighted him, and in Richard's Parliament he represented Woodstock. On March 24 he charged Petty with various kinds of corruption, but without giving particulars, and in the accused man's absence. Maynard, who was himself an adventurer in Ireland, and who touched on his own experience in the Strafford trial, fixed upon this want of particulars, and he was not without support. The most that Sankey could do was to sign 6 articles, all of the most general character, and these were sent to Petty in Ireland, with orders to attend in his place that day month. The summons did not reach him until April 3, so that he had only 17 days to make his preparations and travel from Dublin to London. He had some reason to complain of the short time allowed him. On April 21, Petty attended as directed, and spoke at length in answer to the articles. His speech was dignified and moderate, and made a very good impression on the House. The first charge was that he had received great bribes. To this he answered that, as Clerk of the Council, he had never taken anything but the bare salary, and that as Secretary to Henry Cromwell he had been a pecuniary loser, not exacting even the customary fees, merely upon the account of preserving His Excellency's honour clear and myself clear from the least appearance of this evil. The burden of proof evidently lay upon the accuser. The second charge was that he had been a wholesale purchaser of debentures, contrary to the Act of Satisfaction, forcing people to sell as a condition for having their land set out to them. To this Petty replied that he had many colleagues and was well watched, so that he could not use coercion if he had wished, that the debentures bought by him were under £7,000 in value, and that he had got them from brokers who profited by the transaction. The third article charged him with the fraudulent acquisition of much money and land, to which he answered that the only public payment to him was by contract, that the £17,000 which the survey cost was well and hardly earned, and that the soldiers had paid half of it themselves. As to land, he had no more than a fair consideration for what was owed him. The fourth charge was a general one of foul and unwarrantable practices, on which he was content to challenge the production of a single instance. The fifth and sixth articles accused Petty and his colleagues of malversation generally, and was scarcely worth answering, since they did not fall particularly on him. He abstained from recrimination and debate, but took ample revenge by publishing a report of Sankey's reply, which begins thus: "Mr. Speaker, you have heard here a long, starch-studied speech. I say a starch-studied piece. Mr. Speaker, there has been a great deal of rhetoric. I say a great deal of rhetoric, but I will prove my charge. I will make it good, Mr. Speaker, from the front to the rear, front, flank, and rear. Mr. Speaker, that I will," and so forth. No real evidence of any kind was adduced, or even mentioned, and the business was referred to the Lord Lieutenant and Council of Ireland. Richard's Parliament was dissolved the next day, and we are justified in believing his brother's oft-repeated assertion that Dr. Petty was a very honest man. Richard Cromwell probably knew quite well that the dissolution of Parliament was virtually an abdication, and he resisted to the utmost, but the officers were determined to depose him, and he had no hold upon soldiers whom he had never led to victory. His brother in Ireland could only wait upon events, rejoicing that our dear father went off in that glory which was due to his actings. He sent over Barry, Lawrence, and Dr. Henry Jones to confer with Fleetwood as to what was to be done. The rump was restored in less than 3 weeks, but so attenuated was that once formidable assembly that a quorum of 40 was with difficulty got together. 91 members in all were admitted to sit, several of whom had been elected in an unconstitutional manner, and the number meeting at any one time never reached 60. Lenthal, notwithstanding his new-fangled peerage, was induced to take the chair. Immediately after the late dissolution, Coode had hurried to Ireland with the news, and Broghill went over about the same time. On June 7 the House resolved that Henry Cromwell, whose opposition they feared, should come over to give an account of the state of Ireland, and that on the same day the government should be handed over to 5 commissioners. Steele, Jones, and Goodwin were named at once, Corbett and Tomlinson being added 2 days later. Ludlow's name was rejected by 26 votes against 22, but a month later he was appointed to command the army, and he reached Dublin about the end of July. The rumour of his recall reached Henry Cromwell before he had any official notice, and he decided to resign without waiting for it. Great offers had been made to him on the part of the exiled king, and he seems to have wavered for a moment, though finally he thanked God for having been enabled to resist temptation. The royalist had relied on Falkenberg's powers of persuasion, and Charles expected Broghill's help, though he prudently avoided making any direct advance to that astute politician. In his letter of resignation to the Speaker, he complained that he had had the unhappiness of late to receive intelligence only from common fame and very private hands, and to be forced rather to guess what to do upon all emergencies than to be entrusted with the clear commands of superiors. He had secured the fidelity of the army to the English government, so that dangerous, numerous, and exasperated people, the Irish, natives, and papists, might be no cause for anxiety. He warned the Parliament that, as they had been turned out of doors in 1653, so they might well be again, and by the same people. He was himself a lover of peace and of orderly civil government, but I cannot, he said, promote anything which infers the diminution of my late father's honour and merit. The Royalists, having failed to gain him over, were afraid of his heading a separate interest, and Clarendon, who had been concerned in the abortive negotiations, says that by the jolliness of his humour and a general civility towards all, he had rendered himself gracious and popular to all sorts of people. He left Ireland soon after his resignation, told his story to the Council of State on July 6, and retired to Cambridgeshire. It is probable that materials do not exist for a full account of Henry Cromwell. His public career ended at the age of 31, and he had no opportunity of showing much originality. The confiscation of Irish land to pay the expenses of conquering the country was decided upon when he was quite a boy, and he had no voice in the subsequent legislation. So far as Protestants were concerned, he leaned towards comprehension and allowed no sect or party to dominate over the rest. As to the Roman Catholics, there was little scope for any movement in the direction of toleration, but he disliked the oath of abjuration. I wish, he said, this extreme course had not been so suddenly taken, coming like a thunderclap upon them. I wish the oath for the present had provided, though in severest manner, for their renouncing all foreign jurisdiction, and as for other doctrinal matters, that some means had been first used to have informed their judgments with such ordinary smaller penalties as former experience has found effectual. I wish His Highness were made sensible thereof in time. He was fain to dispense with the oath, but Turlogh thought this could not be done without an Act of Parliament, though it might be modified in practice by those on the spot, and this was just what Henry Cromwell did. In other political matters he showed good judgment, questioning the real value of Dunkirk, objecting to penal taxation of the Cavaliers, and showing how impossible it was to bind a nation by oaths or any other contrivance. To what, he asked, shall men swear? Have you any settlement? Does not your peace depend upon His Highness's life, and upon his peculiar skill and faculty and personal interest in the army, as now modelled and commanded? He was always loyal to his father, but he had been in love with Dorothy Osborne, and he had no objection to royalists as such. It seems that he might have made a party for himself at the cost of much bloodshed, and he deserves nothing but praise for preferring to retire quietly. Oliver had warned him against the temptation to build up a great estate, and though he did not refuse to take grants of land like everyone else, he had at the end of his government scarcely money enough to carry him back to England. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Restoration. The commissioners appointed by Parliament carried on the civil government for about 6 months after Henry Cromwell's resignation, but the really important thing was the attitude of the army. Ludlow and John Jones went over together in July, and on their way to Holyhead heard rumours of a coming rising under Sir George Booth. Soon after their arrival in Ireland, 100 men were sent to reinforce Beaumaris and the neighbouring garrisons. On landing at Ringsend, the guard that had formerly attended Cromwell was waiting under Sir Theophilus Jones, and escorted the new commander-in-chief into Dublin. The commissioners arranged to preside for a month in turn, Ludlow sitting next the chairman when present, and having precedence at other times. In official documents he was styled Excellency. He had brought with him a letter of credit for £30,000, which added weight to his promise of regular pay for the soldiers. As soon as insurrection broke out in Cheshire, he was ordered to send over 1,000 foot and 500 horse, and they were dispatched within 10 days, under Sankey's command, 2 months' pay having been advanced to them. During the disorderly period which followed, they became known as the Irish Brigade. Ludlow was determined not to be again kept in Ireland as a kind of exile, and took the precaution of having a clause in his commission allowing him to return when he chose, and to appoint a substitute in his absence. Before taking advantage of this, he devoted himself to a reform of the army, for he found divers of the officers guilty of habitual immoralities, many of them accustomed to detain the pay of the private soldiers, and most of them debauched in their principles by the late usurpation of the Cromwells. Many of them, especially in Connaught and Clare, had married Irish papists, and some who professed Protestantism might justly be suspected to continue papists. Many were dismissed, and their places filled as far as possible by men who had been cashiered for adhering to the Parliament as against the Protectorate. In the meantime, the Irish Brigade at Derby supported Lambert and those who proposed to make him Major General. Copies of their petition were sent to Ireland by Sankey, and officers there were invited to concur, but Ludlow assembled as many as he could, and persuaded them that England would never submit to be governed by the sword. He then prepared to go to England, and wished to leave the military as well as the civil authority in the hands of the commissioners, but this they refused to accept. He then appointed Jones, who was one of them, to be his substitute, for he regarded Waller as a time-server, and Sankey had made himself impossible. As a member of Parliament and one of the late King's judges, Jones might at all events be trusted not to favour Charles Stuart. On reaching Beaumaris, Ludlow heard that the Parliament had once more, as Henry Cromwell had foreshadowed, been turned out of doors by the soldiers. Lambert, who was in command, had narrowly escaped the Tower, and was actually deprived of his commission along with Desborough and others. The act constituting Fleetwood commander-in-chief in Great Britain was repealed, and he became one of a commission of 7, along with Ludlow, Monk, and others. Among them was Haselrig, whom Lambert believed to be thirsting for his blood, and he professed to be acting in self-defence. As soon as Monk heard of what had happened in London, he wrote to Ludlow as his fellow commissioner for the government of the army, declaring that the forces under his immediate command were unanimous for Parliament, and declaring his intention to prosecute their business against ambition and tyranny to the last drops of my blood till they be restored. The letter reached Jones in Ireland, and an answer was sent by him. Cornet Henry Monk, the general's nephew, was in Dublin, and thought the army neutral until 14 field officers signed an address to the army in England, by which he observed that all who inclined to Anabaptism were against the Parliament. The answer sent to Monk was signed by Jones himself and Sir Hardress Waller, Colonel Cooper, governor of Carrickfergus, Colonel Lawrence, governor of Waterford, Colonel Fair, governor of Cork, Colonel Nicholas Kempson, Ludlow's brother-in-law, and Dr. Henry Jones. These officers declared that any division of action or opinion in the army would be found in the issue to be nothing else but the opening of a door for the common enemy to come in, and the event showed that they were not far wrong. At the same time, Monk was informed by his nephew that he would have the support of Sir Charles Coote, Sir Theophilus Jones, and most of the other officers. Sankey, who commanded the Irish Brigade in England, sided with Lambert, but Colonel Redmond, who served under him, was already in communication with Charles II. While the action of the army remained uncertain, the commissioners carried on the civil government, and there was no serious disturbances. Large numbers of the transplanted still refused to stir, and the Tories were troublesome in many places. An order went forth in September to disarm all Irish papists in Wicklow, and to seize their arms and ammunition. There was a particularly active gang of marauders about Castle Dermot. Some weeks later, a seizure was made at the custom house of Quaker books which denounced the government as anti-Christian and the ministers established by them as priests, hirelings, and dumb dogs. The very last order of Jones and his colleagues appears to have been one for the suppression of the Christmas holidays as giving rise to debauchery and only calculated to uphold idolatry and superstition derived from the Church of Rome. The order against Christmas was made on December 9, and 4 days later the whole face of affairs was changed. Sir Theophilus Jones and some other officers determined, after Lambert had dismissed the Parliament, to free themselves from subjection to the Wallingford House party. They began by petitioning John Jones as commander-in-chief to call a general council of officers to consider the situation, Sir Hardress Waller as the next in rank, undertaking to take the lead in the matter. Jones dared not refuse such a request altogether, but the malcontents intercepted a letter from Fleetwood from which they understood that the opportunity would be taken to arrest them. There were but 5 companies of foot and 3 troops of horse in Dublin, whose fidelity Jones had little reason to doubt, but Captain Bond persuaded his own company to seize the castle gates and make prisoners of Jones, Corbett, and Tomlinson. A declaration in favour of the Parliament was cried through the streets next morning, and generally approved of. The officers who had laid the plot were thus in the possession of the only magazine, which had just been replenished with 500 barrels of powder, and no resistance could be attempted. The other garrisons were quickly mastered, Coote securing Galway, while Broghill held Youghal, Bandon, and Kinsale. The garrisons of Cork, Limerick, Waterford, and Athlone took the same course, and the submission of Londonderry settled the question in Ulster. Colonel Cooper, the governor of Carrickfergus, who might have given trouble in the northern province, died in his chair within a week. The officers in Dublin at once informed Monk of what had been done. The news was also sent to London and Portsmouth, while Coote and Broghill were urged to come to Dublin. Sir Hardress Waller acquiesced, though he had signed the answer to Monk and became, for the moment, commander-in-chief. The Irish Brigade in England declared for the Parliament on December 21, and Sankey was arrested by Monk, who was welcomed by Redman at the head of the troops when he came to Leicester. Sir Theophilus Jones had 6 troops of horse ready to go to Monk's assistance, but Lambert's star waned so fast that they were not wanted. Whitelocke saw that a restoration was inevitable, and nearly persuaded Fleetwood to seize the Tower, communicate with the king, and get credit for what he could not prevent. But Desborough and others reminded him that he was bound to Lambert, who was at Newcastle, and he refused to stir without consulting him. Then said Whitelocke, "You will ruin yourself and your friends." "I cannot help it," was the answer, and that exactly represents Fleetwood's attitude. On December 26, the Rump, without his aid, retook possession of their house amidst the acclamations of the very soldiers who had kept them out of it. The news reached Monk at Coldstream 4 or 5 days later, and on January 1 he crossed the Tweed, Lambert being deserted by his army. From Durham he sent Sir Joseph Douglas to gain over Coote, and he was also in communication with Broghill, and by this time both were in Dublin, and fully committed to the cause of the Parliament. Ludlow was a genuine Republican, and his great object was to prevent restoration of the monarchy. It was, he says, my judgment that if either the Parliament or the army should entirely prevail one against the other in this juncture, it would hazard the ruin of both. The Parliament alone could provide regular sustenance for the army, which was necessary for its own protection, and it was by establishing a balance that Charles Stuart might be kept out. With these ideas, and with some hopes of furthering them through his position at the head of the Irish army, he set out for Dublin as soon as the restoration of the Parliament was practically arranged. He could not but agree with the decision of the officers in Ireland to cooperate for that purpose with the generals at Portsmouth, with Monk, and with Vice Admiral Lawson, but he distrusted Sir Theophilus Jones, Colonel Bridges, and others who had supported the Protectorate, and Coote's attitude was evidently suspicious. Ludlow embarked upon the Oxford frigate and anchored off his own house at Monkstown on the last of December, but did not venture to land until he knew what was going on. Before he appeared upon the coast, Coote and the others had resolved not to admit him as commander-in-chief without fresh orders from Parliament. Ludlow sent a letter to Waller and his colleagues offering to help in the good work, but they answered that his appearance was very unacceptable, that they did not believe he was true to the Parliament, and that they would not resign their power without direct orders from that body. They also hinted very plainly that they were quite ready to arrest Ludlow if so directed. Captain Lucas, who brought the letter, suggested that he should go to the Council of Officers and adjust all differences by personal intercourse, but he answered that he knew their principles much too well to trust himself in their hands, adding that their attachment to the Parliament was feigned, and their real design to destroy both them and their friends, and to bring in the son of the late king. Cavalry were sent to prevent him from landing, and he was not allowed to get water or provisions. Seeing that nothing could be done, Ludlow sent letters to London by the ordinary packet, along with some which he had intercepted, and after 3 days' waiting sailed to Duncannon, Corbett having taken refuge in his ship. They were received with joy by Captain Skinner, whom Ludlow had appointed governor, but Waterford was as hostile as Dublin had been, and he was not allowed even to ship provisions which he had paid for. Attempts were also made to alienate the garrison of the fort by representing him as a deserter from the Parliament, and cattle intended for their relief were driven off by cavalry under Colonel Edmund Temple. A few days later, Duncannon was blockaded by a sufficient force under Colonel Thomas Scott, the regicide's son, but some provisions were introduced in the meantime. As he endeavoured to keep terms with the Wallingford House party, it was possible to represent Ludlow as an enemy or lukewarm friend to the Parliament. Why, it was asked, had he left London 2 days before its restoration? His commission to be of any value under the circumstances should be dated after that event, whereas he depended on what had been done before the late interval of military violence. In a letter written during that enforced recess, he had addressed John Jones as dear friend, and expressed a fear that the Long Parliament would be very high in case they should be brought in without conditions. 2 or 3 days after Ludlow's arrival at Duncannon, the victorious party in Dublin sent over articles of impeachment against him, Jones, Corbett, and Tomlinson, which were read in the House on January 19. The powers of the accused were at once suspended, and they were summoned to attend, Ludlow being specially ordered to surrender Duncannon to Coote and Jones. The fort was beset in the meantime, and before the decision of Parliament was known, Captain Skinner complained that the soldiers outside insulted the garrison with expressions in use only among the worst kind of cavaliers, such as "God damn them," and "Go to your prayers." Some called for the Parliament of 1641, some for that of 1647, and some complained that it was reduced to a rump, fag end, or limb. There had been earlier orders for Ludlow and the 3 commissioners to go over and give an account of the state of Ireland, and Monk, whose suggestions at the moment had almost the weight of commands, pressed for their recall and for the appointment of Coote, Broghill, and 3 others. Ludlow sailed from Duncannon in obedience to the first summons, heard of the impeachment on his way to London, and took his seat in Parliament along with Corbett on January 30. Tomlinson was a prisoner in Dublin Castle, and John Jones at Athlone. Broghill, Coote, and Major William Bury were appointed commissioners for the government of Ireland in January, and by the end of the month the officers in Dublin had a pretty good understanding with Monk, but they probably forced his hand by summoning a convention to meet on February 7. The places represented were as in Strafford's time, but no doubt care was taken that the assembly should be entirely Protestant. Sir James Barry, afterwards Lord Santry, was chosen Speaker, and William Temple sat for the county of Carlow. The Council of State ordered the Convention to dissolve, but this they refused, while repudiating any idea of separation from England. Sir Hardress Waller had hitherto gone with the rest, but it became evident that royalism was winning, and he had sat regularly as one of the late king's judges, and signed his death warrant. He made himself master of the castle, and it was believed that he intended to seize Coote and the other leaders who had declared in print for a free Parliament and the readmission of all the secluded members. The Convention had the power of the purse, and the soldiers in the castle, who were probably tired of barrack revolutions and deferred pay, surrendered Waller and the few officers who supported him. Coote sent Sir Arthur Forbes, a noted royalist who had been with Montrose, to Brussels with an offer of his services, and Charles gladly accepted them, offering an earldom and other benefits, and proposing to join him, except it be more necessary that I go for England. Broghill sent his brother Francis, afterwards Lord Shannon, about the same time, and if we are to believe his not very trustworthy biographer, Charles was on the point of starting for Ireland by way of Calais, when he heard that things were going so well in England as to make the journey unnecessary. What is more certain is that Broghill was at Cork 3 days after Waller's attempt, and there, at the head of the Munster officers, signed a declaration in favour of a full and free Parliament, and of readmitting the members ousted by Pride's purge. All men, they said, were tired of anarchy and of authorities constantly changing, and for the moment there was no safety but in restoring the Long Parliament to its unpurged condition. If the excluded members be readmitted, they must be either the greater or the lesser number in the House. If the lesser, where is the danger of their admission? If the greater, where is the justice of their exclusion? For then it will appear that the minor number keeps out the major. Whatever may have been Broghill's secret negotiations, he kept up a correspondence with Thurlow long after Monk had come to Whitehall, and repudiated the idea of bringing in the king as late as April 24. Even on May 8, when Charles was proclaimed in London, he still talked of preserving the just rights we contended for so successfully in the war, very truly observing that if no conditions were made before the then inevitable restoration, it would be next to impossible to make any afterwards. According to his biographer and chaplain, Broghill was the moving spirit, and Coote acted under his influence. But this is extremely doubtful. Broghill loved tortuous ways, and was perhaps anxious to leave himself a loophole in any case. Foreseeing the importance of the Convention Parliament in England, he was most anxious to be in it, and having married a Howard, he found a seat at Arundel. Coote and his friends were ready to declare themselves before decisive steps were taken in London, but it was felt that the restored king might be embarrassed by premature action, and means were taken to delay proceedings. Charles II was not proclaimed in Dublin till May 14, and on the 25th Broghill was sent with Coote and others to attend the king. Whatever those in all the secrets may have thought, Coote was at first much better received by the royalists generally, who looked upon his colleague and rival as a trimmer. 3 days later the Irish Convention adjourned till November. Monk was appointed Lord Lieutenant and Lord Roberts' deputy, but neither of them came over, and at the end of the year Sir Maurice Eustace, who had been made Lord Chancellor, was appointed Lord Justice, with Coote and Broghill as colleagues. The two soldiers were treated as of equal importance, the one being made Earl of Orrery on September 5, and the other Earl of Mountrath on the following day. End of chapter 39. End of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2 by Richard Bagwell.